extreme coverage for you across Georgia.
We want to get out to First Alert meteorologist Courtney Jacobazi. She's in Carroll County this morning. We checked in with you in the wee hours. Oh my goodness, what a difference a couple of hours has made.
Oh my gosh. And Brooks, you mentioned some of us are not used to this, like Dawn from upstate New York. I fall under that category, being from South Florida. This is just spectacular. It is beautiful. The snowflakes are the size of like dimes. They're so big and fluffy. It is clearly freezing in every column of the atmosphere right now to give us this beautiful view. Now, I will say, parents, if the kids are waking up, getting ready to go outside, the more you look like a puff marshmallow like me, the better, okay? You want the layers. I have about 3 layers on underneath this coat right now. I have my hat, of course, my hood, and yes, I did put the gloves on. We're looking at what looks like about at least a ½ an inch of snow accumulating here on the ground. And if, Ryan, if you pan out that way to the parking lot, the entire parking lot coated in a layer of snow. I was writing in the snow on the ground because it is deep enough in order to kind of play around in it a little bit. And now I might regret doing this because I'm probably going to be cold, but I'm pretty sure this is snow angel worthy as well. You tell me back in the studio, is this successful? My face is freezing. The snow is coming down.
Uh-oh.
But anyway, we're going to send it back to you. Is it successful? Okay.
Yes, that looks
okay.
That is good.
Oh, I'm impressed, Courtney. You look good out there, my friend. We'll be checking back in with you throughout the morning. And you know, one of the places that we've been watching this morning that we've been waiting to see if we would get snow, which they're kind of used to it up there, we're talking about North Georgia and the Blue Ridge Mountains.
Our Sarah Hammond has been up there for us throughout the morning. All right, Sarah, has the snow made it to you?
Yes, I can finally tell you that we are now seeing snow up here. We're in downtown Blue Ridge right now. Just take a look. I mean, it's really coming down. It started about 10 or so minutes ago. I looked up at one of the street lamps out here and I saw a lone snowflake and I said, oh my gosh, here it comes. And in those last 10 minutes, it has really started to coat the streets here. It is sticking. I have a little stool in front of me there's snow really accumulating on it just as quickly as it started. So, you know, very exciting. We're finally seeing it up here. I feel like Courtney, because I was telling my photographer, this is only the 4th time I've ever seen snow growing up in Georgia. So very exciting for me too, Courtney. So we feel the same on that. But we're going to watch as it starts to really accumulate here in Blue Ridge. I know we're expecting a couple of inches up here, so we'll keep you all updated live in Blue Ridge. Sarah Hammond for Atlanta News First.
And take a few minutes to enjoy it. I know you will. That's great. And Brooks is from Florida. I love, Brooks and I ran out into the newsroom just a little bit ago, and you looked out the window and said what?
I said, oh my gosh, it's snowing. And then I said, I've never seen it on the ground like that before.
So?
I haven't. So Sarah, you are not alone. And you know, that is important to note because you have to keep in mind, there are a lot of transplants here in Atlanta.
Right.
So for a lot of people, this will be something they are not used to. Sarah, thanks for that report.
Thank you, Sarah. We, as you can see, are spread out across Georgia today, covering the winter weather. But we want to see your pictures and videos too. So if you can carefully get outside and take those photos or videos, send them to us. You can text 470-777-WANF, and we might just feature some of your photos and your videos on the air.
So let's go to First Alert meteorologist Ella Dorsey, who is keeping a close watch on this system as it's moving through the area, tracking some of the snow and those snow totals as well.
Yeah, totally. I mean, totally. Get it? Pun intended. Totally. Totals. Guys, it's going to be snowing pretty hard for the next couple of hours. I've been saying it all morning. A lot of the kiddos haven't ever seen, if you have a kid that is less than 6 years old and you live in Georgia, and they've been in Georgia the whole time, they've likely not seen snow. So this is a huge, huge event for many kids. You got to get them out right now because by 10 or 11, we're going to see a transition, quick transition in Metro from snow to freezing rain. So you can see it's still snowing outside right now. By 10 a.m., Areas north of Atlanta probably still seeing snow. Areas south of Atlanta seeing freezing rain. By 1 p.m., we're all going to see that transition to freezing rain. And that's the concern. We'll see hours of freezing rain through the entire afternoon and evening. So as the day progresses, the conditions on the roadways are going to deteriorate, okay? For the mountains, it's going to be mainly snow and freezing rain through the day today. We're looking at snow accumulations 3 or more inches, and then a big coating of ice on top of that. That's going to cause icy roads and power outages. If you live in the higher elevations, you'll want to stay off the roads all day today and all night tonight. For Metro Atlanta, we'll see that morning snow and sleet, and then the freezing rain takes over in the afternoon. So we could initially get a good couple inches of snow, but then the freezing rain may wash out that snow or just make it crunchy and kind of nasty. So again, the best time for that winter wonderland is going to be earlier today. Again, we could get ice accumulations up to 1/2 an inch. Guys, this is going to make really treacherous travel and slick roadways, again, which will deteriorate or get worse throughout the day. I would stay completely off the roads after about 1 p.m. this afternoon.
All right, Ella, thank you so much. We want to take another live look outside for you this morning as we leave you. This is Hartsfield-Jackson Atlanta International Airport. We have more than 600 cancellations right now, and of course many delays as a result of this winter weather. We're going to continue our team coverage as this winter storm makes its way through Georgia.
I was looking at cameras. I looked up at Lake Lanier, still only seeing light snow really from Gainesville up into the mountains, but these darker purples you see are the heavier snow that has taken over and will be with us for the next couple of hours. Let's take you hour by hour. By 10 a.m., areas along and south of I-20 will start to see a transition from snow to freezing rain. It's still snowing at 10 a.m. across North Metro, North Cobb, Cherokee, Fulton, North Fulton, Gwinnett, up into the mountains. But then watch what happens. By noon, it's still snowing in the mountains, but freezing rain has taken over for Metro. And this is the concern. We're going to see hours upon hours of freezing rain in Metro Atlanta. It only starts to taper around 4 p.m., but we'll still see light icing until around 9 p.m. tonight. And in that time frame, we could pick up a significant amount of ice. So timing it out for you, snow at 8 a.m. By 10 a.m., it's snow and sleet. Then the freezing rain takes over at noon and continues through the entire afternoon. I've updated these potential ice totals. I think we could get a quarter to a half inch of ice. Guys, hold your hand up. You know what an inch is. It's 2 fingers, right? A half inch of ice is a huge coating that would coat everything. And that is the main concern across Metro Atlanta and Northeast Georgia as well. From Gainesville up into the mountains, we could see power outages. We could see widespread, very slick roadways. And that will be the story overnight. Do not drive tonight. Okay, once the sun goes down, it's impossible to see ice and black ice, and we're going to see a hard freeze. So anything that's on the ground when the sun sets will freeze and set in overnight. And so I also encourage you not to get on the roads tomorrow morning. It will be cloudy tomorrow morning and cold, but tomorrow afternoon at 11 or noon, we'll see the clouds break. We'll get about 4 or 5 hours of really good sunshine, and we'll climb into the upper 30s. So tomorrow afternoon, a lot of the ice and snow should melt. And so I do think tomorrow afternoon will be okay on most of the roadways. However, anything that's still left over will freeze again hard on Saturday night because we dip into the teens and low 20s. So Sunday morning, you could still see a little bit of travel trouble. It is going to be very cold Sunday morning, but we will see rebounding temperatures back into the 40s by Sunday afternoon. So I certainly think by the time your commute gets going Monday morning, we will be good to go. We'll get one day in the upper 40s Monday, and then our next Arctic blast arrives Tuesday, Wednesday of next week. We're back into the low 40s. Now, here's why snow is so hard to forecast in Georgia. It's because we're always on that freezing line. And for more on the different types of precipitation, I want to give it to Rodney Harris.
And Ella, as you mentioned, we're in the good stuff right now, and it's all about the temperature as you go high up in the atmosphere. So we're talking like 30,000 feet right now where the planes fly. The entire column of air is freezing, which is why we're seeing all snow. Here's what's going to happen, though, and Ella gave you your hour-by-hour forecast. By lunchtime, there will be a little thin layer of warm air that's going to move in about 10,000 feet off the ground. So the snow will start to melt in that warm air and then freeze again in that sleet that we'll see later on today. And then unfortunately that warm air is going to thicken later on this evening, and that's when the threat for freezing rain will exist later on tonight. So as Ella mentioned, we're right in that zone in North Georgia where our temperature profile allows us to see all the types of winter weather. Right now snow, but we'll transition to freezing rain by the end of the day. I do want to take you to the roads right now. You can clearly see this snow in Gwinnett County. Unfortunately, there's also a crash here that's I-85 north at Indian Trail Lilburn Road. Brooks, you can see those cars are moving very slow. That's good. Also want to remind everybody, do not use your hazards unless you actually have a hazard. You're not supposed to drive with your hazards on even in this type of weather. So keep that in mind as you get your morning started. It looks like only 2 lanes of traffic are open here. This is in part because of what was a crash, but Brooks, now it looks like they're just trying to get the snow off the road there on I-85. So that appears to be why only 2 lanes of traffic are open. Again, that is 85 north at Indian Trail Lilburn Road in Gwinnett County. A live picture from GDOT. We're also in Buckhead this morning with a live look, and as you can see, that snow not only on the grass but on the roads as well. Brooks, I do want to point out the smaller streets may not be treated. The bigger roads, the interstates are. So the streets in your neighborhood may be the streets that will become a little bit more difficult later on this evening. That's why we're under a winter storm warning, is because of that travel hazard. Bridges and overpasses will also be an issue. We'll keep you up to date on the roads with more first alert weather and traffic to come.
This too shall pass, so we'll see you on the other side. But in between, if you could stay in, be safe, and watch the local news forecast so you're informed.
Stay home. That is the message from Atlanta's Department of Transportation Commissioner. He's urging you to stay off the road if you can so that its 200 city workers can keep those streets clear. And Metro Atlanta hospitals are prepared for today's winter weather. American medical response crews have snow tires on all of their ambulances. They've also got the salt, and they have shovels on the inside of those units. AMR, Piedmont Atlanta, and Emory University all have cots and air mattresses set up as a makeshift hotel for employees to sleep there so that they don't have to drive in the storm. They are also prepared in the event they lose power.
Fuel for emergency power generators, food, water, medicines, all the things to sustain operations for a period of time if we run out of power.
Emory hospitals have canceled all outpatient procedures for today, and Piedmont Atlanta has called people and asked them to reschedule for next week. So we are going to be on the air all morning long from 10 until noon. We'll also be on Atlanta News First and Peachtree TV starting at 8 o'clock to continue our team coverage. So be sure to stay right where you are. It's 7:52. We want to give you another live look outside at Hartsfield-Jackson Atlanta International Airport. You can see it. There is a plane that looks like it's about to take off, so they're doing what they can to keep those planes moving, but definitely not a sight that we're used to seeing. Our team coverage all morning long as that winter storm continues to move through our area.
Now, with the First Alert Weather Day.
4 minutes until 8 o'clock. I'm Brooks Baptiste. First Alert meteorologist Ella Dorsey is here. Tracking snow, that's not something we can usually say.
No, it absolutely is not. We feel like a whole, The southerner in me is absolutely going crazy. Are you excited, guys? It's snowing all across North Georgia right now. This is heavy, widespread, very wet, thick snowflake snow that will be with us for the next couple of hours. Look at Marietta Square and the airport, both of which look like winter wonderlands. Flights are still taking off at the airport, but you can see the tarmac is it's covered. So there's delays and cancellations right now at the airport. You certainly want to check your flights. Here's what to expect. Snow will continue for the next few hours. Around 10 or 11 a.m., we're going to see a quick transition to freezing rain in metro Atlanta. That freezing rain will continue for the entire afternoon and evening. So as the day progresses, the roads are going to get very slick. Metro Atlanta, Northeast Georgia, I'm seeing the potential for up to ½ an inch of ice by the time the rain and the snow ends at about 10 p.m. tonight. That could cause power outages. It's certainly going to make roads, back roads, untreated roads, and bridges very icy. So please stay off the roads after about 1 p.m. and stay off the roads tonight. We're going to see a hard freeze overnight. We'll see that snow taper. And by this weekend, we will see things warm back up and most of that snow should melt off. Ronnie Harris is here now with a look at the roads.
And Ella, we'll take you to Clayton County. I am tracking a first alert for traffic on I-75 North. This is at Mount Zion Boulevard. As you can see, Ella, only one lane of traffic is getting by. If you do have to get out, and we recommend you don't, but leaving Stockbridge, your alternate route this morning is to use I-675. We'll also check back in on Gwinnett County with more first alert weather and traffic to come.
Starts now with the First Alert Weather Day.
And we are seeing snow across the metro on this First Alert Weather Day, and in some places, it's the first time we've seen snow in years. A look at Centennial Olympic Park and the airport this morning, and you can see the snow really coming down. We have team coverage this morning. Atlanta News First has crews spread out across the metro. Don Shipman is in Buckhead. We've got meteorologist Courtney Jacobazzi in Villa Rica. Sarah Hammond is up north in the Georgia mountains in Blue Ridge. And we've got our team of meteorologists, of course, tracking all of it, monitoring the storm. And we're glad that you're with us. I'm Rick Fulbaum.
I'm Gravir Denza. Nothing but white out there in so many spots. Ella Dorsey's in the First Alert Weather Center this morning. Ella, we checked in with Courtney. It started over in Carroll County, and now it's making its way through Metro and up into the mountains.
Oh my gosh, it's so beautiful. My mom just texted me, it's so pretty. I mean, come on. This is the time to enjoy it, guys. And like Rick said, many of us, like a lot of kids, haven't ever seen snow. Check this out. This is a snowfall over the last 10 years. The T's you see are only traces of snowfall. The last big snow we had was in 2018. We got almost 5 inches of snow. Other than that, we haven't even seen an inch in the last 10 years. So this is huge, okay? I do expect us to pick up a few inches of snow in the next couple of hours across metro Atlanta. You can see that dark blue now across most of North Georgia, indicating heavy, wet snow falling in the ground. It's been so cold that the ground is sitting below the freezing mark. So this snow, it's sticking really well to the ground. So let's take it hour by hour. Between now and about 11 a.m., we're going to continue to see that snow. But by 11 a.m., we'll see a quick transition to freezing rain. And unfortunately, guys, it looks like that freezing rain, at least for metro Atlanta, will continue through the entire rest of the day. That is the threat, that as we head through the day, a thick layer of ice will form on top of the snow. For the mountains, it's going to be mainly snow until the early afternoon and then freezing rain. We could see snow accumulations above 3 inches in the mountains. Please stay off the roads if you live in the higher elevations. Icy roads and power outages are very likely. We could see icy roads and power outages in metro Atlanta as well, but that transition from snow to freezing rain probably going to take the snow totals down a little bit. We may initially get 3-4 inches, and then that freezing rain may wash out some of that snow. So moral of the story, get the kiddos out right now to enjoy the snowfall. Rodney Harris is here now looking at those roadways. This is going to be a big problem through the day. Wow, it looks like 75 is already covered in snow.
Yeah, covered completely in snow. Unbelievable, Ella. This is down in Clayton County, by the way. Unfortunately, there's a crash here. It was a multi-vehicle crash on I-75 North at Mount Zion Boulevard. So, of course, we're encouraging you not to get on the roads, but if you absolutely have to and you are in Stockbridge, your alternate route is I-675. So, Rick and Gavir, something that's interesting with my first alert traffic map. As you know, the map changes colors when the speeds go down, and that's usually attached to people actually being on the road. Look at how all that is orange. The entire map is orange. That's not cars on the road. That's just because of the snow that's falling that's slowing you down. It's not every day that we see that whole map turn orange like that. So again, that's not traffic. That's just the snow that's going to force you to slow down if you do try to get on the interstates. We'll keep you up to date on the roads. I'm also going to show you an updated map of the road temperatures. That's crucial in determining where the ice is. Also, as a reminder, do not use your hazards if you do have to drive this morning unless you actually have a hazard. Otherwise, you get pulled over. We'll have more first alert weather and traffic to come.
I just woke up my 16-year-old daughter to say, go outside, video that snow coming down right now.
Like, Ma,
exactly.
It's early.
She can go back to sleep.
All right, well, you have team coverage this morning. Atlanta News First is in Buckhead, where the snow is falling, and it's really pretty out there.
It is beautiful. Don Shipman is out there for us live this morning, and the snow is starting to accumulate, Don.
It certainly is. It's actually on the camera here. Let me just try to clean it. I probably made it worse. Want to clean it off? It's snowing. It is a winter wonderland here. Take a look at all this. It is wild here. This is Buckhead, Atlanta. Can you believe that? I want to bring it. There's people out walking this morning, and we have Murphy the dog here. And your name is Colby?
Colby.
All right, so you're out here in the snow. You live in Atlanta.
I do.
What's going through your head?
You know, I'm usually used to this weather in the Rockies, but it's kind of nice to have it. I just wish we didn't have a water main break right next door.
I said you live right here, so you're without water because of the water main break. That happened last night, and they've been working throughout the overnight to fix that. So how's Murphy like in the snow?
Well, he's a Bernese Mountain Dog mixed with a poodle, so he's in his natural element. But, you know, he's having a ball.
And now you said the Rockies. Are you originally from Atlanta?
I'm originally from South Florida, but I've called Atlanta home for 20 plus years.
Okay. So you were here during Snowmageddon.
I was. I was one of the only people in Atlanta at the time that had a 4-wheel drive car. I could drive up and down the streets, and people got rides with me.
All right, so you were helping people out at that point.
Absolutely.
Are you going to be heading out at all today?
I lost my Bronco in the flood of September, so my 4-wheel drive truck is not available. I'll be trying to stay as close to home as I can.
All right, well, enjoy the weather. Enjoy the snow. And Murphy, enjoy the snow. Yes, you're such a cutie. Thank you. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. I mean, I've talked to a number of people this morning, and, you know, a lot of them without water because of this water main break, which I want to show you over here. And you can see they've started digging, and that happened within the last 30 minutes. They brought that bucket loader in. They started digging right there to fix that break. The road is closed off right here on Farr Road at the corner of North Fulton Drive. This is all blocked off here, so you just want to keep that in mind. But everyone I've been talking to in really good spirits, despite the fact that the water is out. Everyone's saying, you know what, this is kind of neat. We don't get to see this in Atlanta really ever. This whole area is blocked off. I heard Ella say that this is the opportunity to have fun in the snow, so I will do it. I'll get down here and I will make the snow angel. Here we go. You can make snow angels in the snow in Atlanta. How about that? Back to you guys.
How about that?
Nicely done, Don.
Very nice.
Done like a man who's made a few snow angels
I think he
before.
has.
Absolutely.
Yes, absolutely. And even our Florida girl, Courtney Jacobazi, made a snow angel. She continues our team coverage, by the way, this morning. Courtney, you're in Carroll County, Villa Rica, and you got lots of snow where you are.
That's right, we sure do. In fact, so much that snow angel I made maybe like 20, 30 minutes ago is now completely covered in snow. There is no evidence of said snow angel any longer. We have had a steady stream of snow, really big flakes falling. And I will tell you, over the last 10 minutes or so, it's starting to transition into ice. We have some big flakes, but mixed within it, we are starting to see those ice pellets develop again. And I will say, I don't have a ruler, but I do have this pen. And I use the measuring tool on our oh so lovely iPhones we have. This pen's about 5 inches long. When I stick it in the snow here, that's got to be a solid 1.5 to 2 inches of snow that has fallen here in Villa Rica. Of course, not an official count right there because it is a pen after all and not a ruler. But that gives you an idea that accumulating snow, at least over an inch, has already fallen here in Carroll County. And now we're going to watch as it transitions from that snow potentially into ice, as Ella and Rodney have been warning you about. But it has been a beautiful winter wonderland. I'm not going to make another snow angel like Don. My clothes already got a little wet from the snow laying in it, but it has been so fun. We saw some people a little earlier out in this parking lot that is absolutely dusted, coated with snow, throwing snowballs at each other. And you can see some of the crews starting to treat the road here. That's State Route 113. That'll take you to I-20. So crews are out and trying to get the roads ready in case people do have to go out and about. Of course, we're encouraging you not to do so. We are going to move around. We've been in this spot for a little while, but we want to see people out enjoying the snow. I don't want to enjoy it by myself, right? So we're going to go see if we can find some folks. For now, we'll send it back to you in the studio.
Yeah, it's always good to have friends sharing that fun with you.
Courtney is looking for friends out there.
It'll be easy for her to find friends.
Absolutely.
She's a cutie. All right, North Georgia, in the mountains, they could also see snow today.
That's right. Atlanta News First Sarah Hammett is there for us in Blue Ridge. A beautiful Christmas-like scene behind you, and now you've got the snow to go along with it.
We finally do. We've been waiting for it all morning. This snow is finally falling here. It started about 45 minutes ago. I feel like we were some of the last ones to start to see the snow, but take a look. It's already, even just in the last 45 minutes, really starting to coat the street here in downtown Blue Ridge. Not quite enough to join in and make a snow angel like everybody else has been doing this morning, but we're getting there. It is falling pretty steadily. It's just a beautiful winter wonderland. Like everyone's been saying, now's the time to get out and enjoy the snow. And I do think it's so fun how the Southerners and the Floridians working this morning were also giddy about this, because this is just not something we see a lot. I know Blue Ridge up here in the mountains sees it a little more frequently, but for a lot of Georgians, this is very exciting to see a lot of this snow. So check back in with us at about 8:30. We're going to show you just how much more we've gotten, because again, it's coming down very steadily. So we're going to start to build some accumulation on the ground here in the next little while. Live in Blue Ridge, Sarah Hammond for Atlanta News First.
All right, and Sarah, I understand this is really only one of the first couple times you've seen snow in your lifetime.
It is. I think I was counting with my photographer. It's about 4 or 5. This might be my 5th time ever really seeing snow. So very exciting for me. I got all my warm layers and everything on, so I feel prepared.
Enjoy it.
Yeah, enjoy it. I mean, and that's the case for a lot of people here in Metro Atlanta. It's just, we don't get this very often. Atlanta News First will bring you continuous live coverage of today's First Alert Weather Day, and we're going to do that all morning long. At 10 o'clock, we want you to join us when we're streaming on ANF Plus on our streaming platforms, which you can find on Roku, Fire TV, Apple TV Plus, and YouTube. And then, of course, we'll be back here at noon for live team coverage of the weather.
Right now, let's bring in First Alert meteorologist Ella Dorsey, because Ella, you've been tracking the system all week long. It's been changing and shifting a little bit.
A little bit, yes.
But here it is.
Here it is, and we're actually really going to see that change here at around 10 a.m. Still very heavy, dark blue. You see that? That's a heavy snow falling all across Metro Atlanta. The mountains still seeing light snow, but most of us are seeing heavy snow. But you see this pink that's mixing in some areas down towards the airport up near Cobb County? That is a mix of sleet and freezing rain. And that is the concern, that as we head through the day, some of that sleet and freezing rain will take back over. This is the current sleet accumulation that you see. There's definitely some ice, some very light ice occurring across Metro right at this point. Current snow totals, check this out. We're looking at anywhere between 1 inch to 2 inches of snow in some areas. So we are going to continue to see the snow for the next couple of hours, but then freezing rain takes over, guys, and that freezing rain continues through the entire rest of the day. That is the big threat, that we're going to see a layer of ice. So we could see snow and sleet accumulations up to 3 inches, with up to a third, maybe even up to a half of an inch of ice possible. Stay off the roads, especially the back roads. They're going to be treacherous this afternoon and evening, and down trees, power lines, and power outages are also going to be possible, especially as the day progresses.
Ella, this is why we're asking you to stay off the roads. That is a live look right now. I-85 south at Camp Creek Parkway. That's near Hartsfield-Jackson. You can see a spin out there against the median, so a heads up there. We're also in Clayton County. This is I-75 north at Mount Zion Boulevard. Unfortunately, I'm being told this is now a crash investigation with injuries. So if you're in Stockbridge and you do have to get on the road, although we encourage you not to, that alternate route is I-675. Gavir and Rick, I'm hearing of more crashes now, one popping up in Midtown Atlanta. So we'll talk more about that with our extended winter weather coverage to come.
And it's 8:16 on this first alert weather day. Let's take a look. We want to show you these scenes from around the metro because it really is something. We've got Marietta Square right there on the upper left. We've got Buckhead on the right where Don Shipman just was. The snow is falling, and this is the time to go outside and enjoy it because at around 10 o'clock or so, things are going to change and that snow is going to get a little wetter and
a little slushy.
A little slushier.
Yeah,
exactly.
definitely.
So,
you know, it's funny. Somebody may have looked up at that image and gone, where is that? That's right here in Atlanta. So meteorologist Ella Dorsey joins us right now. Ella, the last time we had significant snow, I remember we built a snowman.
6 years ago.
Yeah, 2018.
Crazy, right? It's so enjoyable. A lot of kids have never seen snow like this. Get them outside right now, okay? I want to show you this off to our west. This is the warm nose of air that's making its way into parts of Alabama. You can see that quick changeover from snow to rain. That warm air going to work its way into North Georgia in the next few hours, and that's when we're going to start to see that changeover to freezing rain, which will last through the afternoon. So right now looks like a winter wonderland. Zooming in, very heavy snow falling in Carroll County, Douglas County, South Fulton, Paulding County, Haralson County, Heard County. See this pink, though, south of the city from the airport down into Fayette County? That is freezing rain that's starting to mix in, and that freezing rain will really start to take over here in the next few hours. Along I-20, wow, it is snowing really hard. Those deep blues is very heavy snow falling from Covington to Social Circle to Madison. A little bit lighter up in the mountains from Gainesville up into the higher elevations. Just some light snow now, but that heavy snow will take over later. Here's the thing. We're sitting below freezing. That will not be the case all day. We'll climb just a degree or two above freezing this afternoon, and that's why we're going to see the transition from snow right now to freezing rain. 10 a.m., that freezing rain starts to take over from Atlanta down to the south. Still snowing at 10 in North Metro up into the mountains. By 1 p.m., it is mainly freezing rain. In Metro Atlanta, it's still snowing in the mountains. But look, the freezing rain will continue for hours for Metro Atlanta, at least until about 6 p.m., but probably going to see light precipitation until around midnight. Guys, this is my main concern, is that on top of the snow that falls, we'll then get a layer of ice that packs that snow in and makes roadways, sidewalks, driveways, even for your front yard, your deck, your steps, very, very slick and slippery. We could get up to a ½ inch of ice. I'm really concerned about the mountains. I'm really concerned about Metro Atlanta because Rodney's already showing us the roads. They're already covered with snow. So untreated roads are really, really going to be slick. Please stay off the roads through the day today. We could also see power outages if we get up to a ½ inch of ice. And anything that falls today will get locked in tonight because overnight lows fall back into the 20s. So stay off the roads today, stay off the roads tonight. Now tomorrow we start the day with clouds, but we'll get about 3 or 4 hours of sunshine in the afternoon. Even though we stay in the 30s, that sun will allow a lot of that ice and snow to melt. So by tomorrow afternoon, the roads should be good to go. However, anything that is still wet or lingering, any snow, any ice, any even damp roadways is going to freeze hard Saturday night. We drop into the teens, so we could still see some slick roadways Sunday morning, but by Sunday afternoon, I do expect most of the rest of the snow and ice to clear out. So by the time you head to work on Monday, the roads will be good to go. We'll get one day near 50 degrees on Monday, and then our next Arctic blast moves in. We're back into the low 40s next week. It's going to stay very cold through the week. Wow, I'm looking over here. First alert meteorologist at the camera, Rodney Harris, is showing. Is this right now, Rodney?
This is right now. This is a live picture right now, Ella. I-75 south, as you're trying to take the ramp to 285 in Cobb County. Ella, these tractor trailers are stuck, so that ramp is now blocked. And as Ella mentioned, we're encouraging you not to get on the roads at all. If you absolutely have to get on the road, you cannot take the ramp right now from I-75 south to 285. Again, that is in Cobb County. 3 tractor trailers there that I see stuck as they were trying to get onto that ramp. In addition to that, we're in Clayton County. This has been ongoing for more than an hour. I-75 north at Mount Zion Boulevard. Unfortunately, Ella, this is a crash investigation, so only one lane getting by here. These cars are trying their best. If you are in Stockbridge and you absolutely have to get on the road, your alternate route is to use I-675 instead of I-75. So we'll keep you up to date on Clayton County, also Cobb County. I'm getting some reports of a crash in Atlanta as well. So I'll check on that for you. Also want to remind you, Gavir and Rick, for those of you out there, do not use your hazards unless you have to, unless there's an actual hazard. Don't do that just to drive in the snow or you'll get pulled over. We'll keep you up to date on the roads and more first alert weather and traffic to come.
All right, good stuff. Thanks very much. We've just learned that Governor Kemp is going to be holding a news conference at 10 o'clock, so about an hour and 40 minutes or so from now. Of course, we will cover that live. The governor talking about different efforts in place, resources to help get us through this wintry blast.
And there's a live look right now at Hartsfield-Jackson Atlanta International Airport. We have more than 600 cancellations already at the airport, as you would expect in light of this winter weather. We'll have the latest for you coming up on the other side of the break. The snow is continuing to come down across Metro, all the way from Carroll County to Blue Ridge.
First starts now with the First Alert Weather Day.
Good morning. It's 8:25 on this snowy Friday morning. I'm Rick Fulbaum. First Alert meteorologist Ella Dorsey is keeping track of all the snow for us.
Guys, can you believe this? It's a winter wonderland outside. It is snowing very heavily across Metro Atlanta. I'm starting to see a little bit of freezing rain mix in. That freezing rain's going to take over here in the next couple of hours. So you have about an hour and a half to enjoy this beautiful, thick, dense snow before it starts to get really messy outside. So it's still snowing outside right now. By 10 a.m., we start to see a transition from snow to freezing rain. Unfortunately, guys, that freezing rain is going to be very heavy and widespread through the entire afternoon and evening. Do you guys remember snowpocalypse? You don't want to be driving outside in this. We're talking snow accumulations up to 3 inches, but now I'm seeing the potential for up to half an inch of ice covering everything this afternoon. Do not drive, especially this afternoon, this evening, and tonight. Power outages are possible depending on how much ice we get this afternoon, so you also want to plan to stay inside. We're looking at a hard freeze tonight. We will dry out overnight, but you need to stay off the roads at least until tomorrow afternoon. Tomorrow afternoon, we'll get a few hours of pretty good sunshine. That will allow for a lot of the snow and ice to melt. But really, where you are right now, you need to stay there for the next 24 hours. It'll be very cold on Sunday morning. We're back into the teens, but by Sunday afternoon, the remaining snow and ice should melt. Looking ahead to next week, it's going to stay cold with highs only in the 40s. Ronnie Harris is here now with a look at these snowy roadways.
Yeah, and I want to reiterate what Ella's saying. Stay off the roads, please, if you can now. Obviously, if you look behind me, there are people who are out there, so you absolutely have to get on the roads. That's why we're going to continue to do these traffic updates. This is I-75 South. For those of you trying to take the ramp to 285, several tractor trailers are stuck on that ramp, so that's why nobody's really moving as you take the ramp. People on 75 itself southbound in Cobb County, they're fine, but that ramp, that's where you see that traffic that's backed up. We also still have a backup on I-75 North at Mount Zion Boulevard in Clayton County. This is impacting those of you in Stockbridge. So if you, again, absolutely have to get on the road, your alternate route leaving Stockbridge going north is I-675. Also, as a reminder, it looks like somebody's walking there on the interstate. As a reminder, do not use your hazards unless you absolutely have to.
Starts now with the First Alert Weather Day.
And who cares that it's January 10th? It's beginning to look a lot like Christmas, right? Seriously, take a look at Lake Lanier. Take a look at the airport. Take a look at the snow. People seeing it all across the metro on this First Alert Weather Day. In some places, and for some people, this is the first snow they have seen in a long, long time.
Oh, man.
We've got team coverage all morning long. Atlanta News First has crews spread out across the metro. You see Don Shipman there. He is in Buckhead. Meteorologist Courtney Jacobazzi is in West Georgia. We have Sarah Hammond in North Georgia in the Blue Ridge Mountains.
And of course, we've got our team of fantastic meteorologists tracking this winter storm. Good morning, everybody. I'm Gravir Dinza.
And I'm Rick Fulbaum. Speaking of our fantastic team of meteorologists, let's check in with one of them right now. Ella Dorsey's here. Ella, this is good stuff.
Smiling, guys. This is the first time we've seen snow like this in over half a decade. Here's some current snow totals. I was just on Twitter. Someone tweeted me in South Douglas County. He had his ruler out, over 2 inches of snow. Carrollton, 2.1 inches. Over an inch in Rome now, almost an inch in Atlanta, over an inch down in Griffin. This heavy, wet snow because the ground is so cold, because it's been so cold, and the snow's falling so fast, we're getting quick accumulations. Here's the thing, guys. We got about another hour, maybe hour and a half of that very dense snowfall. Then it's going to transition to sleet and freezing rain. By the time you're eating lunch, it's all freezing rain in Metro Atlanta, and unfortunately, that freezing rain will continue through the entire afternoon and evening. That's going to cause a huge concern for the roads. Stay off the roads. You don't want to be driving in this. Rodney's going to show you images across Metro. The roads are already all covered, even the highways that have been treated. In addition to the roads being hazardous, we're likely to start to see some isolated to maybe even scattered power outages as the ice takes over this afternoon. By 3 to 6 p.m., I think we could see scattered power outages depending on how much ice we get. So that's something else you need to factor into the day-to-day. It is going to be very cold over the next 24 hours, so make sure you are prepared in case your power goes out. Bringing in First Alert meteorologist Rodney Harris. Rodney, these roads have been treated and treated and treated, and still they're covered with snow.
Yes, let me tell you, we are really working behind the scenes right now with these GDOT cameras because they're starting to pop up all over the place. So as Ella mentioned, try to avoid being on the roads if you can. That's I-75 South at 285 in Cobb County. The ramp is blocked because of 3 tractor trailers that are stuck on that ramp this morning. Still have a crash investigation on I-75 North. That's at Mount Zion Boulevard in Clayton County. I saw somebody walking on I-75. That's how long you've been delayed here on the south side of town. If you absolutely have to leave Stockbridge going northbound, your alternate route is to use I-675 instead of I-75. I do have a bit of good news here. This is from First Alert Chief Meteorologist Jennifer Valdez sending us this picture here of some snow. She's measuring about 2 inches of snow, just under 2 inches of snow there in Atlanta. So thanks for sending that in, Jim. Also want to show you some video from Grove Park. This is on the west side of Atlanta. And as you can, oh, look at this. That's not good video at all. Those cars are slipping and sliding there all over the place. Grove Park, that is the west side of Atlanta. Gavir and Rick, this is from Harry Clements Jr., thank you for sending this video. This is why we're asking everybody to stay off the roads because obviously it's a hazard. That's why we have the winter storm warning, that warning specifically to address the travel issues. That warning is in effect until 7 a.m. on Saturday morning. So if you can, avoid being on the roads. Also, for those of you who absolutely have to be on the roads, remember not to use your hazards unless you actually have a hazard. Don't just use your hazards to drive around in the snow.
Yeah, turn your lights on. Make sure people can see you. Just don't use them. Got to be so careful.
Yeah, well, this is tough to drive in.
It
Even
is.
if you have experience driving in weather like this, it's difficult to know exactly how to do it, how to maneuver the car. So we just really want everyone to be extra careful so that they can hopefully avoid scenes like that.
Because a lot of people say, you know what, I got a big pickup truck. Doesn't matter, especially if you hit black ice or anything like that.
Exactly.
You know, and you don't see that. It is beautiful to look at for sure. Don Shipman has been showing us what it looks like in Buckhead all morning long, and it's lovely, Don, as long as you don't have to be out in it driving.
I know, that's the thing. You don't want to be in this weather driving. The snow, I'm going to say about 2 inches on the road right here. They have not plowed this road right here because it is closed off, and that's because of a water main break. I'll show you that in just a moment. But first, there's so many people who got up this morning. They're not going to work. They're out walking the dog. You can see them over there, more over there as well. We've been chatting with a lot of them too, and they're for the most part in pretty good spirits. You're going to want to come this way, Izmir. They're plowing behind you. There you go. Okay. So they have this bucket loader right here. They're moving some of the snow. It's not necessarily just to clear the road, but it's also to clear the way for them to do the work they need to do to fix the water main break. Let me tell you about that. So you can see over there where they started moving some dirt. They dug a big hole there. That's where they're fixing that 6-inch water main that ruptured late last night. the people who live in this apartment building and a good 30 homes in this area, they don't have water right now. They haven't had it throughout the overnight. This right here is the intersection of Farr Road and North Fulton Drive. So they've been doing all the work here in the midst of all of this snow. And the thing is, when they started digging is right when the snow started coming down. We've been chatting with so many people here this morning, though, many of them in good spirits, despite the fact that they don't have water this morning.
Everyone was panicking, and I usually nothing really happens, but this time, this time it happened.
He's a Bernese Mountain Dog mixed with a poodle, so he's in his natural element. But, you know, he's having a ball.
Yeah, all the dogs really are having fun in this snow. All the way up there where you see that intersection, that's Grandview. It is closed off right there. You can't come down any further, and that's because of this water main break in this area. But like I said, for the most part, everyone is in good spirits despite the fact that they don't have water, and it's because the snow is coming down. It's really a winter wonderland right now. You do not get this type of snow in Atlanta. This is normal for where I'm from. I'm from upstate New York, and this is what we get on a daily basis in upstate New York, but not in Atlanta. That's not why I moved to Atlanta, guys.
Aw, Don, it doesn't happen that often, so just enjoy it
The
while you
dog was
can.
in his natural element. Don
Don-
is now in his
Exactly.
natural
That's
element
right. That's
with
right.
the snow coming back down.
The dogs love it.
Yeah.
Just watch their paws, though, so they don't freeze, you know? because
Exactly,
they-
and when the streets are all salted too, and the sidewalks
Right.
as well, that could be bad for the paws of your dog. Big thanks to the crews that are out there working on that in Buckhead. You know, our coverage continues now across North Georgia.
We want to check in with First Alert meteorologist Courtney Jacobazzi. Courtney, you're in Villa Rica. You have seen a lot of snow.
Oh my gosh, have we? And we continue to see the snow falling. We got back in our First Alert tracker here to try to move around, but of course we had to go so slowly because the roads are very tricky that it took us quite a while to get to our next stop. So still in the First Alert tracker here, and I want to turn this around to show you there are people out on the roadways right now, but up ahead of us, you see all these tractor trailers stopped in front of us. Up a little further, it almost looks like one of them kind of jackknifed in the middle of the road. So we're not exactly sure if all of these people are stopped here trying to continue through and they can't, or if they just decided to get off of the highway. I was going to try to find one of the drivers to ask them exactly what's going on, but definitely seeing a backup here off of the interstate in Villa Rica. This is right near the Pilot gas station right off the interstate, but definitely a wintry mess here. The snow is now falling as snow, not sleet. We did see a transition from sleet to snow and then snow to sleet, and now we're back to seeing a lot of big puffy flakes here, but definitely making the roads tricky. I'll say we were driving on I-20, leaving Carrollton and traveling into Villa Rica, and we weren't sliding or anything, but the roadways were definitely a little slick. We did see a handful of people spun out. So if you do, for some reason, need to get out, you need to be careful because we've already seen a handful of incidents. Rodney's been talking about a lot of incidents as well. So while it looks beautiful, it's best that you just watch it from the comfort of your home if you can. And we'll continue to update you on exactly what we're seeing out here in West Georgia. We'll get out of the car again, of course, and hang out with some folks that are trying to enjoy the snow as well. But for now, we'll send it back to you in the studio.
All right, be careful out there. Thanks, Courtney. And we have live continuous coverage all morning long on Atlanta News First, on Peachtree TV, and also streaming on Atlanta News First Plus, which is our streaming platform for this First Alert weather day and the winter storm warning that we are experiencing. And as to right now, we are enjoying right now. So as this weather rolls in, we want to see what you are seeing outside, and you can text us at 470-777-WANF. You can send us your pictures and your photos. We want you to stay safe wherever you are today, but send it to us and we'll use it on the air.
And our Sarah Hammond is up in Blue Ridge this morning. We've got crews all over the place showing you what it looks like. So Sarah, the snow has finally arrived where you are. It's beautiful. People do have to, you know, watch it because as that ice moves in, there could be power outages.
Right, but right now, you know, this is a winter wonderland if I've ever seen one. I mean, the Christmas lights are still up here in downtown Blue Ridge. The snow is steadily falling here. It's coating the ground here, the road. You can see a little bit of some boot tracks in here, but we've seen some people out here enjoying the snow. We just talked to one family who came from Kennesaw up to Blue Ridge specifically so their young daughters could spend the day playing in the snow, and you know, they were making some little snowballs, you know, not quite enough on the ground yet to get a big chunk of snow for a good snowball, but where they were kind of digging at the snow, it's already really been covered by another layer of snow. So it really shows you just how steadily this snow is coming down here in Blue Ridge. It's just, again, I cannot overstate what a winter wonderland it is. It's these big fluffy snowflakes that are coming down right now, which is, I think, the majority of what we're going to see up here in the mountains today, but we will keep you updated on what it looks like throughout the day. Live in Blue Ridge, Sarah Hammond for Atlanta News First.
All right, Sarah, thanks very much. It's 8:41. First Alert meteorologist Ella Dorsey is standing by. And Ella, we're watching these snow totals as they continue to go up.
Oh my gosh, I'm on Twitter right now. So many people are tweeting at me the snow totals. Guys, Peachtree City, I'm actually just gonna read you some of these tweets that I'm seeing. Peachtree City, I just got a tweet, 2 inches. 2 inches in Peachtree City, 3 and still going from Yanni. This is in 285 off Covington Highway. Incredible, 3 inches over there near Covington. First Alert radar still showing that very heavy snow falling. The dark blue you see all across Metro Atlanta, I-20, look at that. That is very thick snow. And because the ground's so cold, it's been so cold over the last couple of days, the snow is sticking really well, which is not normal for us here in Georgia, right? Usually it's not cold enough for the snow to stick. Today it is. Here's the deal. I'm starting to see some freezing rain mix in across parts of Metro. That freezing rain is going to take over in just the next few hours here, so you gotta be careful, okay? This afternoon, really stay off the roads all day today. You can see we're still below the freezing mark. That's why it's all still snow. We're still in the 20s, but as soon as we climb to 31, 32, 33 degrees, we're gonna see that transition. So I'm still expecting that transition from snow to sleet, then to freezing rain between 10 and noon today, and then that freezing rain likely to continue through the remainder of the afternoon. So it looks beautiful. It's a winter wonderland. It's all smiles out there right now, but we're gonna see a thick layer of ice coat the snow later on today. For Metro Atlanta and Northeast Georgia, I am very concerned about treacherous travel. Up to a ½ inch of ice could coat roadways, sidewalks, driveways, steps, your front porch, your back deck. Power outages are likely. We could even see trees tumble over if we get that much ice.
And this is the bad part of this, Ella. This is the ramp from I-75 south to 285 in Cobb County. As you can see, those cars aren't moving because that ramp is completely blocked with 3 tractor trailers stuck on it. There's actually several crashes out there, but this is the biggest one that I'm watching for you right now, at least incident. So 1, you don't want to take this ramp because of this incident. 2, you want to avoid bridges and overpasses altogether throughout the course of the day today. We are under a winter storm warning for all of Metro Atlanta, and our extended coverage continues on the other side of the break.
again. We'll be back into the teens and low 20s. Sunday morning might be the coldest morning we had this entire week. So we could even see some small travel problems on Sunday, but by Sunday afternoon, all of the rest of the snow should melt. So by the time you're back on the roadways on Monday, should be good to go. We'll get one day near 50 degrees on Monday, and then our next Arctic blast arrives. We're right back down into the low 40s through most of next week. First Alert meteorologist Rodney Harris is here now. Rodney, we were hearing something about a ground stop at Hartsfield-Jackson.
Yes, so there is a ground stop, I'll say, Ella, that is just impacting planes coming into Atlanta, specifically Delta Airlines. The reason for this is because they couldn't get enough planes out of here, so the gates are still full. So if you know somebody who is flying into Atlanta and they take Delta, there is currently a ground stop for that. I'm being told that flights are slowly taking off, but again, specifically with Delta, those flights that are coming in, they're stopped because the gates are simply full. So we'll keep you up to date on that. You can clearly see the snow at Hartsfield-Jackson. Brand new crash here, Ella. This is the connector northbound right before I-20. At one point, all lanes were blocked here. It looks like they've opened up a lane or two, but you can sort of see in the middle of your screen there where some of those vehicles are still located there. Again, that's the connector northbound at I-20. We're encouraging you to stay off the roads, but if you do, you're going to run into delays there. Also, some new information from Clayton County. This is I-75 north at Mount Zion Boulevard. There was a crash investigation here. I'm being told they're about to clear this. So again, we don't want you to get on the roads, but if you are in Stockbridge this morning and you typically take I-75 north, you'll be able to do that soon. Right now, you'll still want to use I-675. We'll keep you up to date on these crashes as they pop up with more First Alert weather and traffic to come.
All right, we want everyone to be safe if you're out on the roads, but don't go if you don't have to. Stay right where you are. We're with you all morning long. We've got team coverage with crews spread out across the metro, including here in Buckhead.
That's right. That does it for us. The news continues next at 9 right here on Atlanta News First.
The connector is completely covered with snow, even the back roads. And these roads have been treated, guys, okay? Back roads completely covered with snow. Very good idea to stay off the roadways. We don't drive in snow very often. Snow accumulation totals right now, we're looking at about 1 inch to maybe even over 2.5 inches in some areas. I'm seeing a lot of you tweeting your snow totals at me right now, up to 2 to even 3 inches in some areas. But we're really not going to get much more outside of maybe another inch or 2. The snow will transition to freezing rain around 10 or 11 a.m. By 1 p.m. it's freezing rain, and unfortunately, that freezing rain will be heavy and it will continue likely through most of the rest of the day. So we're looking at 6, 7, maybe even 8 hours of freezing rain. I'm thinking we could see up to 1/2 inch of ice coat everything. Between 1/4 inch and 1/2 inch, that's going to make hazardous travel. It looks like the roads are already really, really slick out there. But as the day progresses and that ice starts to accumulate, we're going to see even worse hazardous travel, okay? So please take it slow on the roads. And I want to bring in First Alert Meteorologist Rodney Harris to show you what the roadways look like.
Okay, Ella, so we're going to take you right into the heart of Atlanta. This is the connector south at I-20. We do have delays here because of a crash. I'll point out that all lanes were blocked, but they have opened back up. We're encouraging you not to get on the roads, but if you do, expect a delay there. This was I-75 north at Mount Zion Boulevard. We had some delays here. I'm told that that is also getting ready to clear. We will keep you up to date on all of these incidents and have extended winter weather coverage that continues on the other side of the break.
Snow is falling across Georgia. We're tracking how long it's expected to last in your area. We're so glad you're joining us on this Friday morning. I'm Gervier Dinza.
And I'm Brooks Baptiste. We are here to keep you safe and to walk you through it all. We have learned that Governor Kemp is going to be holding a news conference at 10 o'clock to provide an update about ongoing response measures for this winter storm.
So right now we know that there is a ground stop, at least for Delta flights that are coming into Atlanta at our airport. All Delta flights currently on the ground bound for Atlanta are being held at the departure gates. There are just so many people at the airport and flights are not able to get in. As you take a look, you can see why.
Yeah, we're giving you that live look just to see how things look there at Hartsfield-Jackson Atlanta International Airport. Right now, we can tell you that there are 610 cancellations and 386 delays.
So we do have team coverage of this winter storm, the first major winter storm we've seen since 2018. We're going to begin with First Alert meteorologist Ella Dorsey. Ella, the snow that we're seeing is going to shift and change.
Yeah, you know what? It's going to change in the next couple hours, probably in the next hour, hour and a half. So get the kids outside, go outside yourself, go for a walk, enjoy this winter wonderland while it lasts, because it's not going to last much longer. You can see very heavy, dense snow falling across Metro. This has been ongoing since about 5 a.m. this morning. So we've had 4 hours of really good snowfall. We're starting to see those totals increase 2 to 3 inches right now, and it's still really, really heavy across North Georgia and Metro Atlanta. We're all still sitting below the freezing mark outside of Thomaston. 32 in Thomaston, that's the freezing mark. So all of this is still going to be snow for the next hour or two until we climb above the freezing mark, and then we're going to see that transition to rain and freezing rain. So by noon, the snow gives way to freezing rain, and it looks like, guys, through the entire afternoon and evening, we see hours upon hours of freezing rain. So the big threat is on top of the inches of snow we already have on the ground, there is going to be a thick layer of ice that forms. For the mountains and North Georgia, it will be mainly snow and freezing rain today. You could see snow accumulations 3 to 5 inches in the higher elevations. Icy roads and power outages are very likely in the higher elevations later on today. For Metro Atlanta, we'll see morning snow, transition to sleet in the next few hours, and then freezing rain all afternoon. That is going to make for very dangerous travel. Please stay off the roadways if you can. And for more on the roadways, I want to bring in First Alert Meteorologist Rodney Harris. Rodney, we've really been seeing the roads, even these main roads that have been treated, are still covered with snow already.
They are indeed, Ella, and these crashes keep popping up, so we're telling you to stay off the roads if you can. Clearly, people just have to get on the roads because you're still out there. So this is a new crash on 285 South at South Cobb Drive. As you can see, most of this interstate is blocked. And one other thing that we're pointing out here, Ella, you can barely see the interstate because of all the snow that's on the ground. But if you're in Vinings or Smyrna and you have to take 285 South, you will run into that particular delay. There's also a new crash that just popped up in DeKalb County. It's 285 at North Lake Parkway. We'll get you a live camera from that scene as well with more First Alert weather and traffic soon.
Rodney, Ella, thank you so much. It's 3 minutes after 9 right now. We have teams across Metro Atlanta and beyond tracking the weather in your area.
So we want to begin with Atlanta News First Don Shipman. He is live in Buckhead for us. Don, you've been out there for some hours now, and it's incredible to see how much more snow we are seeing with you every time we come back to you.
You're seeing it in real time. When we first started going live here just about 2.5 hours ago, the snow wasn't sticking to the ground. Then it started sticking to the grass, but not the pavement. Now it's everywhere. I mean, take a look right here. You can see this is the sidewalk. No one's shoveling the sidewalk right here. And you can see some people driving down the street right there. You got to be careful. And actually, the city of Atlanta just put out a notice sending out a text alert to residents saying that there really should be no unnecessary travel. If you don't need to be out, don't go out. They're asking everyone to stay home. And that's really just because they want to be able to clear the streets and clear the sidewalks. They can do that a lot more easily if there are no vehicles on the roads. But I mean, look at all of this. You see everyone here. People are in good spirits. They've been out walking the dogs and whatnot. People are out checking things out. I mean, we don't get snow here in Atlanta. This feels more like the Northeast or New England, right? But everyone's having a relatively good time. We're in Buckhead right here. We're on North Fulton Drive and Buckhead as well. And this area is actually closed off near the Fetch Park. And that's because there's a water main break just down the road on Farr Road. And that's been going on throughout the overnight hours. They're working to do that. So a lot of the apartments in this area don't have water. And despite that, I've been chatting with a lot of them. They're all still in good spirits. Take a look.
It's exciting. We rarely get snow, so this is a treat. I wish we had water, though, because the water's off in our building right now.
Back here live, and everyone is just taking in this wintry scene. I think I heard Rick mention earlier this morning that, yeah, it's the beginning of January here, but it feels more like Christmas with all of this snow. So, yeah, take it in, enjoy it while it lasts, because right now it is starting to turn over from those light, fluffy flakes and now into more of a sleet or into a freezing rain, which is not going to be good. That's something you want to take into consideration as we move throughout the morning here. You got to be careful if you have to go out. Guys?
I was actually going to ask you about that because it didn't look like earlier when we checked in with Don, that snow, you could really see it coming down, but now tapering off a little bit, okay?
All right, well, we want to continue our team coverage this morning with First Alert meteorologist Courtney Jacobazzi. Courtney, we know you've got some snow coming down out there.
Yeah, and it has slowed up just a little bit, but you can see over my shoulder this way that it is clearly covering the roadways, and we have some of the tractor trailers here getting stuck on the hill. But I want to introduce you. I made a friend. I told you I was on a mission to do that today, someone else enjoying the snow. This is Misty Little. Misty, behind us here, that is your Polaris there. Yes. Arguably, you're going to have one of the most fun days here. Tell me what you and your friends are expecting to do today.
We're just going to go and ride and just have a good time and just enjoy the day because we do not get a lot of snow in Georgia very often, and we're going to try to get this wrapped up before the ice really starts setting in. We're just going to go have a good time.
Yeah. And you said you just got this back from the shop. How excited are you? And is that your husband over there?
It's my boyfriend.
Your boyfriend. Yeah. So you and your boyfriend just got this back from the shop. How excited are you guys to take this out for a spin in the snow?
Yeah, we are super excited today because we've got another group of friends, 3 other side-by-sides that are going to join us. And we're just going to go have a good time and possibly go pick up some other friends and just have a good time because we do not get this very often in Georgia, maybe every 6 years.
Absolutely. And you've been a resident here for a few decades, so you were here back in 2014. Does this kind of give you, I mean, I know it's not the same, but does this kind of bring back memories of the snow from back then?
Yes, it really does, because I had to get someone to go pick up my kids from school because I went to lunch and it started snowing and I just came straight home. And I was like, oh no, this is not happening. I went straight home and barely made it back to the house, and we were snowed in for a couple of days.
Right. So that one, maybe not the best memory, a little more tricky. Yeah. Today, you plan to change that and have a great time.
Yes, we are going to have fun today.
Absolutely. Well, thank you so much, Misty, for chatting with us. Have a great time. Of course, stay safe today. We are going to continue to track all the conditions here out in West Georgia, but for now, we'll send it back to you in the studio.
Yeah, you could never erase the past, but it appears that this is at least a more pleasant experience.
Building
for
new
those.
memories. How about that?
That's right.
And you know what? Blue Ridge is always beautiful, no matter what time of year it is.
Yeah, so let's get to Atlanta News First reporter Sarah Hammond. She is there. Sarah, you were waiting for quite some time for that snow to start coming down, but you are getting it now for sure.
We definitely are. I feel like we were some of the last ones to really see a lot of snow, but gosh, it has made up for the time that we had to wait. It is coming down so hard right now. It's a winter wonderland. It's starting to really build up on the roads. My photographer here is about to start a snowball fight with me earlier, so stay tuned for that. But we just talked to a family, and they live in Kennesaw, and they, were watching the forecast for a few days thinking, should we go to Blue Ridge? Should we not? Should we stay in Kennesaw? Last night, they decided last minute to book a cabin here in Blue Ridge and come here, bring their 2 young daughters just to have a day to play in the snow. They say this will probably be the first snow that they remember. And so, we saw them running around downtown trying to grab up some snowballs. But later today, that is going to be the thing that they are most excited about. Take a listen.
Oh, we brought our sleds and they are pumped. So we got a cabin, has a nice little hill. So yeah, they'll be sledding later.
And a hot tub.
And so earlier, like I said, we saw them kind of running around on the street and trying to grab up some of this snow to make a snowball, but you can't even see anymore where they were sort of digging up that snow to get a snowball in their hands to throw at their dad, throw at their mom. So it just really shows you how heavily this snow is still coming down here in Blue Ridge. And we'll show you what it looks like again another half hour. I'm sure we're going to see even more on the roads here. For now, live in Blue Ridge, Sarah Hammond for Atlanta News First.
And looking at that current radar, there is still heavy snow falling across much of North Georgia. The darker blues you see are the heavier snow. Still pretty light up in the mountains. We've been getting hours of heavy snow here in Atlanta. I want to zoom in and show you because I just got a report off Twitter. This is why we love when you guys send us your reports. It helps us verify what we're seeing on radar where you live. South Fulton, someone just tweeted at me, it's now switched over from snow to freezing rain. You can see that near the airport. That is the threat, is just in the next couple of hours, we're going to see that transition from snow to freezing rain. Here's why. From the ground all the way up to where the clouds are, the whole entire column of that atmosphere has to be at or below freezing for you to get snow. So when we saw the sunrise this morning, it was the coldest part of the day. The whole entire column was colder than 32 degrees, so it was all snow. But now we're going to start to see just A little bit of warm nose of air work its way in at mid-levels in the atmosphere, and that's going to cause the snow to switch over to freezing rain and sleet. And that's what we're expecting by around 11 or noon today, that freezing rain takes over, and that freezing rain continues through the entire rest of the afternoon. That is not good news, guys. It means it's going to be a thick coating of ice on top of the snow. Now, how much additional snow could we get? Here's what I'm thinking. Areas south of I-20, about a trace of additional snow, maybe up to an inch. From Atlanta and metro areas north, maybe half of an inch to an additional inch of snow. From Lawrenceville, though, up through Gainesville, up into the mountains, 1 to 3 inches of additional snowfall is likely in this area you see up here in Helen, parts of Union County, most of Rabun County, Towns County, 3 to 5 inches of additional snow likely through the day today. Again, the big threat is going to be for ice, and I'll have more on that coming up in just a bit.
That snow is coming down, in some places shifting over to some freezing rain right now, but this is a live look at Marietta Square. How beautiful is that? It is very pretty. Of course, schools are closed because of the weather today. Atlanta and Decatur City schools are among those districts that don't have classes today, along with Clayton County and Cobb County schools. And there's some districts that decided their students were just going to go virtual, and that includes DeKalb, Fulton, and Gwinnett County schools. For a full list, just head over to atlantanewsfirst.com. That information, by the way, is also scrolling across the bottom of your screen throughout the day.
And right now we are also watching for power outages across the metro. We want to give you a look at the Georgia power map right now for North Georgia. Now, the good news is there haven't been any widespread outages that have been reported right now. We're not seeing any on the map, but crews tell us that they are prepared and ready to handle any downed power lines and any damage across our state.
You know, since this snow started to fall early this morning, we've seen it shift a little bit. In some areas, it looks like the snow is now changing over to sleet and freezing rain. Ella Dorsey is here now watching this winter weather as it moves through. Ella, you've been tracking it, and really crucial, those temperatures.
Really crucial, the temperatures. We're going to get into that. I still am seeing widespread snow across the area. From all of the data Rodney Harris and I have been looking at, we think the transition from snow to freezing rain is going to start to occur in about the next hour. By 11 a.m., most of the snow in Metro Atlanta will give way to freezing rain. Still falling really heavily east of Atlanta. So from Rockdale County and Conyers along I-20 through Covington, Newton County into Morgan County, Madison, even Greene County. Look at Lake Oconee seeing some heavy snow as well. Up north of the city, it's a little lighter from Alpharetta to Roswell, Marietta, up to Lake Allatoona into Cherokee County. Looks like Gainesville and Lake Lanier. Coming, you're seeing snow. And it's a winter wonderland. Because the ground is so cold, it's been so cold all week, the snow is sticking really well, which is not normal for us here in North Georgia. So we're getting snowfall rates at about 1 inch per hour that are actually sticking to the ground. I'm seeing reports of up to 3 inches of snow across parts of Metro. It's 32 degrees right now. We started the day at 29, so we've already seen temperatures climb by about 3 degrees. When we get over that 33 threshold, that's when we'll see that transition to freezing rain, which again is going to occur pretty quickly here. By 10 a.m., it's mostly freezing rain for Metro. By 1 p.m., all of Metro seeing freezing rain. Still snowing in the mountains at 1 p.m. But here's the threat. We're going to see hours upon hours through the entire afternoon of freezing rain falling. And that's going to coat whatever snow is on the ground with a thick layer of ice. It's essentially not until after 10 p.m. tonight that we dry out. So I'm thinking we're going to get anywhere between 1/4 inch to possibly 1/2 inch of ice. That's going to make back roads and bridges extremely icy. We're already seeing treated roadways, the main highways covered in snow. Please stay off the roadways, guys. In addition to that, driveways, sidewalks, your front steps, your back deck, going to be very icy. Power outages are possible, so you need to prepare for that. We could see power outages. It's going to be very cold over the next 24 hours. So just be aware if your power goes out, crews probably aren't going to be on the road to put it back, to get your power back until tomorrow morning. And overnight lows will dip back into the 20s. So any precipitation, the ice, the snow that's on the ground tonight will lock in with that hard freeze. So we start tomorrow with still icy frozen roadways. Here's the thing. Tomorrow afternoon, around noon, the clouds break. We get 3 or 4 hours of sunshine. We climb into the mid-30s, so we should see some really decent melting tomorrow afternoon. But any snow and ice that's left on the ground tomorrow around sunset will refreeze extremely quickly because we fall into the teens on Sunday morning and low 20s. So we could still see a few travel issues on the roads Sunday morning, but by Sunday afternoon, we're back into the low 40s. I expect the rest of the snow and ice to melt. By the time you get out the door Monday, we should be good to go. We get one day near 50 degrees Monday, and then we're right back down into the low 40s. Next Arctic blast arrives next week. It stays cold through mid-January. First Alert meteorologist Rodney Harris is here now. The roads are covered in ice and snow, Rodney.
They are indeed. In fact, Ella, this is actually the ramp from I-75 south to 285 in Cobb County. I first gave you this update about an hour ago. The ramp is still closed because of multiple tractor trailers that are stuck here. One of those tractor trailers is on the left-hand side of your screen. So if you are in Cobb County this morning, you cannot take the ramp from I-75 south to 285. Now switching over to DeKalb County. This is 285 south to North Lake Parkway. There's a stall here as well. And as you can see, Ella, that's a spin out because of the snow and now ice that's developing on the road. Another ramp that's impacted. Staying in DeKalb County, the ramp from I-85 south to 285 is now also shut down. So you're kind of getting the idea. Ella has been saying it. Also, Gavir and Brooks have been saying it. If you can, just avoid being on the roads altogether this morning. We did get a report as well from Paulding County that all of their roads are impassable, and that will likely be the case in a good chunk of metro Atlanta. Also want to point out, Brooks and Gavir, that MARTA has suspended bus service until further notice, until obviously these roads can get back in better shape. We are under a winter storm warning until 7 o'clock tomorrow morning. And Brooks and Gavir, the whole point of that warning is because of this. We're trying to avoid this as much as we can.
Absolutely. We're going to be here, of course, throughout the day to try to keep you safe. Yesterday, President Jimmy Carter was buried next to his wife, Rosalind Carter. They were married for 77 years. His burial comes after a weeks-long celebration. Services for the former president ended in his hometown of Plains last night. He entered his beloved house of worship, Maranatha Baptist Church. He taught Sunday school there for several years, and he entered that church for the last time yesterday. And after the service, he was taken up the road to his longtime family home where he lived with his wife for more than 7 decades. And that home is now going to become a museum so people can see how the Carters lived and also be able to visit their grave sites. And there have been more words said to remember Jimmy Carter than we will ever have time to share with you. You can text Carter to 470-777-WANF. We've made it very easy for you to see the numerous ways the former president has been remembered since he died.
It is 9:22 and the snow is here now, and you're probably trying to keep the house warm, but firefighters are concerned about space heaters, so they are providing step-by-step instructions so that you aren't victim of a house fire. And also, as we head to break, be sure to download the free Atlanta News First app. This free First Alert Weather app, you can find those hour-by-hour weather updates near you, and you can do so by scanning this QR code that you see here on your screen. And take a look.
Oh, wow.
That snow coming down. And this is why we say stay off the roads if you can. We're not used to driving in this. We've got everything you need to know on the other side of the break. You're watching Atlanta News First. you can to stay warm. But there's a big concern from firefighters, and we're talking about space heaters.
Because so many people use them during this time of year. Officials say they see most heater fires between December and February every year. To try to prevent accidents, it's very important you make sure your heater is up to date. Also, you want to make sure space heaters stay at least a couple of feet away from walls, and keep children away from those space heaters as well.
Do not leave it on when you go to sleep. Make sure that you turn it off and that it is on a level, hard surface that's not close to anything that's flammable. That could be curtains, that could be rugs, carpets, sofas, anything that could be a flammable upholstery. You want to make sure that you keep it at least 3 feet away.
Also, don't plug that space heater into an extension cord. Don't run the heater cord under a rug or any type of furniture.
Well, this morning we're going to continue our team coverage for you as that snow continues to fall in the metro. We do want to let you know that we're just learning that that ground stop there at Hartsfield-Jackson Atlanta International Airport has been extended until noon. We are tracking the delays and cancellations on the other side of the break.
News First starts now with the First Alert Weather Day.
And right now at 9:30, a live look over Centennial Olympic Park as that winter storm continues to pass through our area. We're tracking how long it is expected to last.
It's 9:30 and that snow has been coming down in the metro and beyond. We are so glad you're with us this morning. I'm Gervie Argenza.
And I'm Brooks Baptiste. We do have team coverage for you. We want to begin with First Alert meteorologist Ella Dorsey. Ella, some are starting to see a little bit of a change out there.
Monitoring Twitter, a lot of you tweeting at me. It's really helpful what you're seeing in your area. A lot of people saying they're starting to see the switch over from snow to sleet and freezing rain, and that's what we're picking up on First Alert radar as well. Zooming in, you can see the pink now taking over from Midtown down to East Point, over through Mableton, down all through Clayton County, all Henry County, Fayette County, down into Coweta County. That is that sleet that's starting to take over. Carrollton seeing sleet take over. East Point seeing sleet take over. It's still mainly snow from Conyers to Covington along I-20. Also north of Chamblee, north of Sandy Springs, Alpharetta, Roswell, Kennesaw still seeing mostly snow coming up into the mountains as well. You are still seeing very light snowfall. The heaviest of the snow is over in East Georgia. Greene County seeing very heavy snow right now. So what to expect? Well, I expect by 10 a.m., certainly by noon, that transition will happen to freezing rain, and it will be just freezing rain that will continue through the entire rest of the day, guys. What does that mean? It means the ice potential of accumulating significant ice is high, especially in Northeast Georgia and Metro Atlanta. We could see between a quarter of an inch to half of an inch of ice. Hold your hand up. That's half an inch of ice. Think about that coating everything, your driveway, sidewalks, your neighborhood roads that are probably not treated with salt are going to be very slick and slippery as the day goes on. Please, if you could stay off the roads, a really good idea to do so because this ice is going to be pretty significant through the rest of the day today. Tonight, the ice, the snow, the freezing rain, it all moves out, but we're going to see a hard freeze. So any of the precipitation that's on the ground will still be on the ground tomorrow when the sun rises. So you really got to take this seriously, guys. I would stay off the road for at least the next 24 hours. For more on those roadways, I want to bring in First Alert meteorologist Rodney Harris because we've seen a lot of accidents, a lot of spinouts, and really slow moving.
So much, Ella, that I just walked over here because it's so hard to keep up here with GDOT. So this is I-75 South. The ramp to 285, I've been talking about this. You can actually see where there are multiple police units blocking this road. There are 3 tractor trailers that are stuck on this ramp. This is in Cobb County, so I-75 South as you're getting on to 285 in either direction. We also have a separate ramp that's blocked in DeKalb County on 285 at North Lake Parkway and a third ramp that is blocked on I-85 South at 285 in DeKalb County. So as you can see, a lot of our issues here, Brooks and Gavir, are on ramps and bridges and overpasses. That will definitely be the problem here for the rest of the day today. That's why we're under a winter storm warning, because those are the things that are harder to treat, bridges and overpasses. So be extra mindful of that if you do have to get out and about. And of course, we encourage you not to do that. In addition to these ramps that are blocked, I also want to remind you that MARTA has suspended bus service until further notice. So we'll keep you up to date on that as well. And we'll have more First Alert weather and traffic soon.
All right, Rodney, so important. Thank you so much. Our team coverage continues right now. Atlanta News First Don Shipman has been in Buckhead for us all morning long. Don, we checked in with you earlier when that snow was really starting to come down, and you've been talking with a lot of the people who live in this community. What are they telling you?
Well, everyone is out and about, and everyone's making friends, basically, and getting to know their neighbors. And I have 2 folks right here, been chatting with them. They're from North Carolina, moved here just about 3 months ago. They brought the snow with them, essentially. All right. You said you live for this, though.
Today's a dream, all right? Everyone was worried about the roads, but if you just walk outside, it's beautiful. You get to make new friends, get to create new memories.
I was going to say, you made a snowman here.
We did. He flew up really fast, and yeah, we're here at the Atlanta Fish Market, our favorite place in town. So, yeah, thought we would add some winter wonderland to it.
That's awesome. There is some skill that you have to in art when it comes to making a snowman. We asked if you had to YouTube how to do this, but you guys have done this before.
Yes, we both built snowmen as kids, and the most fun part was, going to find all the accessories. You got to go find the stick or the carrot for the nose, and we were just joking. We had carrots for dinner last night, and we didn't save any for the snowman.
That's awesome. Well, thank you so much for coming on the program. I really appreciate it. Enjoy the snow.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
And you know what? So earlier, just about 15, 20 minutes ago, we were up around the corner, and you got to take a look at this video right here, because they're making good use of the snow here in Buckhead. This family right here having some fun in the snow. They actually made their own, well, they came up with their own way to use a sled. Take a listen.
We got this Christmas tree base at Ace Hardware down in Peachtree Battle because no one has any sleds right now.
I was going to say, yeah, I don't think I ever saw a sled in a store here in Atlanta.
No, it's a shame that the one day every 2 years no one's fully stocked with toboggans and sleds for us.
Yeah, you're not finding toboggans here in Atlanta, but you are finding snowmen now because we have plenty of snow to do that. And this type of snow, and you've been listening to Ella and Rodney and Courtney, our team of meteorologists, the type of snow that is coming down earlier specifically is that nice wet snow that really clumps together well. The water main break up here behind us here, they were actually having some fun in between trying to fix everything with a snowball fight. So that's what you're seeing here in Atlanta. People are taking it all in stride and enjoying it while it lasts. Guys, back to you.
Look, Don, you've got to enjoy it while you can because it won't be here for long. All right, thanks for that. We want to continue our team coverage this morning with First Alert meteorologist Courtney Jacobazzi. Courtney, you have been out there in the First Alert breaking news tracker. What are you seeing where you are?
You know, Don was bringing you all of the fun of the snow, and I'm here to bring you to the roadways, which is the not so fun part. I'm going to turn the camera around here out of the First Alert tracker, and you can see plenty of people on the road. Of course, we're trying to tell people not to go on the road. We have seen a lot of people spun out. In fact, it looked like someone a couple of miles back went off the exit and kind of down the little hill off the exit, and there was a tow truck trying to get to them. However, you can see the roads in front of me here. Hats off to GDOT because they had a lot of road to cover and they did a fantastic job getting these roads brined and salted to make travel, especially on the interstates, as tolerable as possible for people who have had to get out. But the roadway's definitely tricky. We are now seeing, and I know it's difficult to see from this shot out of our camera, but now the snow and the sleet is transitioning into rain. And of course, Ella and Rodney have been telling you throughout the morning, that's going to be the concern when everything starts to transition into rain and the roadways are still freezing because the temperatures are definitely still freezing here in Douglas County. That's where we are now, approaching Lee Road here, so heading into Lithia Springs. So now as this rain continues to fall and hits a freezing surface, that's what we call freezing rain, which then turns into ice. Of course, this roadway treated, so more than likely that's not going to happen on the interstate, but that's definitely a concern now here in West Georgia, where we're starting to see that transition, especially on back roads. So enjoy it from the sights of your home. Get out and play in the snow, but try and stay off the roads if you can. Of course, we're taking it very easy here over in Douglas County. We'll send it back to you.
All right, Courtney, thanks for that. We've been saying that this was the time to enjoy it, but now we understand that there is going to be a bit of a change out there, so you want to be careful if you do have to leave. We have learned that Governor Brian Kemp is going to be holding a news conference in just about 20 minutes at 10 o'clock to provide an update about the ongoing response measures for this winter storm.
We do know right now over at Hartsfield-Jackson Atlanta International Airports, there is a ground stop for Delta flights that are coming into Atlanta.
So we're giving you a live look there at Hartsfield-Jackson Atlanta International Airport, where you can see, again, a lot of those planes out there covered with that snow. We can tell you right now that there are 616 cancellations and 430 delays. We'll keep you posted if those numbers change.
Yeah, and that ground stop, by the way, now has been extended to noon.
To noon, yep.
To noon. So we'll keep you, of course, as you mentioned, up to date with those numbers. And Ella Dorsey's keeping you up to date with the numbers in terms of how much snow we're getting and, you know, when that's going to shift and change to sleet and rain.
Right now. Right now is when we're seeing that transition. It's still mainly snow north of Sandy Springs, north of 285 up into the mountains. But now from Atlanta, Midtown, and areas south, you see the pink. That is that freezing rain and sleet mixing in. So that's going to be the concern now. We told you right around 10 a.m. we were going to start to see that transition. And of course, that's exactly what we're seeing. Now, here's why it's so hard to predict snow versus freezing rain and sleet. I want to show you the difference. To have snow, the entire column of the atmosphere from the ground all the way up to the clouds has to be below freezing, okay, below 32 degrees. If you have a small area, maybe 500 feet within that entire atmosphere that's above 32 degrees, the cold snow melts and then refreezes. That's when you get sleet. And if that warm column of air is a little bit thicker, then you get freezing rain. So It's really, really hard to predict in Georgia because we're usually right on that freezing line, and just a degree or two can mean the difference between inches of snow and a huge coating of ice. Now, here's how much additional snow I think we're going to get through the day today. Not much for Metro Atlanta, maybe a trace of snow to a ½ inch of snow additional. But it's really up in the higher elevations, Northeast Georgia, up into the mountains where 1, 2, maybe even 3 inches of additional snow is possible. It now is going to transition into that ice threat with up to ½ of an inch of ice likely through the remainder of the day today.
Always download the free First Alert Weather app by scanning this QR code that you see here on your screen. As Ella's been talking about it, we're going to a bit of that transition period now, so you want to stay in the know. Whenever we're not on the air, although we're going to be on here for quite some time, you can get the latest updates on this First Alert Weather Day in the app.
And our team coverage of this winter storm continues next. Atlanta News First is going to bring you continuous live coverage for this First Alert Weather Day beginning at 10 this morning, and then join us again at noon for live team weather coverage. You can also watch anywhere you stream, including YouTube, Roku, Fire TV, Apple TV+. Don't even know what that is when you look at that image.
Yeah, and that's the thing, and that's why we officials, and officials, I should say, have been trying to urge you to say, just stay off the roads if you can, because right now we're entering into that transition period, and that's when these conditions are going to change.
That's right. First Alert meteorologist Ella Dorsey is tracking this all as this system makes its way through. Ella, how long is the precipitation, no matter what it is, going to stay with us?
Another 12 hours.
Wow.
Okay, all day, all afternoon, all evening, and we're going to see that transition to freezing rain here in the next hour. But I want to start you out with the snowfall by year. This is over the last decade. Look, all of these years, 2015, 2017, 2019, 2020, 2021, 2023, last year, a trace of snow only, or less than that, 0 inches. The only year in the last decade where we've seen more than an inch of snow, 2018. So many of these babies, these cute little kids born after 2018, if they lived in Georgia, they have not seen a major snowfall. This is why this is so amazing, guys. You got to get the kids outside because it's going to transition into that kind of icy mess here over the next hour. We're already seeing that transition south of Atlanta. So now inside of 285, you see the pink. That is freezing rain and sleet taking over. Douglasville seeing freezing rain. Carrollton and Carroll County down through Coweta County, Fayette County, essentially all along and south of I-20. It is now freezing rain and sleet that has taken over. Still seeing heavy snow showers in Alpharetta, Milton, all Cherokee County still seeing some snow. Forsyth County, Hall County, you're still seeing some snow. Really heavy snow falling along I-20. So along I-20 from Madison into Greene County down to Lake Oconee, it is still snow. Eatonton, you're right on that sleet, freezing rain, snow transition. And for Jasper and Butts County, it is now freezing rain. Up into northwest Georgia, I'm seeing, based on Twitter, based on what you guys are telling me, the snow totals are a little bit less across West Georgia from Rome to Calhoun to Cartersville, Ackworth, about 1 to 2 inches of snow. I'm seeing reports of up to 4 inches of snow in Buckhead and East Atlanta. Incredible. So we'll see the snow for the next 30 minutes or so. Then that wintry mix takes over with freezing rain this afternoon. So the roads are going to start to get coated with a layer of ice. By this evening, travel is going to be extremely dangerous, especially after sunset. You're not going to be able to see what's on the roads. Guys, just stay off the roads. We don't want a repeat of snowpocalypse, okay? We learned our lesson, right? Tomorrow, even though it will be dry, there's still the possibility of icy and slick, untreated back roads, all right? So taking you hour by hour, stopping the clock at noon, still snowing in the mountains, still snowing in Gainesville, but it's freezing rain that has taken over here in Metro Atlanta. And you could see hours upon hours of freezing rain for Metro Atlanta through the afternoon and even into the evening. That is the threat, that even as the precipitation tapers through the evening, we essentially don't dry out until after 10 p.m., so up to a ½ of an inch. Hold that up. ½ of an inch is a huge, thick layer of ice that could really coat everything. Power lines, trees could come down, causing power outages. And if your power goes out, Georgia Power Crew may not be able to get safely on the roads to restore power until tomorrow. So that is a threat. Just be prepared. If you lose power, you can have a way to stay warm overnight. Slick sidewalks and driveways, I would not recommend walking around outside after sunset tonight. You won't be able to see that black ice. And anything that falls today, the snow, the ice is going to get locked in overnight as we will dip down into the 20s. It's a hard freeze. So tomorrow is a first alert weather day because the roads will still very likely be icy in the morning. We'll get about 4 hours of really good sunshine tomorrow afternoon. That will allow a lot of the snow and ice to melt. But anything that's still wet on Saturday night refreezes hard. We're talking teens Sunday morning. So we could still see a little bit of some travel problems Sunday morning, but by Sunday afternoon, the rest of the precipitation should melt. Looking ahead to next week, though, guys, it's still going to be quite cold. We're looking at highs only in the low 40s through most of next week. Send it over to First Alert meteorologist Rodney Harris. Rodney, it is just a white winter wonderland.
I know. Is that ½ an inch, Ella? Do I got it?
Yeah, ½ an inch. It's good. I mean, that's crazy.
It's not a lot, and you keep saying that. It's really important. That's a very, thank you, Ella. It's a very thin layer of ice, but that is going to create issues. That's why we are under that winter storm warning. If you can, avoid the roads. Brooks, and over here, this behind me, that's a live look at I-75 South. That's right next to Truist Park in Cobb County. So I've been talking about this incident that's on the ramp down here, and it's now starting to actually produce delays on I-75. So if you are in Marietta this morning, if you are in Kennesaw and you typically take 75 south toward Atlanta, you're running into this traffic. So camera number 2 actually shows you the incident, and there were several tractor trailers that were stuck on this ramp from I-75 south to 285. So that's why you're seeing those delays in Cobb County. Brooks and Gavir, this is an example of a treated road. This is the connector right around 14th Street. And as you can see, we still have snow on the grass, but even though it's dangerous, we don't want you to do it. You can see how those roads, people are easily able to get by. So do you like to, would you like to hear your name on television? Send us your pictures. This is from Sean Bishop in Atlanta. Really nice house there, Sean. But the more important thing is the snow that you're seeing there on the ground. We're going to show your pictures here throughout the course of the morning, so send them our way.
Yeah, keep sending them in for sure. It is 9:51. We are going to continue our team coverage from Blue Ridge on the other side of the break, where that snow still coming down out there. And take a look at this camera based in Sandy Springs, looking back towards the city. You can see I-285 and all of that around there, just covered in snow. And that's what we've been seeing all around the metro.
Yeah, this is a first alert weather day because of that winter storm. Atlanta News First reporter Sarah Hammond has been in Blue Ridge for us all morning long. Took a little while for the snow to get to you, but it is definitely there.
It took a little while, but guys, I can't overstate what a winter wonderland it is right here. We've been testing out, my photographer Joe behind the camera, we found it's great, perfect snowball weather. We've been testing it out to make sure, and it is. We can confirm it's great snowball weather out here in Blue Ridge. It's still that fun snow up here in the mountains. We've seen so many people out here enjoying it, building snowmen, just walking around, taking pictures. Most of the businesses here in downtown Blue Ridge have closed for the day. We spoke to some of the folks in the coffee shop here as they were closing up about 8 o'clock this morning. They just said, you know, you know, everything's kind of closing. They're going to go home and they're going to enjoy the snow day themselves. We also talked to a family with 2 young girls who they rented a cabin here in Blue Ridge. They live in Kennesaw. They came up here last minute last night to just have a play day in the snow. They brought their sleds. They've been making snowballs
Mic check 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10. I am. All right, thank you, Joe. I appreciate it.
All right. Is everybody plugged in? I'll do a quick mic check. All right. Perfect. Testing, testing. 1 2 3. Thank you all for making it out today. Testing, testing. 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10. A B C D E F G. Does that all sound good? Are we getting good sound?
Can you give us about a 30-second heads up?
Yeah, will do. Yes, sir. All right.
Starts now with the First Alert Weather Day.
And
breaking right now at 10 o'clock, all Delta flights coming into and out of Hartsfield-Jackson Atlanta International Airport are on a ground stop. This is because of the weather that we've been experiencing, that you've been looking out at your window and checking out all day. And Hartsfield-Jackson has more than 600 flights canceled, almost 400 flights delayed. Now, most of those flights are with Delta, Southwest, and Frontier Airlines as well.
And we know right now that that ground stop is going to last until at least noon. As soon as it's lifted, we'll update you on the air and inside the free Atlanta News First app. We're so glad you're joining us on this Friday morning. I'm Gurveer Dinza.
And I'm Rick Fulbaum. The snow's been coming down for about 4 hours or so now. In some places, it's beginning to change, though. The precipitation is becoming more like sleet, like a freezing rain.
You stepped outside just now to check it out for yourself.
I wanted to see before I came out here, and it really is. It's not so much snow anymore, at least here in Midtown.
So we do want to get over to Ella Dorsey. Ella, you're keeping track of how the system is moving through. It's going to be with us for quite a while, which could cause some major issues out there.
Yeah, totally. You know what, guys, I'm really proud of the First Alert Weather team. We told you all morning that 10 a.m. was going to be that transition time from snow to freezing rain, and that's what we're seeing. All of Metro Atlanta and North Georgia under a winter storm warning. We saw the snow accumulations. It was for up to 3 inches. I'm seeing totals 3 to even 4 inches in some spots across the area, but now starts the ice. We could see accumulating ice 1/3 of an inch, maybe even 1/2 of an inch through the remainder of the day. Areas from LaGrange, Meriwether County, Pike, Lamar, and Upson County, you are under a winter weather advisory. You're going to only see a light glaze. So your concern is a little bit lower through the afternoon. It will be more rain where you live than the wintry mix. And you can see First Alert Radar showing North Georgia still seeing snow, but now a huge portion of Metro Atlanta, including most of Fulton County, Rockdale County, Clayton County, all of DeKalb County, now seeing sleet and that freezing rain mix in. And that's the threat, is that this freezing rain will continue. It's actually going to work its way northward. So Cumming, Gainesville, Sugar Hill, Sewanee, Lawrenceville, Canton, you're still seeing snow. In the next hour or two, you will start to see that transition to sleet. And you can see that with the current temperatures. See the temperatures above or right at 32 degrees from Atlanta down to the south. That's the reason we're seeing that transition to sleet. Areas north of the city still in the 20s. So you're still seeing the snow. So here's the timeline for you. Right now, that wintry mix, that will continue through the next hour. By 1 p.m., all of Metro Atlanta seeing freezing rain. And that freezing rain continues for several hours through the remainder of the afternoon and evening. So the roadways, they're slick now. They're going to deteriorate the conditions on the roads through the remainder of the day as the ice grows. Bringing in First Alert meteorologist Rodney Harris, looking at the roadways outside. Rodney, what are you seeing?
Ella, one of the biggest delays that I'm seeing right now is in Cobb County. What you're looking at behind me, that is I-75 southbound, right next to Truist Park. So if you're in Marietta this morning, Smyrna, and you're taking I-75 south toward Atlanta, you will run into these delays. The reason we're seeing the delay is because multiple tractor trailers got stuck on I-75 south, the ramp to 285 earlier. Initially, that was just producing a delay for those of you taking that ramp, but as you can see now, all of 75 is delayed. So a big alert for those of you in Cobb County this morning. The other thing I want to do here, Rick and Gavir, is show you the road temperature map. This is going to be super important moving forward because, as Ella mentioned, now that this is changing from snow to sleet and then eventually rain, that's where the ice will become an issue. And these are the actual road temperatures. So not the air temperature, but I'm tracking the temperature on the ground so we can know right away where those ice spots will develop. And everything in blue, that's a temperature of 32 or colder. Everything in red is warmer than 32, which is not freezing. And as you can see, most of this map in Metro Atlanta, the interstates here, Rick and Gavir, are at or below freezing, including Atlanta, 85 in Gwinnett County, now I-20 in DeKalb County, I-85 south in South Fulton County near Fairburn and Union City, I-75 in Henry County. You are all below freezing. So again, the snow was pretty earlier this morning, but now that we're transitioning to the sleet and eventually freezing rain, this will definitely be the issue. So I'm going to continue to watch these road temperatures for you in real time. But the bottom line is, if you can, try to avoid being on those roads, even if they're treated. That's why we're under a winter storm warning, is because of hazardous travel. And Rick and Gavir, that winter storm warning in effect for all of Metro Atlanta until 7 o'clock on Saturday morning.
Rodney, we don't see this type of winter weather very often in our state, and because of that, Governor Brian Kemp has declared a state of emergency effective immediately through Tuesday the 14th. And you can see right now he is at the State Emergency Management Agency, joined by emergency management representatives to provide an update on this winter storm as it moves through our state. He is getting ready to speak to kind of bring us up to date on what the state
All
is
right,
doing.
well, good morning, everybody. Obviously got Director Stallings, Georgia Emergency Management Agency, and his team here with us at the SOC this morning. Commissioner McMurray, Georgia DOT, Lieutenant Colonel Kendrick Lowe with the Georgia State Patrol, Colonel Hitchens and the rest of the DPS crew are out and about, as you can imagine, all over the state, very busy this morning, as is Commissioner Walter Rabin and the DNR teams that we have out. And then we got Will Langston, our weather guru, with us that's going to have a lot for you here in just a few minutes. So we'll let all these guys give you an update. I just wanted to first talk about what we've been doing the last few days. Obviously, GEMA has been tracking the weather system all week and preparing for the storm. We've had heavy coordination, obviously, with our state and local partners. I issued a state of emergency yesterday to ensure we would be prepared to let us get ahead of the storm and be ready to go into action. And GEMA stood up the State Operations Center where we are now. Also been in direct communications with Mayor Dickens and the City of Atlanta, and a lot of our local elected officials, preparing and coordinating with them as well. DOT obviously has been out treating our roads leading up to the weather this morning. The Department of Natural Resources has 6 task force teams and 12 strike teams that are on standby ready to respond for any potential road debris clearing, public safety assistance, and other needs. DNR has also been preparing the state parks for those who need shelter or warming stations, especially our parks located in the North Georgia mountains are currently near capacity. So just a bit of advice there. If you're looking for a place, you may want to go south versus north if you can. Local warming stations have been activated as well, and we'll certainly continue to monitor and respond as needed throughout this weather event. One note I wanted to have just on the state of emergency, we did not include the National Guard because they were already called up this week for training exercises, so they are in action doing training. So if we have the need to engage and deploy the National Guard, really it will just take a quick signature and we can get them moving if needed. With that, I'm going to let Director Stallings give you guys an update on the GEMA side of things, and we'll go to Commissioner Murray with DOT, Lieutenant Colonel Lowe with Public Safety, and we'll let Will wrap us up with the weather update, and then we'll take your questions. Director.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Well, good morning, and first of all, thank you, Governor Kemp. As always, your support. Signing the state of emergency early allows us to start those planning missions and things that we need. We're not shocked. Will has given us a great report. We work very closely with NWS, certainly Peachtree City, and we thank them for their partnership, allowing us to get together a plan. As mentioned, we started preparations early. The one thing that you can't do with snow and ice is get behind it. You have to constantly stay in front of it, and so we've worked very hard to ensure that was happening. Commissioner McMurray will talk more about their efforts here in just a few minutes, but I want to publicly say how much we appreciate their efforts. Their teams have been out there working extremely hard. If you've been out there at all this morning, or you've been watching any reports or seen any views of the interstate, you can tell a significant difference. I know one question you're probably going to ask in a few minutes is, how is this different? I think you've seen how it's different than what we experienced in 2014, and the biggest thing is that we have learned a lot of lessons, so we've stayed in front of it. We've not allowed the disabled vehicles to stay stranded on the roadway. We are getting reports of those, but we're being extremely proactive to ensure that we're getting those out of the way. Commissioner McMurray and his team have put down a lot of brine, and he'll go into those details, and they're working very diligently. And I think what you're seeing out there is a culmination of a lot of effort and teamwork. So we're very proud of the teamwork that the state has done, and we appreciate you listening to the warnings of staying off the roads. You'll see that the traffic is a lot less, which allows the teams to be able to do the job they're asked to do, which is clear the roads and get it free so that our emergency responders can do what they need to do. Throughout the rest of the day, what you're going to see from our team is we're constantly monitoring the changes that we anticipate. As the governor mentioned, will talk about that in just a few minutes, but we do anticipate a transition. With that, there will be possibly the loss of power, trees down, things like that. So we're working very closely with the Forestry Commission, our DNR partners, to make sure we have cut teams ready so that we can get fire rescue in as we need, or any type of electrical responders in as well to ensure we get power. We've also pre-positioned a lot of response items for GEMA. So we have generators, blankets, we have food, water, things of that nature, so that if we need to deploy those things to hurt areas, we can do that very quickly. We appreciate the partnership, and as always, Governor, we can't do it without your support, so thank you very much. And with that, I'll turn it over to Commissioner McMurray so he can give you an update on GDOT and all the hard work they're doing.
Thank you, Director Stallings. I do appreciate the governor issuing the state of emergency early and GEMA taking an early lead to coordinate all our work. We started on Wednesday applying brine, the pre-treatment necessary to keep this first bit of frozen precipitation from freezing to the roadway. In fact, we've brined over 20,000 miles of roadway from Macon on I-75 to Tennessee and I-20 from Alabama to South Carolina and everything above north of that line of where we're seeing this winter weather come in initially. In addition to that, we spot treated bridges and overpasses with over 770 tons of salt, again, trying to get this pre-treatment application so that what you're seeing now with the snow that's come down, that it doesn't bond and stick to the road, which puts us in the position of now where we are. Where we are now is to plow the roads. We're going to try to, again, get a couple of lanes passable, plowing the slush and the snow that's out there off to the side such that we can retreat with brine and salt and sand mixture later, as this frozen precipitation is supposed to come in a little later now and a little later today, so that, again, we keep a barrier from the freezing precipitation of whatever form that is from sticking to the road. So that's where we are. We've got over 300 snow plows out, actively working now with 600 people engaged, and we are 24/7 until this event subsides and everything's safe. I do want to again acknowledge Director Stallings' comments about stalled vehicles. Again, if you can stay off the roads, please stay off the roads. Our heroes and champs are working significant amount of spin outs and people just losing control. Again, where the roadway is sort of, the path is clear, it's good. Where it's slushy, remember to slow down, drive very conservatively, no hard braking, and no quick maneuvers of the steering wheel, because it is slick. Even though it's not bonded to the pavement, it's still slush and it's still slick. As always, if you have an incident that's a non-emergency, call 511 anywhere in the state for a hero assistance or champ assistance so somebody can come help you, because we want to get you safely off the roadway and safely on your way. As we do anticipate ice accumulation this afternoon, as Director Stallings talked about, this becomes even more treacherous. So that's, therefore, please again, stay off the roadways, because if this starts glazing up, it is very hard to treat. We're going to do our part to get ahead of it, but if it sits down, and especially overnight into tomorrow morning, it could be very dangerous. So please give our crews room to work, and we're going to do our best, and we'll continue to do our best to get the roads open safely as quick as possible. Now I'd like to turn it over to Lieutenant Colonel Lowe with Georgia State Patrol.
Thank you, Commissioner McMurray. We placed all of our personnel on Phase A since it started. We've been assisting GDOT with the brine truck escorts throughout the state, and we will continue to assist them until this is over. We placed personnel to work 24 hours to be out on the roadway checking for stranded motorists and working crashes as needed. And we're going to continue to do this throughout, assisting DOT with more trucks. If they put more trucks out, we're going to be out there to assist them with wherever they're needed during the storm.
All right, and then we'll close with letting Will give you a weather update. And we got the right map up there, Will. You work off that?
Yes,
all
sir.
right.
Thank you. Just want to start by thanking our partners at the National Weather Service and our local media outlets for communicating this forecast really well to the public. We have already seen at least a few inches of snow in a lot of parts of north and central Georgia, It's going to continue on and off through the rest of the morning and the afternoon. We do expect to see a transition to some freezing rain later this morning and the afternoon, and that could cause some ice accumulation to form on top of the snow that's already fallen, which will make it that much harder to melt when the rain moves in later. The temperatures are hovering right around the freezing mark, if not just below. And so, like the governor and Commissioner McMurray said, the roads could continue to be difficult and hazardous throughout the day. If we do see some of that ice accumulation occurring on the roads, or if we see some of the liquid that's falling freeze later because the temperatures aren't getting much above freezing, that would make the roads that much more difficult to drive on. The precipitation should continue through this evening, ending by about midnight, but will stay hovering around the freezing mark all the way through tomorrow afternoon, by which point the temperatures will fall after sunset tomorrow to below freezing, bottoming out in the upper teens to lower 20s by Sunday morning. So if anything is not melted and dried by the time the sun goes down tomorrow, there's a good likelihood that it's going to refreeze by Sunday morning. Finally, let me just mention the winds. We are expecting not significant winds, but it doesn't take much to bring trees and power lines down with this much snow and ice. We're expecting 10 to 15 mile per hour winds gusting to 20 or maybe a little bit more this afternoon and then again tomorrow, so we could continue to see some power outages as well.
And then just one couple other things before we go to the questions. We have Director Stallings, GEMA, the opening of the State Operations Center. Obviously, we've been in touch with our power, power partners out there, Georgia Power, our EMCs and others. They have pre-positioned assets, so everybody's set up, ready to go if we do get into that icing, heavy winds, trees down, knocking power lines down. So just know they're on standby. We appreciate them. And then also, just again, to wrap up what Director Stallings and the Commissioner and Will were talking about, this morning the snow was beautiful. If you were driving on it, it probably seemed pretty easy to do. That is changing as we speak with, freezing rain that may freeze, winds and other things coming in, and these temperatures sticking where they are versus creeping up to what we thought was going to happen, or what some models were saying would be up to 35 degrees today. We're not seeing that right now. I hope that happens, but if it does not, this rain that's on top of the snow, like Will was talking about, is going to freeze. It's going to make driving a lot worse this afternoon than it is even right now. And right now is worse than it was this morning, which again is why we're asking people, if you don't need to get on the roads, don't get on them. If you're on them, try to find those lanes that we've been able to plow and potentially retreat later in the day, and just slow down and be very careful out there. And with that, we'll open it up for questions for any of us up here.
Commissioner McMurray, the downtown connector, as we view it on one of your cameras over your shoulder there, looks remarkable compared to what it was right about an hour ago. How often do you anticipate you're going to have to scrape down, plow the major thoroughfares?
So thank you for that question. We were first, and I should have said this earlier, we first start with our interstates. So we're going to plow the interstates. As you've seen, we've made the pass through the downtown connector initially with 2 lanes. We'll come back. If they get recovered due to continued precipitation, we're going to try to stay with at least 2 lanes as a pass, and then we'll try to catch additional lanes as we make loops. So we have the state broke into segments, so we have crews that just continue to work certain loops, the downtown connector being one of those. So we'll continue to be responsive as the accumulation continues to occur, but our main goal, again, is just trying to keep 2 lanes passable of the interstate first. Then we try to catch the ramps, and after we do that, we sort of get off onto the secondary state route highways, the ones that connect to the interstate. So our first goal is, again, keeping the interstates operational, moving, interstates, ramps, and then state routes. So as I said, we pre-treated 20,000 miles of roadway initially. That means we have 20,000 miles of roads that have to be plowed. So it does take some time, and I hope everybody understands the expectation is we can't clear the roads immediately. We're going to make them passable, and then we'll keep coming back and continue this process until we do have everything clear.
Governor, the weather so far has borne out almost like it were scripted to what GEMA Director Stallings prognosticated with us earlier this week. Talk about, if you would, how important it is to be prepared well in advance and whether you've gone over and above, whether you've got extra stuff in reserve.
Yeah, well, normally it never happens like you predict it to. So we're, at least thankful that, we were prepared for what we thought the forecast was. And I think you can see we got ahead of the storm. It's hard to keep up with Mother Nature, but we're doing our best, and we got a lot of hard work in DOT, public safety, DNR, and other crews that are out there right now, and we'll continue to do that, like Commissioner McMurray said, 24/7. I want to thank the media and our citizens for just listening to the advice that we've been given over the last 24 to 48 hours about being prepared, being winter weather ready. Thank, our partners at our local governments, our schools, our corporate and business partners for heeding the advice that we were given. A lot of people are, not in the office today. Our schools are closed. When I got up this morning and it was snowing, I was like, I'm so glad we did what we did yesterday. If it hadn't been snowing or if this weather had missed us, people may have been criticizing us. But look, from what we've seen in the past, it is better to be over-prepared than not in these situations. And I think the team's done a great job, and we've learned a lot of lessons over the years. And I again, just want to thank our citizens for heeding the advice that we've been giving them, ask them to continue to do that throughout the day. And also just thankful to all our media partners out there and people on social media that have been really spreading this message. I've heard a very consistent message all across all media outlets, and I think that's good for our citizens.
Director Stallings, since this is kind of going as you predicted, almost the worst case scenario, right? What are you expecting in terms of the severity of the ice, and how soon?
I think, as Will mentioned earlier, we'll see a transition sometime this afternoon, but because of the efforts of Commissioner McMurray and his team, and that goes back to lessons learned. I think any good plan comes from some losses. We had some losses back in 2014. We recognized those, and we've moved from that. The biggest reason we're successful, though, is because you, as the governor mentioned, have shared our message, and our citizens have listened. Give us a chance to clear the roads. If you give us a chance to clear the roads, it's much easier without the broken down vehicles, the disabled vehicles, or the vehicles that were just left sitting without anyone in them. So I think for us, what we'll see this afternoon is, yes, there will be a transition, but I think with the continued efforts from Commissioner McMurray's team, we'll be in a lot better place than we thought we could possibly have been. It's always good, unfortunately, having these going into the weekend, that there's less travel. Folks love a 3-day weekend, so I appreciate businesses giving those 3-day weekends. We appreciate that. And for even the state offices being closed, it's just kept the extra traffic off the road, which is allowing us to do what we need to do.
And I think one thing too that's just for this afternoon, it's such a fine line with what we're dealing with, as Will was talking about. I mean, if it ends up being 34 degrees and it's raining, that'll help us this afternoon. If it ends up being 31 degrees and it's freezing rain or sleeting, it could cause huge problems on our roadways, but also with power outages. So that's why we're telling people just to, hang with us the rest of the day, be very cautious, stay off the roads if you don't absolutely have to until we can get this thing completely moved out of the state.
Colonel, do you have any sense at this point of how many wrecks your folks are working?
When I looked at the CAT earlier today, the crash was down, but we've had a lot of one-car spin out where people are lost control over the bridges, striking the guardrail, and tractor trailers not able to get up over certain overpasses and certain bridges. But our crash number, because of everyone being off work today, is less traffic. And that has caused us to, see a decrease in some crashes. But we do have the one-car spin out, no damage, and we get them going and they keep them moving.
And I think it was Commissioner McMurray who gave some driving advice, Colonel, but you find that a lot of people who have maybe all-wheel drive or four-wheel drive mistakenly think that's going to help them brake. It does not, does it?
It does not. Again, we try to encourage people to stay off the road as much as possible during this time. Slow down, leave room in between them and the car in front of them. That's what we would encourage them to do, is slow down. Because of the all-wheel drive, four-wheel drive, doesn't mean that you can just speed up and go around, other vehicles at a speed that's not safe.
Thank you very much. Will, can you, the governor spoke about that fine line. What's your sense of which side of that fine line we're coming down on?
Well, the temperatures, like I mentioned, are hovering at or below freezing. The models have been showing us getting a little bit above that this afternoon. It really remains to be seen because the more snow that's fallen, it actually acts to bring down the cold air from the upper atmosphere. So I think that's why we're seeing cooler temperatures than we thought we would. The hope is that as the rain moves from south to north throughout the day, that it'll bring a few degrees warmer weather. Where that line is, it's tough to say. It's gonna move from south to north throughout the day. So hopefully we can get temperatures in the mid-30s with a good rainfall this afternoon and melt some things out there.
Russell, you want to update the 285 tractor trailer?
Sure. Yeah. Thank you, Governor. Yes, our biggest traffic incident we have now, and again with GSP and tow on the scene, is on I-75 South in Cobb County at the exit to 285. That's right at the Truist Park, Cumberland area. That ramp is closed, so we're messaging to people to go down to the next exit. You can still access 285 from the next exit down, but that is a big event. Again, 8 tractor trailers involved, 1 jackknife. Again, to the Lieutenant Colonel's point, is we've got to leave space. People need to slow down, especially in and around tractor trailers. Our hero units have worked 220 incidents this morning where there again, somebody spun out, somebody's on the side of the road that needs help. So that is numbers may be down, but that's still a significant event. We really want to make sure that we don't have to work those events. As the governor said, just stay off the roadways, especially this afternoon, evening, until we know what happens tomorrow.
Yes.
One thing that was impossible not to notice on the way over here is people not obeying traffic signals, stop signs, stuff like that. Could either GDOT or GSP talk about the importance of continuing to obey stop signs, stop lights, and follow traffic rules? And can you still get a ticket?
Yes. We encourage motorists to obey all the traffic laws still. Unless the light is out and you treat it as a four-way, but a stop sign is a stop sign. And yes, you can be cited and will be if you're breaking the law in a reckless manner during this time.
Will we expect other updates throughout the day, Governor?
Yeah, look, we'll just see what this weather's doing. We'll certainly keep you updated. We'll be messaging on our social media. We'll be, obviously talking to you all individually too with updates. And if we have a need to do something else later on, we will. We're just going to watch this weather and we'll keep you guys updated. Thanks for being with us.
Thank you very much, Governor.
All right, we're getting an update from the leaders of our state on what the state is doing to keep you safe out there as this winter storm makes its way through. I think one of the big takeaways is that this time around, as compared to 2014, the state was prepared for the weather that arrived. The timing of it was right on track. They treated 20,000 miles of road with 700 tons of salt.
Yeah. We learned a lot of lessons. We heard that from the GEMA commissioner. We heard it from the governor saying, look, we know what happened the last time. We know the mistakes that were made the last time. This time around, we worked to make sure that we did not repeat those mistakes. And so we heard about the process over the last couple of days, beginning Wednesday with the brining of the interstates and the highways. Also, the governor declaring that state of emergency, which allowed a lot of these efforts to go into high gear.
Right.
But, again, the governor saying that people are listening this time around, too. They're not on the roads, which is allowing all of the vehicles, the emergency vehicles and the plows and the salting and the brining trucks to be able to do what they need to do. All of that is really helping efforts right now to keep this, at least now at 10:30 on Friday morning, keep things looking good. But we've heard them talk about this transition.
Right, and
we're going to be transitioning to a different weather pattern.
And that's happening right now, actually, Rick. You stepped outside just a few minutes ago and said, look, that snow that we saw earlier is now turning into rain, freezing rain, perhaps. And the temperature is so crucial. Right now, it's hovering right around 32 degrees or so. And as that temperature stays at or below freezing, it could cause major issues out there. So the governor's saying, look, if you can, stay off the roads. Don't be out there. We're doing our best. You do your part, and we should be good.
We've had some issues, though, this morning, some water main breaks in Buckhead. We saw some road crews out there trying to fix that because that would be a real problem if those roads were completely slicked over. Don Shipman has been out in Buckhead all morning long. Don, tell us, what are you seeing now? What's the situation?
It's relatively quiet right now. A lot of people were out and about, especially when the snow was coming down and it was really light and fluffy. But now it's starting to rain and sleet, so a lot of people aren't out as much. But I wanted you to see the roads here because you can see it's pretty much a slushy mess. It's kind of turning into that slush. And here's the thing with that. Right now, nothing has been plowed. This was pre-treated, of course, but nothing has been plowed. And the thing is, you heard Gravier just talking about that, and the governor really saying, you know, like the temperature is still dipping, and when this freezes over, it's going to be that much more difficult to navigate. So one of the things that happened just about 2 hours ago, the city of Atlanta sending out a notice via text message to city residents just saying that it's a good idea to stay off the roads if you do not need to travel. So no unnecessary travel within the city. And why is that? One is for your safety, just because the roads aren't clear. They look a lot like this right here, but also so crews can get out there and they can start to push the snow out of the way, get the plows out here. I also want to show you this. I'm going to bring you over here because you talked about that water main break, those water main breaks. There were 3 in the past 24 hours. This one broke last night right around 10 o'clock. You can see all the mud and everything like that. During the overnight, Watershed Management was here working to fix that 6-inch break. It was right there on the corner of Farr Road and North Fulton Drive. And it was impacting a number of homes, a good 30 homes and apartment complexes. You can see there's tall buildings right here. The people in the tall building right there on the corner, they did not have water throughout the overnight and into the morning because of this water main break. They fixed the water main break, I want to say just about 40 minutes ago. They finally drove off and they opened up the road. There are some barricades that are here, but for the most part, you can get around them, and this road is back open. Another thing to keep in mind is that we do have some hilly areas throughout Metro Atlanta, and actually, let's go over here. You can see this is a bit of a slope going up North Fulton Drive right here, and I've been watching some vehicles make their way up, and they are doing some spinning out, basically trying to make it up the hill. I talked with another person who said that they tried to go into work this morning and quickly realized that that wasn't going to happen. They called in and said, you know what? I'm going to take a snow day today because I can't make it in. And that's probably the best bet. If you can, take the day off or maybe work from home, that type of thing. And obviously we know that all the schools are closed as well, so that is good news here. We're live here in Buckhead. Don Shipman, Atlanta News First.
Yeah, the governor saying, Don, that he was glad if this was going to happen. It happened on a Friday.
Yep.
You know, so people can be off the road at least on the weekends. Don mentioned how bad the road looked there. The governor saying their priority obviously is the major thoroughfares, the major interstates.
That's right.
They're trying to get at least 2 lanes taken care of. They went out there and they pre-treated them. Then they're going to go back out again, plow those roads, and then retreat as necessary.
You talk about the difference between what's happening now compared to what has happened in the past.
Right.
One of the major changes is that because of COVID, people have become accustomed to working from home. So it's not that big of an imposition to say, you know what, don't come to work today, stay home and do your work, but don't leave your home. So that's a good thing.
We haven't had a lot of major issues on the road. Unfortunately, one of the issues that we have had is quite significant, and that has been over by Truist Park, where we had, what, 18-wheelers involved in an accident.
One of them jackknifing, so that is an issue that obviously is being dealt with right now. They've closed off one of the entrances onto 285. So we'll follow that story for you. First Alert meteorologist Courtney Jacobazzi is in Fulton County right now. And Courtney, tell us where you are. We see some kids and a doggy enjoying the snow behind you. Fill us in.
Yeah, so we're in Atlanta, very close to the Bends, and this family was gracious enough to let us in their yard while they play in the snow. The dogs, the kids, everyone out there. You want to wave to the camera, say hello? Yeah. You can see inches have fallen in their front yard here, and they're making a snowman. We've seen some snowball fights. we have seen a couple of tears because, you know, it's all fun and games until you get a snowball to the face, right? That's not super fun. But really a beautiful sight here in the city of Atlanta. I will say, if you pan over to the road here, they've been really, really slushy. We haven't seen a lot of people out on the roadways here in the city of Atlanta, but a couple of cars here and there, and it has been really tricky to travel on, which is something, of course, that the governor was saying, is that they have covered an extensive amount of miles on the interstates and bridges and overpasses, but it's these side roads that are obviously trouble. So you want to just try and be careful if you do need to travel. Of course, we're encouraging you not to, but the people who have stayed home and have a winter wonderland in their own front yard are thoroughly taking advantage of it. It has just been so fun. We've been see the kids taking the snow off the car, building a fun snowman there. So we're going to continue to kind of explore the city and see who else is enjoying the snow. I believe we have video, and my producer can tell me if I'm wrong, of one of my family members playing in the snow over in Cobb County. My dog Colby, he went out and played in the snow with some of the other neighborhood dogs. This is Colby's first time seeing snow, so I'm sure he was a little curious about what this white cold stuff falling from the sky was, but clearly they were having a ball, and we are seeing that with everyone who is able to get out and enjoy this winter weather that, of course, is a rarity here in Atlanta. But we'll send it back to you guys in the studio. We're going to do a little more exploring and try to catch more people out enjoying the winter wonderland across the city this morning.
The dogs do love it. Hey, I have to ask you, well, can we talk to Courtney or not? I guess not. I wanted to check with her to see just how the travel was on the roads, because she was in Carroll County earlier and then made her way over to the Bend. She said it was a little bit tricky going, but hopefully not too bad.
Not too bad. Great to see the animals running around.
I know,
the kids
I love that.
it. The dogs love it. It's a lot of fun.
And you know what? Up in Blue Ridge, which if you have not been up there, it's beautiful any time of the year, but with the winter weather and, you know, kind of ending Christmas. Just gorgeous. And our Sarah Hammond has been up there for us all morning long. Finally got the snow up there. Enjoying it, Sarah?
Oh, yes. You guys, it is so beautiful up here in Blue Ridge. I said this earlier, but, you know, I'm from Georgia, grew up here, but, you know, this is only about the 4th time I've ever really seen or been in snow. So Blue Ridge, downtown Blue Ridge, has been a great place to experience it. And, you know, it's still snowing out here, but, you know, it's sort of mixed now with a little bit of freezing rain, a little bit of sleet, but still there's some good playing snow on the ground. People kind of cleared out a little bit now, but just about half an hour ago, we saw so many kids out here making snow angels and throwing snowballs with each other, and lots of dogs running around too, having a great time. Like Colby, I know, is having a great time. Courtney's dog that she just mentioned. But, you know, people are just coming out and wanting to see it because it is still this very pretty snow. It hasn't really turned into that ice that I know a lot of Metro Atlanta is starting to see. And we also, as we were standing here, one of the city council members here in Blue Ridge stopped and pulled over just to check in with us. And he said, you know, they'd prepared the roads. They were very ready for this. So he was just driving around making sure everything was going smoothly. And it is. It's still quiet. A lot of the businesses here in downtown Blue Ridge have closed. We spoke to some of the people that work in the coffee shop down here. They closed about 8 o'clock this morning. They said, well, everybody else is pretty much closed, so we're going to go home and we're going to, you know, enjoy this snow day as well. And, you know, we also talked to one family. They are from Kennesaw, but, you know, they'd been watching the forecast for a few days, and they said, should we stay in Kennesaw and hope that we get some good snow here? Should we go to Blue Ridge? And last night they ended up booking a cabin here in Blue Ridge with their 2 little girls so they could come and enjoy this snow, because again, it's such great playing snow out here. But, you know, they were throwing snowballs with each other, and, you know, they were getting ready to go do something very fun at the cabin that they rented. I want you guys to take a listen to this, what they have planned.
Oh, we brought our sleds and they are pumped. So we got a cabin, has a nice little hill. So yeah, they'll be sledding later.
And a hot tub.
So again, for the most part, everybody here up in these North Georgia mountains has been having a great time with this snow. But again, it's starting to turn a little bit more into that freezing rain and sleet as we talk. Still mixed in with some nice snow, but still we can feel that change coming. Live in Blue Ridge, Sarah Hammond for Atlanta News First.
All right, Sarah, thanks very much. All right, so let's get the latest on this forecast. We've been talking about this transition and what's going to happen, the timing of it all. Let's check in with First Alert meteorologist Ella Dorsey.
Yep, and it all has to do with the current temperatures. You heard Governor Kemp talk about those current temperatures. We're hoping that we can get above that freezing mark, but if we stay between this 30 and 33 degrees, which is where we are right now, we're likely to continue to see that freezing rain. That freezing rain will really accumulate here on out. LaGrange is at 34 degrees, and I'm seeing rain in LaGrange. So it's a 34-degree mark where we see the transition from freezing rain to rain. But right now, between 30 to 33 in Metro Atlanta, that is the reason that we're seeing freezing rain. It's still snow up in the mountains where temperatures are in the 20s. So let's zoom in, show you what's going on. We've seen that transition take over just in the last hour, hour and a half. You can now see Marietta, Sandy Springs, all inside the perimeter. Most of DeKalb County, Stone Mountain now along I-20. Freezing rain has taken over from Conyers to Covington. Freezing rain taking over in Douglas County, Dallas as well. Moving to West Georgia, a little bit of a dry slot here now in Carroll County. Heard County, you're seeing a little dry slot. Just some rain showers now in LaGrange. This is the reason that LaGrange, Meriwether County, Troup County, Pike Lamar, and Upson County were not included in the winter weather warning, because you saw a few hours of snow, maybe an hour of freezing rain, but now those areas are transitioning to just rain, and you're likely to stay above the freezing mark. So Thomas and Upson County, you're now just seeing that light rain. Eatonton now seeing a transition to rain. Lake Oconee seeing a transition to rain. Let's move north of the city. Still snowing in Monroe, still seeing snow in Watkinsville, Oconee County, and Athens. Still some pretty heavy snow falling in Jackson County and Barrow County. Most of Gwinnett still seeing some light snowfall, but Snellville, Lilburn, you may be seeing that transition to freezing rain. Roswell, Alpharetta, you're right on that freezing rain line, so you may see still some light snow, or it might be sleet. Sleet as well taking over in Ackworth, Kennesaw. This freezing rain going to slowly work its way north. So Cherokee County, you're still seeing snow. The mountains still seeing snow. But again, I expect that freezing rain to continue to push north and encompass most of Metro Atlanta here in the next hour or so. Now, we'll see slots through the afternoon where you could see 20 minutes, 30 minutes, maybe even an hour of dry conditions. But I promise you guys, we're not done with the rain, the snow, the precipitation yet. Even if you see that dry slot, you're likely to see freezing rain work its way back in through the afternoon and evening. And current model data, I just spent about 10, 15 minutes looking at it. It's still thinking freezing rain is going to be widespread. In fact, I've just updated the potential ice total. This is with the newest data, so this is brand new. And the ice totals potential has increased across Metro. This again is what Governor Kemp was talking about. He was pretty confident that we could see accumulating ice, and this new data, which is the graph model, is what I'm showing you. It's one of our in-house models that we use frequently. It is saying that significant ice accumulation is likely across Midtown, Morningside, Virginia Highlands, most of DeKalb County, Stone Mountain, Gwinnett County, Walton County, Morgan County, and then disruptive ice totals across all of Metro. This would be a worst case scenario, and that could play out. That would mean anywhere between about 1/4 of an inch to over 1/2 of an inch of ice could fall in the next several hours. What does that mean? Well, less than 1/2 of an inch of ice would mean that tree branches sag and break. We could see some power outages, and the roadways will be dangerous and slippery. Significant ice totals. Do you guys remember the ice storm from 2011, 2012? It shut down everything, and then snowpocalypse as well. That was over 1/2 an inch of ice. Trees will come down if that happens. We'll see widespread power outages, and travel will be impossible for at least a day, possibly even 2 days. Guys, I am thinking that some of you are going to lose power as the day progresses, and it's going to be very cold today. So if you can, go ahead and prepare for that. You'll need blankets, okay, a way to stay warm, food for the next 24 hours. This is a worst case scenario. I'm not saying it's going to happen, but there is the possibility that that plays out through the rest of the day. Here's your current model data, stopping the clock for you at 3 p.m. Look at that. So right now it's 10:44. It's already freezing rain in Metro Atlanta. Between now and 3 p.m., we will continue to see that freezing rainfall. That's 4, 5, 6, 7 hours of freezing rain. The snow will continue in the mountains until around 2 or 3. I think then you'll see a transition to freezing rain. The freezing rain potential is less in the mountains because of the snow. So the threat to lose power is lower in the mountains. But for Metro Atlanta, guys, this could really play out to be a very slick and slippery afternoon. Really, it's not until about 5, 6, 7 p.m. that we start to see the precipitation really taper, and we should dry out after about 10 or 11 p.m. tonight. But that's another 12 hours of accumulating ice, okay? And that ice will really get locked in and frozen in tonight because we dip back below freezing into the 20s. So some people are texting me, some of my friends saying, you know, can I drive? I said, absolutely not. You need to stay off the roads, and you certainly need to be off of the roads this evening after sunset, overnight tonight, and tomorrow morning until the sun rises and we get a scope of what the ice looks like across Metro. We've extended the first alert weather day into tomorrow because it's going to be cloudy and cold in the morning. We'll see the clouds break, the sun comes out around noon or 1 p.m. So we'll get 4 or 5 hours above freezing with sunshine. That should really help the melting. We'll see decent melting by Saturday afternoon, but any areas that are still frozen or wet by Saturday at sunset will quickly refreeze because we fall into the teens on Saturday night. Sunday morning might actually be the coldest morning of winter so far, just to give you some perspective. So we could still see a few problems on the roadways come Sunday, but by Sunday afternoon, we'll warm back into the 40s. So by the time you get on the roads on Monday, you should be good to go. We'll get one day near 50 degrees on Monday, and then our next Arctic blast arrives the middle of next week. Guys, it looks really cold through mid-January, with highs only in the 40s through next week. But the good news is after today, I'm not expecting any winter weather over the next 7 days. First Alert meteorologist Ronnie Harris is here now. Ronnie, this is a really important piece of the story, is the road temperatures.
It is indeed, Ella, because as you mentioned, now they've gotten rid of the pretty snow and we're transitioning to the sleet and eventually freezing rain. That is where we're going to start seeing issues on the roads in terms of the icing. So this is a real-time map that you see. I have First Alert radar plus the road temperatures, the temperature on the actual interstate. What we normally show you is the air temperature, how it feels. This is the temperature on the road. Every temperature you see in blue, that is a temperature that's currently below freezing, 32 or colder in Gavir and Rick. That's just about everywhere now, unfortunately, in Metro Atlanta. So that pink that you see, that is where, as Ella mentioned, you're starting to see the sleet and even the freezing rain eventually. We are seeing freezing temperatures on I-75 in Midtown Atlanta, also I-85 in South Fulton County near Union City, I-20 in DeKalb County, I-75 in Henry County, I-75 in Cobb County, just about everywhere. So this is where it's going to be super important for you to stay off the roads, especially bridges and overpasses, as this will become an issue throughout the afternoon and evening. The snow wasn't that big of a deal in terms of travel, but the sleet and especially the freezing rain, that will become a bigger deal this afternoon and evening. So here is a live look at I-75 South at I-285. We've been following this all morning long. This ramp is still closed because of the incidents involved. What was it, 8 tractor trailers that they said earlier? So yeah, that's still blocked here if you're coming out of Smyrna, Marietta headed southbound. There was a second crash on I-75 South. So Gavir and Rick, this is at Northside Parkway if you're headed toward Midtown Atlanta. And as you can see, they are significantly delayed here. So just heed our advice and stay off the road if you can. We'll continue to keep you up to date on these alerts. Now to the good stuff. I told you I'd put you on television this morning. This is Baby Tucker, Baby Tucker's first snow. First snow, if we can take that photo. This is from our producer, Kelly, here at Atlanta News First, so that's super cool. Photo number 2 is coming from Travis Hampton. Travis got a remarkable picture of the pool here at a condo in Atlanta. You guys want to go hop in the pool right now? No. No? Okay, but that looks pretty cool. Plunge. Arctic Plunge, indeed. That is at the Atlantic, by the way, in Atlanta, the best condo in Atlanta. Thank you for sending that, Travis. Thank you to Baby Tucker. We'll keep you up to date on the roads and continue to show your photos here throughout the course of the morning.
Took me a minute to figure out what that was.
Yeah, it's a pool.
It looked like a bird.
Looking down from the balcony there.
Yeah.
All right, thanks, Rodney.
Thanks.
Well, preparation so key. We heard the governor talk about this, preparing for today and how that has helped so far. Hospitals also preparing for today's winter weather. American Medical Response crews have their snow tires on all the ambulances. There's salt and shovels inside. AMR Piedmont Atlanta and Emory University all have cots and air mattresses set up as a makeshift hotel, sort of, for employees who might have to sleep there so they don't have to drive in the storm. And they're also prepared in case the power goes out, something that we've been discussing.
Fuel for emergency power generators, food, water, medicines, all the things to sustain operations for a period of time if we run out of power.
Now, Emory hospitals have canceled all outpatient procedures for today. Piedmont Atlanta has called people and asked them to reschedule for next week.
And MARTA has suspended bus service because of hazardous road conditions caused by this winter storm. We also know rail service is operating on a weekend schedule. Green Line service is running from Bankhead to Vine City. Streetcar service is suspended again. Mobility service will operate in emergency situations only as conditions allow. Reduced fare, lost and found, and ride stores are also closed. And we've been getting video and pictures from a lot of you. Rodney just showed a couple of those, and we love to share those with you.
Let's take a look. This is a viewer video sent to us from First Alert meteorologist Cutter Martin from the Ponce Highland area. Not exactly a viewer, he's an employee, a colleague of ours, but take a look at this video. And you can see Cutter works in the TV business. He knows how to do the slow pan. So beautiful work on the camera work, but you can see all that snow coming down in the Ponce Highland area.
That's really nice. And then this, take a look, is video from Grove Park in Atlanta. Look at that snow. Isn't that pretty? Just beautiful. And then our chief meteorologist, Jennifer Valdez, also sent us this video. This was when it was snowing earlier today. This is from the Buckhead area.
Very nice. We love your pictures. We love your videos. It's easy for you to send it to us. You can text them to us at 470-777-WANF, and we may feature your videos or photos on the air. Be safe while you're out there capturing those, by the way. All right, breaking right now, all Delta flights coming into and out of Hartsfield-Jackson Atlanta International Airport are on a ground stop, and they have been. This is because of the weather situation. In total, Hartsfield-Jackson has more than 800 flights canceled, 428 flights delayed. Those numbers had gone up since the last time we read them to you. Most of those flights are Delta, Southwest, and Frontier Airlines.
We're hearing that it's going to be at least noon before that ground stop is lifted, but certainly as soon as it is, we're going to update you on the air and also in our free Atlanta News First app.
Well, the snow's been coming down. The bitter cold temperatures are about to take a grip of the entire city and the city's infrastructure as well. And we've been talking a little bit about Buckhead dealing with a series of multiple water main breaks there.
And this, by the way, the third in just a matter of several days. Atlanta News First Don Shipman is with our First Alert breaking news tracker. He's been along Far Road. Don, you know what? The snow's beautiful, but on the flip side of that, people there are having to deal with no water.
And it was surprising, too, because I was chatting with a lot of people who live in this community, and they were in good spirits despite not having the water. And that was because they were walking outside and the snow was coming down and it was so pretty. The good news now, though, is that that water main break has been fixed. Crews been out throughout the overnight hours doing that, making sure that's all taken care of. And just about 2 hours ago, they finished that up. So the water is back on. Right now, I want you to take a look that the roads are open here, but the thing is that now it's like a slushy mess on the roads here. You got to be really careful when you're out walking around on the sidewalks or if you're driving around. And then look right there, there's a snowman right there in the plant. Isn't that neat? A lot of people have been making some snowmans, and the thing is, this snow is perfect for making a snowman or a snowball fight. In fact, some of the watershed management folks, in between fixing the water main break, they were having some fun on their downtime with a little snowball fight. And then I want to show you this video. Take a look. We're right here on a slope, and this is what we noticed a few hours ago. This family finding a way to use the snow by way of some sledding. I think we have the video here. You can take a look. There it is. Yeah, they had the puppy there too. I love that dog. And, you know, they had to kind of shop around to find that sled. Listen to this.
We got this Christmas tree base at Ace Hardware down in Peachtree Battle because no one has any sleds right now.
I'm going to say, yeah, I don't think I ever saw a sled in a store here in Atlanta.
No, it's a shame that the one day every 2 years no one's fully stocked with toboggans and sleds for us.
Yeah, you don't usually find toboggans or sleds here in Atlanta, but that's one way to do it right there. You gotta make do, and that's certainly what they were doing. They were having a good time with that, and there was a little bit of a hill here, so it worked out perfect for them. And they also had a little shovel for the little guy there, so he was helping to clear the sidewalk. And then look at the patio right there. No outdoor seating for anyone today. It's going to be a slow going when it comes to cleaning up all of that. It is cold out right now, and that is the thing we're watching now, because that snow is no longer lightly falling. It's more of a rain, and then as the temperature continues to dip, that's going to turn into ice. That's going to be a recipe for disaster on the roads. You do want to be careful if you do need to go out and about. Better yet, just stay at home. We're live here in Buckhead. Don Shipman, Atlanta News First.
A nice cup of hot chocolate.
That's the thing.
You
That
know?
hot chocolate. I have
That-
such, growing up in the Northeast, I have such fond memories of snow days where you go outside, you play, you get all cold and wet.
And then you go
You come
in.
inside, you put your gloves on the radiator.
Yes.
And then
Yes.
your mom makes you some hot chocolate, and all is right in the world.
And a little tomato soup and a grilled cheese sandwich. How about that? Doesn't that sound good?
Let's have some lunch, Gervier.
All right, we're watching the temperatures for you very carefully. It's just so crucial, Ella, when it comes to the conditions out there on the roads for people today.
1 degree can mean the difference between all snow or a ton of freezing rain. We'll get into it, but I want to show you. My mom sent me her pup, Boomer. He's 8 years old. He's only seen snow twice in his entire life. He's absolutely loving this. I'm sure if you have dogs at home, kiddos, guys, if your kids, if any child that was born after 2018 that lives in Georgia has not seen snow more than an inch, okay? So this is huge for a lot of kids and a lot of pups too. Live look over downtown, you can see the raindrops have actually frozen onto the camera. So we're starting to see ice accumulation on the cameras, which means there's ice accumulation on the roads, on the sidewalks, on the grass. That is the threat. It's still 32 degrees, so we're right at that freezing mark. So the freezing rain that is falling from the sky is freezing on contact with the ground, and that is the threat. I've just updated temperatures. It looks like we're gonna hover right around that freezing mark. If we climb to 34, that's really the magic number, 34 degrees. That's when we'll start to see the ice not freeze on contact with the ground. But because it's been so cold outside for the last several days, the ground is sitting below freezing. So that is the threat, is even if the air temperature climbs into the mid-30s, the ground temperature could stay below freezing just because of how cold it's been. So if the rain or the freezing rain falls, it may stick really well to the ground. So we may be looking at a pretty bad ice situation by the time this all wraps up. I want to show you the picture, big picture zoomed out of the whole system. There's snow as far north as the Ohio Valley, as far west as Arkansas, and then down into the south. Here's that warm nose of air making its way into Mississippi and Alabama, so that you can see that changeover to just rain is now occurring in Birmingham. We're hoping that that warm nose of air works its way into Georgia later on today and we see the rain take over. But there is the threat that we don't see that warm air take over, and this next batch of heavy rain that will arrive in the next few hours could turn into a freezing rain mess here in Metro Atlanta. So currently, still seeing some light precipitation out there, but it's really not heavy precipitation whatsoever. It's just very light on the radar map. I do think, again, we may see a brief reprieve in the ice and the snow, and then that freezing rain will pick back up later on this afternoon. So we already had the snow this morning through 10 a.m. The snow is pretty much over for Metro Atlanta. The wintry mix will take over with freezing rain very likely through the afternoon. The roads will start to get icy by this evening. Travel will be very dangerous. Guys, please stay off the roads. It's not worth it. It's really not worth it. And I would stay off the roads all day today, at least until the sun rises tomorrow. We get a scope on how icy things are. We're essentially not going to see melting occur until around noon or thereafter tomorrow. So I would encourage you not to travel tomorrow morning as well. And back roads and secondary roads could stay quite icy even through the remainder of the day tomorrow. And for more on what is a winter storm warning versus a winter weather advisory, I want to send it over to Rodney Harris.
And that's super important as you're talking about, Ella, this transitioning to sleet and freezing rain. That's one of the reasons why we are mostly under a winter storm warning. All of Metro Atlanta and everybody north of Metro Atlanta. This is until 7 o'clock on Saturday morning. And regardless of what type of precipitation you see for the rest of the day, this warning means that your travel will continue to be hazardous. It's the biggest winter weather alert that we get here in North Georgia. I want to go interactive to just bring up some of the towns and cities that are under this warning. Atlanta, of course, Marietta, Lawrenceville, Canton, Decatur, Douglasville, Cartersville, Blue Ridge, Hiawassee, Rome, Gainesville, Athens. You are all under this winter storm warning again until 7 o'clock on Saturday. Now, to the south of this warning, we also have what we call a winter weather advisory that's in effect. That is until 4 o'clock this afternoon. If you are in the advisory, that essentially means that you could still see a brief mix, but we're not forecasting your travel to be as hazardous as the people who are under the winter storm warning. That winter weather advisory is in effect for Troup County, Meriwether County, Lamar Pike, and Upson counties, including LaGrange and Thomaston. And again, that winter weather advisory is until 4 o'clock this afternoon. We'll be here keeping you up to date on the road conditions, and we will have more first alert weather and traffic to come.
Breaking now at 11, winter weather. It has brought widespread snow across North Georgia. I'm Tracy Hutchins.
And I'm Brooks Baptiste. Thanks for being with us and sticking with us. We have live team coverage this morning, but we want to start with a live look outside where you can see those road conditions there. Drivers are being told to stay home at this hour because the roads just aren't safe for you. So we want to take you to First Alert meteorologist Ella Dorsey. We'll hear from her in just a bit regarding those conditions out there. But also we want to give you a live look at I-75. This is southbound near Paces Ferry Road. And Tracy, as we're taking this live look, you can see that those lanes are shut down completely.
Yeah, vehicles are not going anywhere. A number of semis on the roadway there, and it looks like a hero unit right in the middle of the road saying all lanes are closed. So again, this is Interstate 75 at...
This is Paces Ferry Road there, yeah. And this is why officials have been saying it is important for you to stay home if you can right now. It's not just about the back roads. It's not just about the highways, but literally everywhere, even where there has been treatment on those roads. Some of them, because of the snow that we've seen fall, are still not safe for you to get back out there now.
And it's not even, Brooks, about having a four-wheel drive either. That's what officials say. You know what? This is not the time to go out and sightsee. If you can walk around, and actually on my way into work, saw a number of people out with their dogs, out with their kids, taking pictures. That is how you can safely do this. This is not the time to get on the roadway and try and find the best vantage point for you to get a really pretty picture of the snow. You could end up stuck in a mess just like this. We actually see people getting out of their vehicles, which is not necessarily recommended, but all those lanes are closed right there. It does look like some vehicles over to the right-hand side of the roadway are trying to get by. But all across the metro area, of course, officials are saying they're trying to get out there and clear the roadways as much as they can. I can tell you on my drive-in, there were 2 lanes that were cleared. The other ones, not so much. And that's what they're asking, that if you absolutely have to get out, if you are an essential worker that has to get someplace today, get to work, then stay in those 2 lanes and also give room for those workers to come out and continue to clear the roadways and continue to brine. They actually brine. They started that treatment on Wednesday, and I could tell the difference yesterday in an effort to come into work. About some 20,000 miles of roadway brined since Wednesday, and of course they're focusing on those overpasses, the expressways, those major roadways where we have a number of people going through. It's side roads. Tell you what, the hardest part was getting out of my driveway.
Exactly.
No one cleared that one for me. So you really, really have to be careful in a lot of those areas that have a lot of tree cover, that are side roads that have not been treated just yet. And again, if you do not have to go outside and get on the roadway, do not do it. Just go ahead and walk. Take your pictures, take your family, take your pets, walk down the street, get some really pretty pictures, and just enjoy the day at home if you possibly can.
All right, so we do have live team coverage for you this morning, and we'll be continuing this coverage all throughout the day, where, as you can see, we have reporters spread out all across North Georgia. And we want to begin that team coverage with Atlanta News First Joshua Skinner, who is live for us in Gwinnett County. He is headed to Hall County right now, or should be going there in just a bit. Where you are, it looks like there's one truck that's stalled behind you, and still that snow is on the ground.
Oh, yeah. So, I would actually say, guys, that as we're sitting here, this is 85, about a mile south of the Sugarloaf Parkway exit. I'd say traffic is moving at about a 75% clip. You can see where it's mainly just water on the road. It's a little bit of slush on the side. Traffic moving by at a decent clip. There aren't a lot of cars on the road, so that allows for people to do that and still kind of maintain safety, though. I'm going to ask my photographer, Anthony Moore, though, to pan up. You can see the bridges. That's where we're not seeing many vehicles at all, and you're seeing cars that do go on those bridges. You might see one coming up right about now. They are going much slower, trying to get over those bridges to where they're going. But also, you know, if we're taking a look at what the ground looks like out here, it is that kind of mixture between ice, sleet, snow. You kind of see where I'm standing. It's not overly slippery. It's more mud and just wet and an inconvenience at this time. But, you know, the temperature, depending on where you are, this could become quite a bit of a problem. But we've been out here documenting our drive all morning as we go up into Hall County. We've been a bit surprised at how few cars on the side of the road we've seen. There is a big 18-wheeler right behind me on the side of the road, but other than that, not much. People moving along, people staying safe, not a lot of sliding out or anything like that. You can hear the bigger vehicles just flying by us at a great clip. I mean, watch us here kicking up rain and snow and everything like that. But for the most part, everything moving along. But again, good news is not a lot of people on the road, people staying home. Best to stay inside today, as you guys were saying, unless you're an essential worker, though I'm not sure if I would consider myself an essential worker. That's up for debate. But unless you're an essential worker, you probably should stay off these roads today, guys.
Well, I will tell you right now, Josh, you are an essential worker. We need you to be safe, one, that is paramount, and two, kind of give us an idea of the road conditions. And of course, that's why we're on the air all day. We're going to check back in with you in just a minute, Josh. But, you know, it is true. We may not think of ourselves as essential workers, but we're here doing the job so you can see what it looks like across the metro so you don't have to venture out and do it yourself.
Exactly. Let's keep you safe, and that's why we are here. So we want to get out to First Alert meteorologist Courtney Jacobazzi. She joins us live from the First Alert Breaking News Tracker. Courtney, you're in Atlanta right now, not too far from Mercedes-Benz Stadium. How are those conditions?
I'll tell you what, it is slushy out here, and I want to just turn the camera around quickly because look at the iconic Mercedes-Benz Stadium covered in snow. Ooh, and you can see us slip a little bit there. Yeah, the roads are slushy, and that's what GDOT and officials are saying, is that on the highways, of course, they're treated. We saw when we were leaving Douglas and Carroll counties coming back towards the city, we saw crews out there plowing the roadways and adding more salt to keep those roads treated. But these back roads, they're not getting to. And because the snow and the sleet transition now to rain, we're seeing a light, steady rain falling here in the city. That's kind of washing away some of this snow and leaving that slush on the roadways, which is making it more difficult to drive. So you kind of have to find where everyone else has driven to get more traction on the roadway here, and that's what we're doing. But approaching Mercedes-Benz Stadium, it just looks beautiful covered in snow. As we've kind of made our way around downtown here, we've been seeing families playing outside in the snow. We ran into a family who had their dogs out with their kids, and it was their kids' first time seeing snow. They were all young, under the age of 8, and so they were just in awe, playing with snowballs and making snowmen, and it was really a wonderful time. So that's the fun part of snow days like these. But of course, the not so fun part, the roadways. We've been telling you so many times, I'm sure if any of you at home are playing like news people bingo on snow days, you've probably already crossed off stay off the roads, winter wonderland, icy conditions, only, you know, essential workers. You probably have your bingo card going right now, but it's true. You know, we have to let you know that is our job to be out here and let you know what to expect and why you should just enjoy the snow day from the comfort of your home. Nice cup of hot chocolate. I heard Rick and Gravere talking about that. That sounds fantastic. But overall, we're definitely starting to see that snow turn into more of a slush with that rain falling and kind of washing it away. So the beauty of this morning now kind of turning into some muck, and you can really see that on the roadway here in the city of Atlanta. We're about to turn left on Northside Drive and kind of go along the side here of Mercedes-Benz Stadium. We're going to keep kind of hopping around and seeing if we can find people who are out enjoying the snow and maybe some more kids, because there's just something so special about kids playing in the snow. They just see it with such awe kind of like Christmas morning. There's nothing like Christmas morning through a child's eyes. Kind of the same on a snow day, right? So we'll see if we can find any more people out enjoying the snow, but just be careful if you do need to get out on the roadways, because we can attest here that they are very slushy, especially on these back roads here in Atlanta. We'll send it back to you.
And Courtney, before you go, I did want to ask you, because, you know, we couldn't give folks a white Christmas, but we can give you part of a white January. But for those people who are staying at home, but you know what, venturing out on foot, what should they do to prepare to be out in the snow? Because a lot of people aren't used to this. You've got to cover your hands, your ears. There are some extremities you need to worry about, right?
Absolutely. I mean, my fingers have recovered, but they were definitely bright red, and you can get frostbite out in temperatures like this. And of course, in the snow, if you are exposed to that kind of cold for just a few minutes. So you definitely need to bundle up. Underneath this big jacket of mine, I have 3 thermal long sleeve layers on. I have my snow bibs on, something I haven't needed to use since I went to Montana in the winter, last winter, and I have my snow boots on with really thick socks. So that's all the things you need. And something to keep in mind, the sidewalks are covered in snow right now, so it's really difficult to kind of see where your footing is. So if you do venture off outside of the confines of your yard, just be careful, because underneath that snow there could be ice starting to form on top of that snow as well, and making even walking on the side streets a little bit tricky. So just make sure you're taking those steady and big steps to not run into any of that ice that could very well develop here in the next few hours on the sidewalks if you're walking around your town.
And you know, Courtney, I said it earlier, there are a lot of transplants here in Atlanta. So for some people, this is the first time they're seeing snow. For some of them, they're like me and you, where they're like, hey, we're from Florida. We don't know anything about this, but we're all getting a chance just to enjoy it. And as long as we can do it safely, that is what matters. Thanks for that report there. We'll check back in with you in just a bit. Well, we want to get into Atlanta News first. Sarah Hammond, because she has been in Blue Ridge this morning, and earlier when we first came on the air, it took a while for that snow to get out there, but now I'm told she's been having some fun and that snow is still falling there.
Yeah, you're right. It did. I felt like we were some of the last people this morning to get some of this snow. I was jealous of Courtney and Don. They were having a great time before us, but Blue Ridge has certainly made up for that. I mean, this snow is coming down. It's sort of been a mixture of sleet, freezing rain, and snow on and off for a little bit, but it's back to mostly snow. It's still this great snowball making weather. We've seen, all right, Joe, here it comes. Oh, beautiful. We've seen so many people taking advantage of just this fun. We still have the advantage of the fun snow up here in Blue Ridge. It hasn't turned to that icy slush muddy at this point. It's still great. Take a look. People, again, it's sort of on and off, people coming to this park here in the middle of downtown Blue Ridge, really just making snow angels, throwing snowballs. We've seen a lot of dogs running around, having a great time with their little sweaters on, enjoying it. And you know, a lot of the businesses are closed in downtown Blue Ridge just to kind of give themselves the day to enjoy the snow and not have to be out in the cold weather, which again, I want to go back to Courtney's point that, you know, if you are coming out here, you've got to bundle up, you guys. I know it's beautiful, you want to be out here, but it is still very cold. We have a lot of the, you know, the hot hands and gloves and everything to keep ourselves warm. And we also, a little while ago, we spoke to one of the city councilmen here in Blue Ridge. He kind of wandered up to us, you know, just on the side of the road here. He was driving around checking on things, and he said that the roads here, they had made sure they were, you know, brined and prepared last night, ready to go. And he was driving around, says everything was running pretty smoothly. We've seen a few cars come down this main drag here, and they've been able to get through very easily. So again, you know, it's still, we have the advantage of a nice winter wonderland snow day. We've seen some kids sledding. We talked to one family. They came up here just to enjoy the snow day with their 2 young girls, who they said this is going to be really the first snow that they will be able to remember. So they got a cabin, they brought sleds. So they are in for a very fun afternoon. They're going to end with, they said, some hot chocolate, and they had a hot tub at their cabin that they're going to snuggle into and get warm, which sounds pretty nice right about now. I know you guys were talking about some hot chocolate. That sounds pretty good right now because it is still cold out here. But for now, live in Blue Ridge, Sarah Hammond for Atlanta News First.
Okay, guys, guess what? We're actually seeing a little dry slot work its way into Metro Atlanta. So let's zoom in, show you what you're seeing where you live. Zooming in south of the city, down 75, down 85. It's really actually dry from South Fulton down through Coweta County into LaGrange. You're seeing dry conditions. Now it's actually mostly dry in Cobb County, Paulding County, and I-20 to the west through Carroll County, little dry as well. Inside the perimeter, seeing dry conditions. North Fulton County, Alpharetta, Roswell, Marietta, seeing dry conditions. McDonough, Griffin, it is now dry where you live. Still seeing some freezing rain, light freezing rain along I-20 east of the city from Conyers to Covington. Still now looks like freezing rain falling in Watkinsville and Athens. We just saw that switch over recently in the last 30 minutes from snow to freezing rain in Athens. The classic city now getting in on the ice. Winder seeing freezing rain. The freezing rain line is just to the north of Gwinnett County. So Sugar Hill up into Gainesville still seeing snow, but Lawrenceville, Gwinnett County, you're seeing very light precipitation. I have the radar looped over the last 45 minutes because you can see that freezing rain line is trying to make its way north, but we are drying out right here in Metro Atlanta right now. Still snowing up in North Georgia and in the mountains right now. So what to expect for the rest of the day? Well, we're going to see that dry slot only for the next few hours. So it might dry out where you are. You might think, hey, is it over? It's not over. Look, after about 2 p.m. today, the next big batch of precipitation arrives. 5 p.m. there's a 100% chance of rain, and those rain showers and freezing rain showers and ice showers will continue into the evening. So just because we get a few hours of dry conditions does not mean it's over yet, all right? For the rest of the day today for North Georgia, snow will continue into the afternoon, probably until about 2 or 3 p.m. I'm expecting lower ice accumulations in the mountains, but the roadways will still be very slick in the higher elevations. A lot of those back roads are untreated. For Metro Atlanta, we're looking at freezing rain for the rest of the day. You're not going to see any more snow, okay? So whatever snow is on the ground now, that's pretty much it. For most of Metro Atlanta, travel is going to be very dangerous. We've already seen multiple accidents, and we're likely to see that thick layer of ice form again. So I want to take you through the potential ice because this is pretty significant here, guys. This is the latest model data. It's bringing more and more ice through North Georgia, okay? This is a bad situation because you guys know what ice can do. It can coat the roadways, it can cause power outages, all of the above. Again, this is the graph model. I want to zoom in to show you. This model's picking up on maybe some areas getting above a ½ inch of ice. Highly populated areas across Metro Atlanta, that is going to be the concern, that hours upon hours of ice could mean significant ice accumulations across Metro. What would that mean, okay? Well, less than ½ an inch of ice, which is what most of Metro is going to see here this afternoon. We'll see some power outages. Travel will certainly be dangerous, and we could see some tree branches sag and break. But once we get above that ½ inch criteria, that's when trees start coming down. That's when you see widespread power outages. That's when travel is not only dangerous, it is literally impossible. If that were to happen, which I'm just showing you, there is a chance, that would mean a lot of you are going to lose power, and Georgia Power probably isn't going to be on the roadways until it's safe by tomorrow afternoon. So you're looking at a very cold night ahead if you lose power. So go ahead and prepare now for that, okay? We're looking at a hard freeze. Tonight we'll be back into the 20s. The precipitation moves out, but you'll want to stay off the roads at least until tomorrow. First Alert Meteorologist Rodney Harris is here now taking us to the roadways. Oh, it's a standstill. Where is this, Rodney?
75, Ella. This is 75 right next to Truist Park in Cobb County. So we've been following this for the last several hours, and we are encouraging you to stay off of the roads, but I understand that some of you don't have a choice, clearly, from what you're seeing behind me. So I do want to navigate you to some of the bigger problems that we're seeing. This is 75 South, again, just east of Truist Park. And as you can see, these delays are for people trying to get onto that ramp where there was that multi-vehicle crash earlier this morning involving all those tractor trailers. So that's why you're so backed up here in Cobb County. Again, that's 75 South as you're taking the ramp to 285. What's interesting here, Tracy and Brooks, is look at how far back that line goes for people just trying to take the ramp to 285. So here is the front of this particular incident, and you can see one of those tractor trailers that's on the ramp. So if that's your normal route this morning, definitely avoid that. Again, I-75 South to 285. If you're just taking 75, you're going to eventually run into this. And Brooks and Tracy, you showed this earlier. This is 75 South near Northside Parkway. There is a completely different crash here for those of you in Smyrna and Marietta headed southbound toward Atlanta. So a big alert for those of you as well. If you absolutely have to get on the road in Cobb County, your alternate route this morning is basically to take Cobb Parkway instead of I-75. And we'll keep you up to date on those particular crashes. Now to the good stuff, Tracy and Brooks. This is Cameron Cagle, who is celebrating a snow in McDonough. Thank you so much, Cameron, for sending us that photo. I told you I'd put you on TV, so we hope you're having a good day, buddy. And how about this one? This is from Brittany White. What is a snow day without the puppies on the television? So thank you, Brittany, for sending this. This is from Copper and Kylo. Those are the names of these dogs. So thank you for your pictures. Keep sending them our way.
All right, we're working on some breaking news right now, not on the roadway, but on the tarmac. Take a look at this video sent to us because Delta passengers had to evacuate at the world's busiest airport today. This is on a Delta flight. This is the information we learned from the FAA that flight aborted takeoff at the airport. This was around 9 a.m. because of engine issues. Passengers had to get off the plane while they were on the runway. They had to use those emergency slides to get off. There were about 207 people on board. 4 people reported minor injuries. 1 was taken to the hospital. Of course, that engine fire under investigation right now. And of course, that all happening as the snow was coming down, and you could see the tarmac there. There's a lot of snow on that, and a lot of people really running because they were concerned, obviously, about their safety because of a reported engine fire. Here's a live look right now at the tarmac, and it looks as though, Brooks, at least one Delta jet is heading toward the runway. I know earlier today there was a ground stop, right? And there could be some reason for them moving some planes around, so I don't want to say that anything is taking off at this hour, but it looks pretty quiet out there.
Yeah, and we're learning that that ground stop is now, it won't be lifted till at least 2 o'clock this afternoon. So, of course, once we learn more about this, we will be sure to bring it to you both on air and online. Well, you have to see this video that has come into the newsroom. And this is why officials, you heard it if you didn't see it, right? This is why officials are saying it's important for you to stay off the road. That car losing control, now another one that is sliding back on a hill, and you can hit the brakes all you want. It's not going to stop. That's just not how it happens. So this is in Grove Park. We have received this video. And again, several stalled cars out there as well. But again, this is why officials are saying they've done their part to treat the roads, mainly the interstates, because they understand that there's a high volume of people, even though they are telling people not to get out there on the roads. But if you're an essential worker and you have to, then, you know, do what you have to do. That's your business. But this is what they're talking about, especially because there hasn't been any treatment to those roads, and they are just that dangerous. Your car will slide and you just lose control.
And there's nothing worse than being in a vehicle and feeling out of control, and there's nothing you can do. And in your rear view mirror, you see that other car approaching pretty quickly because you're sliding into it. Again, unless you absolutely positively have to get out, stay inside, go ahead and walk from your home, and that way you can get a really good idea of what it looks outside. It's beautiful so far right now, but officials working to clear all those major roadways. There's a lot of side streets that they haven't gotten to yet in neighborhoods. They haven't gotten to those. I know for my neighborhood, it was a little bit rough because, of course, it was all fresh powder, and we are concerned about the temperature dropping and rain coming down, and of course ice being the issue as we continue later on in today. Let's head out to Atlanta News First, Abby Kostoris, because she's in Atlanta at GMA's office, where not too long ago, Abby, the governor spoke along with GMA officials too, really reiterating that stay off the roadways unless you absolutely have to get out, because now is not the time to venture out.
And that's his message. We're here at GMA headquarters. The governor is here. He's meeting with state officials right downstairs, the Department of Transportation, the Department of Highway Safety, as well as GMA crews. And right in the area where they are, the emergency operations centers, there is cameras, televisions, phones all around so they can communicate and figure out the best plan of action. Right now, they're monitoring the roadways. We've seen several single car spinouts and accidents. something that they're really warning people is to stay off the roads, especially as possible ice and freezing rain can head into our area.
Which again is why we're asking people, if you don't need to get on the roads, don't get on them. If you're on them, try to find those lanes that we've been able to plow and potentially retreat later in the day, and just slow down and be very careful out there.
And Commissioner Russell McMurray with the Department of Transportation says that their plows are out. I saw them heading northbound on I-75 when I was heading into work this morning. They're going to work to clear either single or double lanes and then try to double back and clear as many lanes as possible. But their focus right now is on those interstates. So if people do have to go out, they'll hopefully have a clear path. Live in Atlanta, Abby Kasoris, Atlanta News First.
Yeah, Abby, it's important to be patient because these officials are doing the best that they can. Those crews are doing the best that they can to be out there to keep you safe. So do what you got to do to stay out of their way if you can. We do want to get out to Atlanta News First, Don Shipman, who is in Buckhead. Don, you've been out there for hours now. This morning when you first got out there, there was a water main break, but there is some good news now.
Yeah, the water main break has been fixed. They restored the water. There were a good 30 homes without water and a couple of apartment complexes without water throughout the overnight and into the morning, but they have their water now. I want to show you where they did the work. And you can see all that muddy area right there on the corner near Luca, that restaurant. That's where they dug into the ground and they fixed a 6-inch water main. This is the third water main break in Buckhead in just 24 hours. And then here, you just kind of look here and just down the street. This is North Fulton Drive, and you can see it's now a slushy mess. You can see the pavement, and this has not been plowed. This is actually just cars driving up and down and moving the snow and whatnot. But then look at this. You can see how much snow we actually have, and then also it's getting iced over on top here. So you can move it. This is someone's car that I'm actually kind of moving the snow. I'll clean out their car. I'll help them out. I'm helping you out here. But yeah, that's what's going to happen. You heard Ella talking about this, that ice. Right now we're getting that rain. It's a light rain. And when the temperature continues to dip here, you're going to get an ice over top of this snow and slush, and that's going to be very dangerous. You also heard Courtney talking about this, the sidewalks. Let's walk over here, and I want to show you this because the sidewalks aren't plowed, aren't shoveled, and I'm watching a lot of people walk up and down the sidewalks over here, and this is going to ice over as soon as it gets a little bit colder here. And the more rain that we get, this will ice over. You're going to want to be super careful. We're telling everyone to stay off the roads. The governor, the state, telling everyone to stay off the roads. When you're out and about walking, you just want to be really careful that you don't slip and fall. Be mindful of what's underfoot over here. Look over here. You can see people walking over here. A lot of people have been going into that Savi Provisions right there, trying to get in there, but they're closed. All of these businesses right here are actually closed. There's a gas station that is open. I've been watching a lot of people go over there, and early this morning, I watched a lot of people go over there just to get some bottled water, and that was because they didn't have water at the time. So that's what's happening here in Buckhead. Earlier this morning, when the snow was coming down, it was really beautiful, like a winter wonderland. There were tons of people out here with their dogs. They're making snowmen and stuff like that. So you were seeing that earlier. Now that the rain's coming down, a lot of people are heading inside and they're maybe having some soup and hot cocoa, that type of thing. Guys?
Yeah, that sounds like a good idea. But Don, before you go, can you look over at that car again? Because there's something I want to mention. So as people start to venture out, if you have snow on your rooftop or on the windshields there or blocking your back windshield, you could be cited. What you don't want to do is get on the roadway when you have all that stuff on the top of your car, because what happens, the wind hits it as you're going down, well, I was only going about 35 miles an hour, but stuff can still blow off the top of your car and hit the person behind you. So we have to remember Georgia law, you cannot drive with it's illegal to do that when you have that snow piled up on top of your car. Also illegal if you have an obstructed view. So make sure you clear off your back windshield as well as your front windshield as well. Because what you don't want to happen is that snow to hit someone else behind you, nor do you want to be the person behind someone and all that snow goes flying off.
Exactly. You want to be considerate when you're on the road for sure. And again, we know that a lot of people are not very familiar with this snow, but again, these are just little things that you want to keep in mind. And Don, I don't know whose cars you have been over there.
They appreciate
but
it.
they appreciate you, my friend. So I'm saying thank you on behalf of them.
I'm giving back this morning, right? Or this morning. Hey, and the other thing to keep in mind too, Tracy, you just mentioned it, tractor trailers, it's law too that they have to clear out the top of the tractor trailer because you can't imagine driving down the interstate and some of that snow flying off. It's happened to me before. From upstate New York, it has happened, and it is a scary situation, but it is state law that those have to be cleared as well. So just be mindful though, because we're not used to the snow here in the Southeast, that when you are traveling behind any kind of large vehicle, a tractor trailer for that matter, in these type of conditions, that can happen.
Yeah, thank you, Don. We want everyone to be safe out there. I can't even imagine how much snow flew off the top of that tractor trailer. My goodness. All right, Don, we're going to see you in just a bit. In the meantime, we want to head out to Atlanta News first. Courtney Jacobazzi, I think. Courtney? Yep. Courtney, ooh, look at all those people out there at Georgia Tech, Courtney.
Oh my goodness, they are having a blast, Tracy and Brooks. I'm actually going to get out of the way so you can see it a little bit better here. There are dozens of students. A snowball fight just broke out here. We have people in laundry baskets going down this hill. Countless amounts of snowmen being built, and y'all are on TV right now. Hey! Yeah, they are just having a blast making the most of this snow day here. I'm not sure how far down I can go without my microphone going out, but I want to try and see, and you might lose my audio here, but one of the coolest things I've seen, and you just saw him sit in it there, do you see this snow chair that these kids have made? They are so creative now. We knew that. Georgia Tech, all these kids are wicked smart, right? And so they're getting creative. They made a chair, snowmen. They're having their snowball fight, truly taking advantage of this day. Of course, it looks like several inches of snow have fallen here. My whole ankle is covered in snow. And I wish we could have just caught that. There are girls going down the hill in their laundry basket. What a way to use the laundry basket. No one's doing laundry today, right? We're all having a good time. We're not doing chores on snow day. But really, these students having a blast here, enjoying their day off. We'll continue to chat with some of these students here and maybe get involved in a snowball fight or two. We'll see. But we'll send it back to you guys in the studio.
Look, Courtney, I'm telling you, when you see that many young people out there having a good time, I mean, they could have gone to class. I'm just kidding. I am just kidding.
Class, you kidding me?
I know, but they could have gone if they were going to have all that fun. That's all I'm saying. Ella Dorsey is here checking your forecast.
Listen, that's why I was like, man, they better close schools today, because can you imagine those kids sitting inside when it's snowing outside? Absolutely not. No one would be paying attention. Right? And it's also just a safe thing to cancel class. I hope that your kids got to enjoy the snow, because for most of us now, the snow has ended. Don't shoot the messenger. It is still snowing up in North Georgia, essentially from Calhoun, northern Gordon County, Pickens County, up into the mountains. There's light snow still falling. Banks County still seeing some heavy snow. Gainesville still seeing some heavy snow. But from Cumming, Canton, now down to the south, the snow has ended, and essentially we're actually seeing a little dry slot work its way in. There's a little bit of rain, maybe a little bit of freezing rain, but we may see a few hours here where we don't get any precipitation, okay? But I don't want you to think that it's all over. It's not all over. The next main batch of precipitation is back in Alabama, and you can see it's actually mostly rain. That is a warm nose of air that's working its way into Alabama. But you guys know this. We talk about the wedge of a lot, the wedge of cold air that streams down from the northeast. It hits the Appalachian Mountains, and it moves down into Georgia. It's called cold air damming, because that cold air gets dammed against the Smoky Mountains. That's what we're seeing right now. So we have cold air that is solidly in place over North Georgia. And the fear is, as that warm nose works its way into Georgia, what will happen? Will the temperatures start to climb, or will the wedge beat out that warm nose of air and we stay on the cool side? I just looked at the latest data. The latest data is suggesting that we stay right around 32 degrees. What would that mean? Well, that would mean as that rain moves into Georgia, it transitions back to freezing rain and freezes on the surface. That would be a worst case scenario. So this is your updated forecast. At 11 a.m., only a 50% chance of rain. We're sitting at 31 degrees. At 2 p.m., we've climbed to 32 degrees. There's a 60% chance of rain. Between 2 and 5, that's when that next round of really heavy precipitation moves through. And as it moves in, we may drop back down into the low 30s. So if we stay between 31 and 33 degrees in the air temperature, the ground temperature will not make it above freezing because the snow has now cooled the ground. So what does that mean? It means the rain, the freezing rain falls and immediately freezes on contact with the ground. And that is the issue here. Here's the high temperatures today. I've overlaid the high temperatures with the areas that will stay below freezing. And you can see a large portion of metro Atlanta and pretty much all of North Georgia is going to stay below that freezing mark. Now, if you live in the mountains, it will stay mostly snow for you because the entire atmosphere is below 32 degrees. But if you live in metro Atlanta, there's a high chance that we start to see rapidly accumulating ice as that next batch of precipitation moves in. So it arrives 2 to 3 p.m., heavy rain now falling. Guys, you got to stay off the roads this afternoon, okay? Because this ice is going to accumulate fast. It will be, there'll be a glaze of ice by 3 p.m. And look, if it continues until 6 or 7 p.m., the roads will be nearly impossible to drive on. We'll start to see that precipitation taper after about 9 or 10 p.m. tonight. So that's still a good 7-8 hours of precipitation left that will fall mainly in the form of freezing rain for metro Atlanta. We'll see a few flurries flying around in the mountains tomorrow morning, but essentially at sunrise tomorrow, we will dry out. So here's the area. It's really all of metro Atlanta and East Georgia, not including the mountains, not including central Georgia, but most of metro Atlanta is likely to see accumulating ice between 1/4 to 1/2 inch. And I'm seeing the potential that some areas could see over 1/2 inch of ice, which could start to cause some power outage problems. So low power outages now, low power outages through the early afternoon, but I think there's a moderate risk of power outages as we head through the evening and even into the overnight hours. You gotta be careful, guys, because it's gonna be really cold tonight. You do not want to be without power and unprepared if you lose power overnight, because Georgia Power crews probably won't be on the roads until midday tomorrow because the roads are still gonna be icy tomorrow. We'll see a good slot about 4 hours tomorrow afternoon around 1 p.m. Where the sun comes through. We're in the mid-30s. That should really help the ice and the snow melt. So we'll see decent melting Saturday afternoon, but anything that's left over by sunset tomorrow on Saturday is going to freeze again quickly because we fall into the teens. The teens. Sunday morning might actually be the coldest morning of this entire week. And it was really cold every morning this entire week. So we may still see some road rage trouble on Sunday morning, but I certainly expect by Sunday afternoon, we're back into the 40s. Most of the rest of the ice and snow should melt. So by the time you're back on the roads Monday, you should be good to go. Monday, we get 1 day near 50 degrees, and then the next Arctic blast arrives. We're right back down in the low 40s for the majority of next week. It looks very cold through at least the middle part of January. All right, let's bring in First Alert meteorologist Rodney Harris, because I think everyone wants to know, Rodney, when will they be able to get back on the road?
Yeah, super important. So what I've done here, Ella, we've taken our forecast model and I'm isolating just where the freezing temperatures are, so you'll know when those freezing temperatures will start to go away, specifically tomorrow. So Saturday morning, everybody that you see in purple here, this blue, whatever color this is freezing temperatures basically from metro Atlanta northward. That will continue to be the case tomorrow morning when you get out the door. But notice what happens here throughout the course of the afternoon. That color starts to go further north. So by noon on Saturday, this particular model is showing those temperatures getting above freezing. It'll be barely above freezing, but it will get above freezing Saturday afternoon. And the only locations that I'm forecasting to still be below freezing are the higher elevations of the mountains. So Fannin County, Towns County, Union County, Rabun County, Pickens County, you will still be at freezing on noon Saturday, but metro Atlanta, you should be above freezing, and that's when the melting will start to begin here across metro Atlanta as we take you throughout the rest of the afternoon. Unfortunately, because you're going to get more snow in the mountains, you're going to see the freezing temperatures throughout the entire day tomorrow, although for Atlanta, we will start to warm up. I do want to point out, this is super important, and Ella mentioned this as well, whatever does melt tomorrow afternoon in metro Atlanta, unfortunately, it'll freeze again on Sunday morning. So not only will tomorrow morning be hazardous for travel, but we could still have some patchy spots of ice on Sunday morning as well as you get to church. We do still have a winter storm warning that's in effect. This is until 7 o'clock on Saturday, so basically the rest of the day. And remember, at this point, it doesn't even matter what type of precipitation you're seeing because it's freezing everywhere. That's going to create hazardous travel, so that's why this winter storm warning is in place, again, for Metro Atlanta northward. If you're south of this warning in Troup County, Meriwether County, Lamar, Pike, and Upson counties, you are under a winter weather advisory. That's just until 4 o'clock this afternoon because your travel won't be as hazardous. Speaking of travel, here is a live look, Tracy and Brooks, at 75 South next to Truist Park. We're still seeing some really big delays, and it's because of the same problem with the incidents involving the tractor trailers that got stalled on the ramp from I-75 South to 285. That's still there, and what is unbelievable about this camera, we show this all the time, Brooks and Tracy, that line of traffic that you see, that's just people trying to get on the ramp. Okay, you can see where people are staying on 75 and continuing south. That ramp is the only thing that's being impacted. So if you're watching or listening right now, you're in Cobb County, avoid that ramp, I-75 south to 285. Here's camera number 2, which shows you where that ramp is closed, and there's still a tractor trailer there off to the side. There are additional tractor trailers under that bridge as well, so that's why we're seeing that issue in Cobb County. We'll keep you up to date on that with more traffic to come.
What a traffic nightmare out there.
Once you are in that, you are not getting out of it until they open up that road.
That is true for sure. All right, well, we want to take you back out to Hartsfield-Jackson Atlanta International Airport and take a look at this time lapse here, where you can see things started off dark, then when they got light, so did the ground as well, because that snow started coming down just before 7 o'clock this morning, and we were watching as it continued to pile up there on the tarmac. We do want to let you know again that if you have travel plans for today, a couple of things you need to be aware of. There is a ground stop at Hartsfield-Jackson until at least 2 o'clock this afternoon. The big concern right now for those flights that were trying to come in and those flights that were trying to take off, just not safe. So what they do want to do is make sure you understand that you have to check your itinerary, make sure you understand that you may not be getting out of town right now, but there could be some delays in those cancellations. So we'll be keeping a close watch on those numbers, and we will let you know as soon as that ground stop is lifted.
And Brooks, I just checked, according to FlightAware, a total of 873 at Hartsfield-Jackson cancellations of flights. And guess what? Nothing's worse than being stuck. I want to check in with our own chief investigator, Brendan Keefe, who has been covering Jimmy Carter coverage there in our nation's capital. And Brendan, you're trying to get out of Washington, D.C., and you cannot, along with hundreds of other people behind you.
Yeah, that's right, Tracy. This is what a ground stop in Atlanta looks like at Reagan National Airport in Washington, D.C. All these people here are trying to get to Atlanta, and some are trying to get elsewhere. In fact, these folks laying down on the ground, I'll try to be a little quiet because they're sleeping. She's trying to get to San Juan, Puerto Rico, but they got to fly through Atlanta. Remember, it's the busiest airport in the world and a lot of connections. All these folks, a lot of them have been here trying to get on a 9 a.m. flight that's already delayed multiple times. 9 a.m. was canceled. Then they tried to get on the 10 a.m. That's not set to leave until 2:01 p.m. because of that ground stop. Watch your step here, Luke. In fact, Luke, if you want to zoom in on that delayed panel, that's actually our flight. It was a 12:26 p.m. flight. It showed on time till we got here. Now it's set for 2:01. All of the Atlanta-bound flights from DCA, that's from Reagan National Airport, are showing a 2:01 departure. I think that's optimistic. The only reason it's 2:01 is because the ground stop will be lifted at this point at 2 p.m. But remember, that's going to stack up all of those flights. That means everyone's going to be trying to take off at the same time. Right here in DCA, only 3 flights to Atlanta canceled on Southwest and Delta. The others are delayed because of that. Let's take a look out the window. We're going to be adjusting the light level here in real time, but you can see that's the Capitol there in the distance, just over this Delta aircraft. That's the U.S. Capitol. But right there in the middle of your frame, you can see those runways. They are clear here. There was snow here. The taxiways were actually covered in snow when we arrived 3 days ago. There's an American Airlines flight taking off because it's going to Dallas or elsewhere. Same thing, we did see one Delta flight take off from B-17 here just a moment ago, but that's headed to JFK. So there's no problem taking off here in the nation's capital. They're not expecting snow till tonight, another significant event. The problem is getting into Atlanta. The ground stop is is because you can't have aircraft in the air circling with low fuel trying to land in Atlanta. So the solution is to keep them on the ground in their departure city, so that keeps the congestion in Atlanta down. That gives them options with those 5 parallel runways we have in Atlanta to land as many aircraft as possible. There's a few Atlanta folks here. Some actually were here for the Carter funeral, the state funeral. We'll talk with them in a moment and bring that to you. But there are a lot of folks here who are flying through Atlanta, going elsewhere, including that family there trying to go to Puerto Rico. They're trying to go to a warmer climate, and right now they're stuck here in Reagan National Airport, where we are live. I'm Chief Investigator Brendan Keefe, Atlanta News First.
And Brendan, before you go, we know there's a trickle-down effect. I've been impacted by that before. So as you mentioned, it's not just about where you're taking off from, but where you're going to. And then, of course, the people on the other side of that trip will be impacted. And the staff, the flight attendants, the pilots, they come from other flights as well.
Yeah, that's right, Tracy. I'm asking Luke Carter, no relation, to walk over here to show you our aircraft. And I apologize for the shaky cam here and my backlighted. This is our plane right here. So what you're talking about, those trickle-down delays, that's the aircraft we're supposed to be on. Hey, guess what? That plane actually got in here last night. So you can check on your Delta app. Where's my plane? It shows the aircraft that you're going to be on, where it is now. I checked this morning, it was already here, no problem. No problem getting out of Atlanta this morning because it was already here last night. The problem is now getting that off the ground. But guess what? This aircraft is someone else's plane for later today. That was supposed to get in around 2:30 in Atlanta today. That means that flight will be delayed, and so forth and so on. Some of these Delta aircraft actually take multiple flights a day, and so that does result in cascading delays and cancellations all over the country throughout the system.
All right, Brendan Keefe live in our nation's capital. Make it back home safely, both you and Luke.
Well, we do have some breaking news that we're staying on top of at this hour, where we have learned Delta passengers had to evacuate on the tarmac at Hartsfield-Jackson Atlanta International Airport. So we're learning from the FAA that Delta flight aborted takeoff at around 9 o'clock this morning. There were some reported engine issues, but you can see that they had to deploy those slides there so that they could get about 200 passengers off of that plane and onto the runway. 207 people exactly were there on board. We have learned that there were 4 people who had minor injuries. 1 person has been taken to the hospital. The FAA now looking into this. And again, that ground stop still in effect until 2 o'clock this afternoon. And as soon as it is lifted, we will be sure to let you know.
Meantime, on the ground, a lot of people, if you've stayed home, and hopefully you have, a lot of people trying to enjoy the weather that we have. Another live look at the world's busiest airport there. But let's head out to Atlanta News First senior reporter Patrick Quinn. He's by Piedmont. He's actually on Piedmont Road in Midtown. And Patrick, you're doing what we're telling a lot of people to do. Is just walk to wherever you need to go. Don't get behind the wheel today.
Tracy, it's walk to work day. Yep, no getting in a car today. I am on foot. Here's a look at Piedmont Road right now. Many of you guys know this. Here's a look at it right now so you can get a sense of, just the conditions right now. We're seeing a larger SUV approach, but other than that, really, there's no one here. There's a scooter that just went by, another walker. We, of course, are just right by Piedmont Park. I'm on my way to Piedmont Park. There's a look. There's the roads. Yeah, just real slick, and it's clumping up, and it's that is of concern. When this freezes over, this is going to be especially treacherous. So you just heard the breakdown. But yeah, we're walking. We are walking to Piedmont Park, where we hear a lot of sledding's going on, so we're going to try and capture some of that. We're on foot right now. Sometimes in life, you just have to admit your weaknesses. A weakness for me, I cannot drive in the snow. I am terrible at it, so I just don't do it. And so now we're on foot. Here's a look. This is a great look. Here's a look at the Beltline. Someone on a bike. So yeah, we're gonna take this route right here. Here's a look at the Beltline. A lot of people, this is the way to do it. I mean, this is gonna be pretty cool to walk to Piedmont Park to get a look at things from here. I had a friend who asked me, is there gonna be a window this afternoon where I can maybe get on the roads before it ices over? And as you just heard from Ella and Rodney, it's really not looking like it. So people are hunkering down right now. And yeah, this is a look at Midtown, Piedmont Park on foot as we're walking. I mean, it looks pretty cool. Look at the outline. This is pretty great. Dogs are off. Yeah, I was out today earlier with my dog, off leash where possible. I mean, this is pretty epic right now. So, guys, we'll be walking to Piedmont Park. I'm sure we'll have some better shots in just a little bit. It's going to take me a minute to get there, but we're making it.
Yeah.
This sounds
I'll
like
send it back to y'all.
Yeah, this sounds like a YouTube series that he wants to launch or something. Just walking and talking, and I can respect that, Patrick. You be safe out there. I know it's not going to be warm out there, but at least be safe as you're making your way around that area.
He has got the prettiest view right there. I mean, on the Beltline, that's what the Beltline was built for, is to really enjoy the city. And what better day to get on the Beltline when you're dressed warmly than to see it and enjoy it there. All right, Patrick, we're going to check back in with you in just a bit. I hope he's dressed warmly. I didn't see anything over his face. Hopefully he's got some earmuffs on.
He's out there trying to be cute. Y'all know you have got to bundle up when it's time to do that. And First Alert meteorologist Ella Dorsey is here. That temperature isn't changing right now.
Look, Patrick is smart, okay? He admits his faults. He's not good at driving in the snow. Atlantans in general are not good at driving in the snow because we don't have to ever drive in the snow. And it's not going to be snow from here on out. It's going to be freezing rain and ice, which will make travel even worse. So if you don't hear anything else from me today, hear this: stay off the roads. Stay off the roads for the remainder of the day today, all right? Let's talk about First Alert radar. I want to show you that it's actually dried up here in the last 45 minutes to an hour. South of the city, it's pretty dry, so very light rain showers now working their way into Edenton, Lake Oconee. We knew that areas down towards central Georgia were going to see a switch over to just rain. These areas were not included in the winter storm warning for that reason. If you live from Griffin to Edenton to LaGrange, you're pretty much done with the winter weather. You're going to see just rain showers this afternoon. It's still snowing in the mountains. There's still light freezing rain north of the city, but the next batch of precipitation will move in this afternoon, okay? So it is going to bring us additional rain and freezing rain, and the mountains are going to continue to see snow. This is the additional snow that we're in for through the day today. You could see essentially Metro Atlanta, areas south, not going to see any additional snow, but the mountains could get in north of Gainesville, northern Hall County, Dawson County, up into Gilmer County, so from LJ to Blue Ridge, over to Helen, up into Lake Burton, Lake Raven, an additional ½ of an inch to an inch, maybe 2 inches of snow. So when it's all said and done, the mountains will probably pick up about 3 inches of snow as well. The temperatures, that is the big question. Are we going to warm by a few degrees? That's all it takes. 34 degrees is really the cutoff for when we'll start to see rain and we'll see melting. Only Conyers right now is sitting at 34 degrees. LaGrange sitting at 36 degrees. The rest of us are sitting right around freezing, and the fear is that as the next batch of precipitation moves in, it will fall into these below freezing temperatures. In addition to that, this is the air temperature, right, guys? The snow on the ground has coated the ground with just extreme cold. So the ground is sitting below freezing. So no matter what falls out of the atmosphere, if it's freezing rain or rain, when it hits that snow, it is very likely going to freeze. And that is the big threat, okay? Now, why do we talk about not taking the roadways? Well, if you're gonna be driving and you're driving over bridges, they freeze before the actual asphalt, because there's air underneath them. When the air temperature, the ground is insulated, right? Below ground, we'll be sitting about 34, 35 degrees today, but the bridges will be about 4 degrees colder. So even if the air temperature outside says 35 or 36, the bridges will be sitting below freezing, which means you're very likely, if you're driving down the road and you're okay, if you go over a bridge, you could easily spin out. We'll say it all the time, and that's really going to be a factor through the rest of the day today. Bridges are going to be very slick and even completely frozen over. So here's what to expect for the rest of the day today. Dry right now. By 1 p.m., though, that's when the next batch of rain starts to move in. It will be a combination of rain and freezing rain through the entire afternoon. We're looking at about 6 or 7 hours of heavy precipitation from here on out. So rain and freezing rain between 1 to 8 p.m. tonight. This is the threat, guys. Snow is not a threat. Snow is just cute. It's fun. We love it. But now we're transitioning into the threat, into the kind of severe part of this storm, which is the ice. We're going to see up to 1/2 inch of ice accumulation. Do not drive. I just said it. I'll say it again. I'll continue to say it. Do not drive. Power outages are possible this afternoon and this evening, depending on how much ice we get. So you got to prepare for that too. I do suspect we'll start to see those power outages go up a little bit here in the coming hours. First Alert meteorologist Rodney Harris is here taking us to the roads. This is why you don't want to be driving, Rodney.
Absolutely, Ella. So we're in Northwest Atlanta here. There's a bit of good news. This is I-75 South at Northside Parkway. Initially, this was completely blocked. There is a right lane that is getting by now on 75 South. So if you're coming out of Cobb County, headed southbound into Atlanta on I-75, you can get by, but you're going to be super delayed. I did talk to GDOT here, Tracy and Brooks, and the reason why it's taking so long to clear these incidents is because a lot of them involve jackknife tractor trailers, which is what's happening here, and they're having to like de-ice the road. So it's taking a while for these incidents to clear. That's 75 South at Northside Parkway. This is brand new. This is I-85 as you're taking the ramp to 285, basically Spaghetti Junction into Cobb County. I'm going to briefly take the banner off so you can actually see where everybody's stuck at the top of that ramp. And this has been an issue all morning long. Most of the crashes have been on ramps and have involved tractor trailers. So just a heads up for those of you this morning in DeKalb County and really Gwinnett County as well. If you typically take 85 South to 285, you will be stuck here. As a reminder, we are under a winter storm warning. That's all of Metro Atlanta and everybody north of there until tomorrow morning because of those live pictures that I just showed you. Travel will continue to be hazardous. There's also a winter weather advisory that's in effect south of that warning, and that is where you will see a mix that's possible to continue, but your roads will not be as hazardous. That winter weather advisory is for Troop and Meriwether, Lamar Pike, and Upson counties until 4 o'clock this afternoon. We'll keep you up to date on the roads, and we'll see you back here for more weather and traffic soon.
Rodney, thank you. Of course, we've got you covered all across the metro. Let's head now to Henry County for Atlanta News First, Brittany Ford. She is there. And Brittany, you are all bundled up nice and warm. And the good thing is there's no one on the road. Well, a few cars
just
behind
one or two.
Yeah. Well, there we go. As soon as we
Tracy,
said that, there they go.
Tracy, I don't play around with this cold. I reported in Green Bay, I reported in North Dakota, and I brought out every jacket and boot I had in my closet. We're not playing around with the cold, but just about what you're talking about, we actually spoke with Henry County Emergency Management, and they have been working around the clock like several other counties. You can see right there, that is their plows that have been going through the county. Plows, they've been salting, they've been sanding. And this here, Jonesboro Road, we're here on Jonesboro Road and Oak Grove Road in McDonough. This is one of the main arteries in Henry County that they've really been focusing on. This is one of the main arteries that has a lot of traffic, but again, luckily people have been heeding this warning and have not been driving. It really has been a ghost town. Several of the strip malls coming in are completely empty, closed. So again, the good news in all this, it does seem that people are heeding that warning, staying home, staying off the roads. But again, you can see a live look right there. This is what we've been seeing all morning long of, they're not just salting and sanding, but they're not just salting and briming, they're sanding. That's a sand truck that you see right there. And talking to emergency management this morning, they told me that they have about 6 crews out here, 6 crews that have been working around the clock doing just that, salting, sanding, and briming the roads in preparation for this winter storm. But again, I will say, since we've been out here, we do see some cars up here, but people have been heeding the warning. Again, if my photographer can turn around, I can tell you just the ghost town that it is here. The strip mall here completely closed. Any type of business on Jonesboro Road completely closed. Everyone is shacking up, staying home, heeding the warning. But yeah, I would say conditions out here so far have been good. It's really going to be what we've talked about and our meteorologists have talked about, and that black ice that's coming. And that's really what the DOT and also the emergency management told me, that they're monitoring those conditions, making sure again that they're salting, they're sanding, and all their operations are going as normal. We even had a little trouble getting into this parking lot here, that hill with some slick ice up there. So again, you know, it can creep up on you. You can't always see where it is. But I will say here in Henry County, a lot of people have been heeding that warning. They have been staying home. It's a ghost town. It seems that a lot of people in emergency management also told us this, that they learned their lesson in 2014, the Snowmageddon. Nobody's taking any chances out here, and we're staying bundled up and we're staying warm. I'll send it back to you.
Yeah, stay warm, stay safe, Brittany. Thank you. I'm joined here in the studio by Atlanta News First anchor Rick Volbaum, and we're just talking, of course, about the preparations on the roadway. I know you've been here all morning before the snow even started to fall, but we do want to get an idea of how the city of Atlanta is handling. And Brittany mentioned that, of course, Snowmageddon. We have Atlanta Mayor Andre Dickens on the line with us right now, FaceTime. Mayor Dickens, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, good to see you. You are all bundled up in your jacket, ready to go. Tell us a little bit about the city of Atlanta preparations. I was on the roadways yesterday, saw that some had been, the brine had already come down. So certainly the city has been planning for this event.
Yeah, absolutely, Tracy. Thank you. We really took this seriously. We planned ahead. The Atlanta Department of Transportation got out there the last couple of days and did a salt and brine mix, preparing the roads so that the snow and ice would have less to stick to, so that we could be prepared to come plow it, which is what we're doing now. We have primary streets and priority 1 streets and then priority 2 streets. Priority 1 streets are those main thoroughfares, especially those that are around our hospitals so that emergency vehicles can get in and out, around our fire stations, police stations, senior facilities, et cetera, and our main roads in the city. And so in coordination with Georgia DOT, Atlanta DOT, Public Works, we're all working together. We also I'm here right now at the Joint Operations Center. That's what's behind me is, a few dozen people that are from all the various departments, police, fire, 311, 911. All of us have been here overnight coordinating, getting prepared for snow and wintry mix so that we can keep the roads safe, but also keep the citizens safe in case of any other emergencies. Luckily, we don't have many power lines down and those things, but we got Georgia Power here just in case. So we were prepared, and we're not out of the woods yet. We're continuing to work hard and stay in contact with people like you, the media, because we know you guys can get the message out clearly to stay off the roads. We don't need people in cars on the roads while emergency vehicles and DOT vehicles are out there trying to do their job.
Mayor Dickens, we know the temperatures are expected to drop, and that's going to cause some problems, could cause some problems with ice on the roads. What are your biggest concerns as we head into the afternoon and the early evening hours, and how are you addressing them?
Yeah, 2 things are a little bit of a concern. One is the confidence that people get because we're all saying things are going well, and they are going well. But we don't want you to say, "Hey, now I can go out there and drive since I see nobody out there." Right? There's still, and then the second thing is it's hilly. Atlanta's very hilly, so once this snow could potentially turn into ice as it freezes. A lot of us live on hills. Driveways are on hills, and people right now, the only 911 calls that we have are from people who have hit a pole or hit a mailbox or a parked car or a few fender benders. And so we're seeing people driving in 2 small vehicles. If you don't have an all-wheel drive vehicle, or if you're not used to driving in the snow and it's not a necessary trip, just don't take it. Yes, we've done our preparation of the roads, but it's not perfect. It's not every single street, particularly those back roads, the smaller streets that are, it's just difficult. So we're asking that everyone stays put, especially as nightfall comes and some of these roads could get icy, and sidewalks as well as driveways. Don't take any unnecessary trips tonight or in the morning, and stay connected to your news broadcast and the city of Atlanta's social media.
And Mayor Dickens, you live in Atlanta. You've been here all your life, worked with the city of Atlanta before as a city councilman before you became mayor. As we know here in Atlanta, no 2 events like this are alike. Is there something you feel like that we learn from each one? Of course, everybody looks back to Snowmageddon, but we've had other events since then.
Yeah, so Snowmageddon is something we never want to repeat. 2014 was, 10 plus years ago, and we don't want to go back to that day. So as a city council member, I created the Atlanta Department of Transportation after watching us as a city not be prepared for that. And so now we have a DOT within the city, and their focus is on our roads, our sidewalks, our bridges, and our bike lanes, et cetera. So they are totally focused on making sure that we're safe and reduce car crashes, pedestrian crashes. So part of this is just being more thoughtful, more prepared, utilizing new systems. And the other thing is utilizing communications and working from home. You know, we got the message out. We coordinated with the governor, with the school systems, and Grady and Fulton County, and we all said it's best for us to close. I being a native of Atlanta growing up, I used to look for these snow days. I would watch your news broadcast and look for Atlanta Public Schools to come across the screen. And it used to be 4 in the morning before Atlanta Public Schools would close schools. Not this time. We all were early so people could get prepared. And so the city was at the right posture to not have to deal with as much. And so we're thankful that we got ahead of this and, you know, folks can work from home and have a good snow day.
Mayor Dickens, as we move into the afternoon and the possibility of some power outages, of course, that's got to be a major concern. You talked about the city getting some 911 calls from folks who have run into some problems on the roads. What do you recommend? What should people do in the event that they lose power or they have issues later on in the day as we get into the evening hours?
Great question. Very important. Right now, continue to charge your devices. Charge your phones, charge your tablets. Those of you that have medical equipment, please charge your portable chargers, your uninterruptible sources of batteries. Those things, charge them in the event that we do have a power outage. Make sure you have enough water in your refrigerator in case that there's a water outage. I like to be prepared, to be resilient. We hope none of those things happen, but we do want to be prepared. And if they do happen, if a tree limb was to fall or a tree falls because of the weight of the snow and ice and the ground being saturated, we have Georgia Power right here. They've been with us overnight and they're here now. We're coordinated with them. We will go out. We have our forestry team with the city of Atlanta. We have our firefighters that are also able to they have chainsaws, and we also have our outside crews and Georgia Power. So we, you know, have learned a lot from the hurricane that was a few months ago, and we're prepared now for this. We do what we call tabletop exercises, where our emergency preparedness people put us through the ringer. What would you do first, Mayor? What would you do next, COO? What would you do, Chief? And so we are hopeful that those preparations have led to good results here and throughout the region.
Well, we heard from the governor earlier this morning that his people are working very well with City of Atlanta officials, and so it's great to see the cooperation between the city and the state. And we wish you and your team the very best as we head into the afternoon and evening hours. Mayor Dickens, thanks so much for joining us.
Thank you so much. Continue to spread the word, to stay off the roads, and continue to watch the news to know when it's time that you can get back out. And yes, we will stay coordinated with everyone. Thank you,
sir.
All right. We do want to find out what those conditions are right now outside. Let's head over to First Alert meteorologist Ella Dorsey.
Yeah, so it's actually pretty dry out there right now, at least from Atlanta down to the south. So let's take you all across North Georgia, show you what's going on. The blue you see up in the North Georgia mountains, that is snow. Snow still falling north of Banks County, Habersham County, just north of Lake Lanier and Gainesville, still light snow in Lumpkin County, Blue Ridge, Ellijay. The higher elevations still seeing that light snow. It's been very light up there all morning, so the mountains are seeing much lower accumulations than we saw here in Metro. We get in 3-4 inches in just a few hours, but the snow will continue to pile up in those higher elevations. From Calhoun down 75 all through Bartow County to Ackworth now, Cherokee County, it's light freezing rain. There's light freezing rain from Rome to Cedartown to Rockmart in Polk County as well. But really from Kennesaw down to the south, it's dry. Watkinsville now drying out. Athens going to dry out here. Monroe now dry. Winder now dry. Gwinnett County is now dry. So this is a little dry slot before the next round of precipitation moves in. So if you want to walk the dog outside right now, if you don't like the snow, the ice, the next round that's coming, if you want to get outside, do not drive. But if you want to walk around, now is the time to do it if you want to take some pictures of the beautiful winter wonderland before it gets really gross this afternoon. So let's talk about what's going to happen here on out. So you see that dry slot here. Next round of precipitation just off to our west in Alabama. Now you might be saying that's rain. So is it going to be rain when it arrives here in Georgia? That is the big question. Right now, here in Georgia, we have what's called a wedge of cold air in place. So let me explain to you what that will do as the precipitation moves in. Between the ground and the clouds, there's about 7,000 feet, okay? If any little slot of warm air moves in that 7,000 feet, Then the snow falls through that warm column of air, and when it refreezes near the Earth's surface, it becomes freezing rain. So this morning we were all sitting below freezing, we saw snow. The ground is now coated with that snow. The ground is now below 32 degrees because of the snow. So as that rain moves into that warm air that will move into place in the afternoon, the snow will melt and then it will refreeze as it reaches near the ground. And that's the reason that we're gonna see hours upon hours likely of freezing rain through the rest of the day. I've looked at our current model data from here on out. It does not look like we're gonna make it much out of the freezing range. Freezing is 32 degrees. You're looking at 30 to 32 degrees near the Earth's surface for the remainder of the day today. And that's the threat. The snow reinforced the cold at the surface. So that means when this rain falls, it is going to freeze on contact with the snow and the ground. And the ground's also been really cold. It's been really cold for several days. So there's a high likelihood of quickly accumulating freezing rain and ice this afternoon. It's dry right now, but by 1 p.m., that next round of precipitation arrives. It'll be pretty heavy between 3 to 5 to even 6 p.m., and it will not really taper until later on today. And I'm talking strictly for Metro Atlanta. If you live up in the mountains, you're likely to continue to see snow at least until 2 or 3 p.m. The mountains will see a quick change over to freezing rain this afternoon and evening, but the accumulations are likely to be much less. It's still going to be very slippery and slick on the roadways in the higher elevations, but it's here down in Metro Atlanta that the precipitation is likely to be very heavy through the remainder of the afternoon for several hours until about 7 p.m. Then it will start to taper, but we don't really dry out until around 10 or 11 or maybe even midnight tonight. So the potential ice, I'm showing you this just a grain of salt. This is what our models are starting to predict. They've increased the potential for significant ice accumulations in Metro. Again, take it with a grain of salt, all right? It's not like West Metro is going to see less than East Metro. You just got it. This is just, I'm showing you this to give you an idea that all of Metro is under a threat for significant ice accumulations. And if not, I expect at least disruptive ice accumulations between 1/4 to 1/2 inch across all of Metro this afternoon. And that will hard freeze tonight. So whatever falls and freezes is really going to get locked in overnight as temperatures fall back into the 20s. So you do not want to be on the roads tonight, certainly, and you really don't want to be on the roads tomorrow morning. We're going to start the day below freezing and with clouds. It will not be until those clouds break, the sun comes out, that we start to get decent melting. Tomorrow afternoon, around noon or 1 p.m., I expect the sun to come out, and so we'll get 4 or 5 hours of really decent melting tomorrow, and we'll reach the mid-30s. So I do expect the roads to be okay by tomorrow afternoon, but then whatever has not melted by sunset tomorrow will refreeze very quickly because we fall into the teens on Saturday night. So there's another threat for some tricky travel on Sunday morning as well. So really all weekend, guys, you gotta be on alert and be aware that some of the roads, certainly bridges, certainly back roads, untreated roads, driveways, sidewalks, are going to be an issue at least until Sunday afternoon when we warm back into the low 40s. But we're not going to warm up much next week. Another big Arctic blast arrives Monday night. Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, we're in the low 40s. I've actually seen the potential for highs in the 30s next week. So looks very cold through at least mid-January. First Alert meteorologist Ronnie Harris is here now. Ronnie, there has been major trouble on the roadways.
There has indeed. So I want to kind of walk you through some of the biggest incidents that I'm looking at right now. Unfortunately, here we're back to all lanes blocked on I-75 South before Northside Parkway, Northside Drive. As you're coming out of Cobb County, Northwest Atlanta, headed southbound into Midtown, you cannot continue past Northside. Again, that's I-75 South. If you absolutely have to get on the road, use Cobb Parkway. Of course, we recommend you not getting on the road, but that's what's going on in Northwest Atlanta. This is also Cobb County, I-75. That ramp to 285 is still blocked. So again, this is all this traffic that you see. That is just people trying to get onto that ramp. You can see where they're moving very slowly here, but you can see where cars are continuing on I-75 itself. It's just people trying to get onto that ramp to 285 that are still significantly delayed. This has been hours where people have been delayed here, so avoid that ramp if you can in Cobb County. And then finally, we're in DeKalb County. This is really impacting you in DeKalb County and Gwinnett County. This is the ramp from I-85 South to 285 in DeKalb. This ramp is open now. People are just taking their time. At one point it was closed. A heads up to you, Spaghetti Junction there in DeKalb County. Here's a look at what you can expect in terms of the freezing temperatures. Again, for the rest of the day, temperatures will remain freezing in metro Atlanta and northward, which is why we're advising you not to get on the roads. Saturday morning, temperatures are still freezing. If you're in LaGrange, Tomlinson, Griffin, and Edenton, and even maybe as far north as Covington, by Saturday morning, your temperature should be above freezing. And then by lunchtime on Saturday, metro Atlanta will start to warm up to above freezing. This is important because this is when things will try to melt, at least by lunchtime in metro Atlanta. It's important to note that if you are in the higher elevations of the mountains, specifically Pickens County, Gilmer County, Fannin County, Towns, Union, Rabun County, maybe even parts of Lumpkin County and White County, you will remain at freezing all day tomorrow. So you're not really going to see any improvement on the roads. But metro Atlanta, after lunch, we should start to see those temperatures warm back up. But then unfortunately, as Ella mentioned, Sunday morning, whatever is wet on the ground is going to refreeze. So there will be some patches of ice still on the road as you get to church on Sunday. Now to the good news, and I want to show a few more pictures that we are getting. We appreciate you for sending these pictures to Atlanta News First. The puppies there in Swanee. We also have a snowman. Tracy, that's an Atlanta United scarf, and Rick, on that snowman. That's pretty impressive there from Clarkson in DeKalb County. And then we have Decatur having a great time there in the snow. Continue to send us your pictures. Just tag Atlanta News First on all of our social media channels, and we'll try to get him on for you.
Is he on skis?
I don't know what he's on.
It looks like he is.
Yeah.
You can't see the, is that skis?
Yeah.
Where do you get skis from in Atlanta?
What do you mean? He goes skiing.
Wow.
Little cross-country skiing.
I'm going to use them today.
I've never been skiing before, so I'm not familiar with the hardware.
Well, if you haven't, now is not the time to try, Rodney.
And that snowman was legit as well that Rodney showed us. All right, very
There it
impressive.
is.
Love the scarf. One of the areas we've been watching, of course, is north of the city in Blue Ridge, in the higher elevations where, we know a lot of times it's much colder. They get more snow when this kind of event takes place. And Sarah Hammond has been there for us today, keeping an eye on all things happening there. Very beautiful scene, and I can still see it's still snowing there.
It is still snowing. It's been steadily coming down since it started just a little bit after 7 o'clock this morning. I know some places a little farther south of us are starting to see that ice, that sleet and freezing rain, but it's been, for the most part, just pure snow out here. It's still this beautiful snow to play, and we've seen so many kids out here making snowballs, snowmen, sledding, just having a great time today. And earlier we spoke to some folks who work in the coffee shop here in downtown Blue Ridge. They were closing up, but they live here, and they say, yes, they do get, some more snow since they're farther north, but they haven't seen snow like this in, she said, at least about 5 years. So they were very excited to see this. You'll hear from them momentarily. We also spoke to a family who tells us they live in Kennesaw. They were watching this forecast going, should we go to Blue Ridge? Should we stay here? They opted to rent a cabin up here in Blue Ridge for the day so they could just enjoy this snow day with their 3- and 6-year-old daughters. And they say this will be the first snow that they are really able to remember. So a memory that they will absolutely cherish. But take a listen at what they say they are most looking forward to do today at that cabin that they were able to rent.
Oh, we brought our sleds and they are pumped. So we got a cabin, has a nice little hill. So yeah, they'll be sledding later.
The last time I remember actual snow is a couple of years ago, and we've been wanting snow for a long time. So it's really cool to finally see it.
Like I said, this snow still out here, we're lucky to have the fun snow to play in. It's great snowball weather. My photographer behind the camera, Joe, and I have been having, oh gosh, they're all going to hit me now. We've been having a snowball fight out here all day. So again, you guys, it's so fun out here in Blue Ridge. If you're near here, come out here and join the snowball fight with us.
Oh, Sarah, be careful what you ask for now.
Yeah, Joe's got a good arm. Watch out.
And apparently everybody else behind Joe, too. All right, Sarah. Those images just beautiful with the train in the distance and a lot of people out there walking in the snow. All right, we do want to head to another place where I just knew there would be a ton of people headed out. Atlanta News First, senior reporter Patrick Quinn. He's at Piedmont Park, and they are having a blast out there.
Tracy, this is amazing. I'm going to turn my camera around. We are on the iconic hill at Piedmont Park. You know it. You've seen some skiers, you've seen some sledding and some snowball fights. I'm going to raise you. This is the place to be. If you're watching at home and you're close to Piedmont Park, go ahead, walk on out. Take a look at this scene. This is the top of the scene. This is a crew right now doing some yeoman's work. They are building up a mogul that we have seen people sledding down, skiing down, and so we're going to see it. There's a snowboarder right there. And here's the crowd at the bottom. I mean, this is just a really fun place to be. More sledding going on. There are, there's a little bit of incidences at times, but nothing serious. Man down. A couple of minutes. We're okay. Everyone's accounted for. Here's the long line of people still set to come. That was our photographer. I'm going to run down here and check on her. Oh, no. Hey, are you all right, Lauren?
Hit my face, though.
Oh, gosh. Okay. We're going to check on Lauren. But this is the scene now at Piedmont Park. It's one of those both and days. As y'all are watching our coverage, you'll see the mayor. You'll see him talk about the street conditions, what to avoid, what to do, what to not do. There also is a lot of levity, a lot of fun. I mean, of course, we never see scenes like this at Piedmont Park. So just to take it in, here's a crew coming down right now. Oh my gosh, with some speed. We're gonna watch that. Here's a tube, couple tubes, and here's that mogul that they're trying to build up. Another man down.
Took another person out.
Yeah. So, guys, we will continue to have images here from Piedmont Park. I mean, it's just a really fun, exciting, thrilling place to be. And yeah, I've seen skiers, tubers, families. I mean, it's all here right now.
I'm really impressed that people have those sleds.
Well, and here's the thing too, Rick. So if you remember from last time, I remember a few snow events. Like you go to Ace Hardware, you get it, and you keep it in your garage until it happens again. Because 2 days ago, you couldn't find one anywhere. So you have a lot of people using makeshift things like, trash can lids or laundry baskets, or what is he even on? The top of a container, of a storage container. So people are doing whatever they can to slide down that hill. Oh, please be careful. Please, please, please be careful. Or inner tubes. You go and shoot the hooch.
Yeah.
You can use an inner tube.
It looked like that guy was using an inflatable. I mean, there is some serious speed out there on this hill.
Yeah. But I guarantee you another couple of hours.
Lot of speed.
Patrick, you might want to slide down that hill while you can, because I think that snow is starting to wear down just a bit, and I don't think there's going to be anything up there in the next few hours. So we're going to keep an eye on things for you.
I feel like this is prime time right now.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm going to try and get on a tube here in a little bit. Not go too fast, though.
I don't think you have a choice.
All right,
in
well,
this
we got
speed.
this.
Oh!
A little mogul there
Yeah.
on the road.
People need to clear the way for them. Oh my goodness, there's all kinds of wipeouts. All right, Patrick, please be careful out there.
That looks like a lot of fun.
It does look
Kind of
like
jealous,
fun,
I must say.
I know. Oh, he's
there.
on speed.
Absolutely.
This is a professional here.
Yeah, he clearly knew what he was doing.
And it didn't run into the crowd there. All right, Patrick, thank you.
All right, we've been watching Buckhead this morning because earlier today they had some serious problems with some water mains that had broken there. There was a team of workers trying to fix that problem as the snow began to come down. They were trying to get it done before the worst of it. And thankfully they did. Don Shipman has been there all morning keeping an eye on that and everything else going on in Buckhead. So fill us in, Don.
Good afternoon. Yeah, the water is back on. They managed to fix it. This is one of 3 breaks within a 24-hour period. And take a look. You can see right there, that's where they had to dig it up, right there on the corner. And you can see all of that mud. And yeah, what a mess. The good news, though, everything is back up and running. Atlanta DOT workers did several swipes along Farr Road right here where this break is. They were laying down some salt. They did that just about 30 minutes ago. The city truck spreading salt in hopes of melting down some of that snow and that slush. Now, the concern was that the flooding from the water main break, coupled with the snow and the rain, could lead to a sheet of ice forming on the road. So the good news, we've been mentioning it, many people taking the governor's advice and staying home. That's important for 2 reasons. 1, your safety, and then 2, it really helps plow trucks and all the salt trucks have better access to the road to clear the roads.
Absolutely not. By foot, I'm going to venture out. In my car, no, it is going to stay parked probably until Monday.
And then you live here where the water was out. So what did you have to do this morning?
Oh my God, I was just hoping that it would come back. It was out last night and then it was out early this morning and then thank God it came back. So I'm okay, thankfully.
And they got that water restored right around 9:30, 10 o'clock this morning. Another thing to take note of is this is a parked vehicle and you can see the snow on top right here and it's starting to ice over. Here's the thing. It is state law that you clear your car of all that snow and ice completely. Not just the windshield, but the top as well. I don't have gloves on right now, so this is what I always do. If you don't have a scraper, you use your arm. But yeah, you want to make sure you clear that because what happens tomorrow when you're in the afternoon and you're driving down the connector, you don't want a sheet of ice to fly off your vehicle and then hit a vehicle behind you. That can be really, really dangerous. It goes for truck drivers as well. Very important. Be mindful of that. We're live here in Buckhead. Don Shipman, Atlanta News First.
All right, thanks so much, Don. So I want to get you back to the roads here and get you an update. First of all, on the road temperatures, because this will become the story for the rest of the day, Tracy and Rick. So what you see in purple, that is now freezing rain. And as a reminder, that's when it's raining outside, but it freezes on contact with any surface. So the reason I'm showing you the road temperatures is because it lets us know literally what the temperature is on the ground, and every temperature that you see below 32 degrees, that's freezing. That's why we're starting to see this change over to purple, and that's what you're gonna get the ice issues going throughout the rest of the afternoon, unfortunately, and into this evening. Now, earlier this morning, we had a legend up here to let you know which temperatures were above freezing and which temperatures were below. Everybody's below freezing now. All of the interstates are registering below freezing temperatures. So again, this will become the concern this afternoon going into this evening. And the snow has been really fun this morning, but this isn't so much fun. This will definitely produce more crashes, which is why we are asking you to avoid being on the roads. I'm forecasting these temperatures, the road temperatures, to stay below freezing for the rest of the day and on Saturday morning. It won't be until around lunch or later on Saturday when these temperatures will start to warm back up. So this is a big deal, and this is why we are under a winter storm warning in Metro Atlanta because of the hazardous travel that we are forecasting here. So here's a look at the roads right now. I-75 south at Northside Parkway, unfortunately, that is still shut down. This is because of a jackknife tractor trailer. And Rick and Tracy, as you know, we've had like 10 or 15 of these all jackknife tractor trailers all over the place. Here is situation number 2 back in Cobb County. That's still the ramp from I-75 to 285. You still can't take that ramp. And all those cars you see, that's just a line of people trying to get on that ramp. Your through traffic on 75 is fine. It's just that ramp from 75 to 285. So what you'll want to do is just avoid that this morning. If you're in Cobb County and you absolutely have to get on the road, you'll want to use Cobb Parkway. So we'll keep you up to date on these incidents and the road temperatures throughout the course of the day. But for now, to talk about what's happening on First Alert Radar, here is First Alert meteorologist Ella Dorsey. And Ella, you've been telling people that this is going to start to transition, and that's what's going to become the issue.
I'm laughing, Roddy, because this picture of all of those trucks on the interstate, that's a lot of milk and bread that's not making it to the supermarkets.
You're going to be late if you need some food tonight. That's you're right, all tractor trailers.
Right. I hope you guys I hope y'all went to the grocery store. Maybe Total Wine. Did you hit up Total Wine? I did. I spent $170 at Total Wine yesterday, so I'm good to go this afternoon.
I need you to share because I forgot to go.
Right. Hey guys, it's been all fun and games up to this point because it's been beautiful snow, right? Now we're going to transition into the severe part of the storm, which is the ice threat. You can see we're seeing a little dry slot here that's working its way in. That will not last long. See all this rain back in Alabama? It will move in by about 1 or 2 p.m. today. And it's not going to be rain when it moves in. Here's why. Most of us are still sitting below the freezing mark. LaGrange is warm enough, 37 degrees, that when the precipitation moves in down towards Troup County, it should be rain. But for the rest of us, it's going to refreeze into freezing rain, and that is the major threat, okay? 1 p.m., there's a 40% chance of freezing rain, but you can see hour by hour, it really starts to get heavy again. By 4 p.m. and 5 p.m., it is really pouring down that freezing rain, okay? And we're looking at significant ice accumulations through the afternoon. We have a full team of meteorologists here. We're gonna be here all day keeping you updated, and we will continue coverage over on Peachtree TV, so you can join us there, guys.
All right, Ella, thank you. Atlanta News First winter storm coverage continues on Peachtree TV. You can search Atlanta News First on Roku, Fire TV, Apple TV, or YouTube. Just to stream us for free. But again, our coverage will continue on Peachtree TV and online. So keep it right here on Atlanta News First. We're not going anywhere. Coverage continues right now. And again, thank you for joining us for our streaming coverage, our coverage on Peachtree TV as we cover this First Alert Weather Day. And this puts the First Alert in First Alert Weather Day, doesn't it?
It does. The good news is we've been asking everyone to stay off the roadway. Officials pretty much pre-warned folks that, you know what, if you don't have to go out, I know there are some essential workers who do, but many of the schools closed, pretty much all of them. A lot of government offices closed, a lot of businesses closed as well. So again, we are here for you to give you a look at what's going on around Metro Atlanta so you do not have to venture out. Go ahead, walk your dog, take the kids out, play in the snow, do all those fun things, but don't get on the roadways because we're going to show you in just a bit. They're a little bit of a mess. We want to give you some perspective around Metro Atlanta right now, heading out to Gainesville, where Atlanta News First Joshua Skinner is. Joshua, apparently a lot of people have been on that roadway. I see a lot of tire tracks behind you, but for now, things seem pretty calm.
Yeah, pretty calm. We talk about the tire tracks, but it is actually pretty icy up here in Gainesville. We've seen a lot of sledders come down here. Show you these young gentlemen here. This is a digital learning day, by the way, guys. Look at this outfit. That has to be the coldest thing you've ever seen.
It's very cold.
Oh my goodness. So, I mean, we're wearing tennis shoes. This is not sanctioned sledding gear, but we're having a good time out here though, right? Yeah. Right. So we've been watching people on four-wheelers. They've been attached to cars or just sledding down these hills. It's been quite a bit of fun out here. But again, these roads, especially out here once you get into Gainesville, coming up 85, it wasn't bad. But when you get into Gainesville, this is actually pretty icy. You know, trying to go back up these hills or stopping going down them is pretty dicey. So you're not seeing a lot of vehicles, at least near City Park out here in Gainesville, where it's pretty hilly. Most people are either just out here sledding. Nobody's really getting out here with a major car, but it's looking good. People are having a good time. And you know what? Coming up 85, didn't see any major wrecks, guys.
That is the good news. And Josh, you are dressed appropriately. Let's just run down how many layers you have on right now, because if people want to go out and play in the snow, you need to be prepared for it.
Yeah. 4 layers of pants and 4 layers on top. So I got waterproof slickers, I got waterproof shoes, I got 2 layers of socks. I've got jeans on, long underwear, and regular underwear under all this, and then I've got like 2 jackets and everything, so I'm all set. I'm actually kind of sweaty right now. I may need to take off my gloves here pretty soon. But yeah, no, I'm doing great. Those poor gentlemen, you know, they're having a fun time, but
oh, they're going to need a warm shower to warm up a little bit later.
They're going to go inside, they're going to get some hot chocolate and get some more dry clothes, and they'll be out there later again, I'm sure. I know I would if I could. All right, thanks, Josh. We'll be checking back with you, Josh, in Gainesville, where you see those tire tracks, and you know, but this is what we're hearing. Don't go out on the roads if you can at all avoid it. Instead, take a little stroll, as our Patrick Quinn did, to Piedmont Park, where there are a lot of people having a lot of fun. You can see that hill right there. Patrick, you told us you were going to go down it. Is this the time?
I don't think this is the time yet, Rick. We're working up to that. I'm trying to build up some confidence, some steam. It is treacherous, I'm not going to lie. We're working our way up there. Yes, don't go on the roads. Do go sledding. This, again, is at Piedmont Park, that iconic hill. You know it. It's right by 10th Street, Charles Allen.
Nice.
If you're headed this way, I would come really in the next... I know, wasn't that nice? I mean, we got some athletes out here. We got some people who know what they're doing, and they have the equipment to prove it. I mean, oh, here's a mattress. You know, some equipment looks different than others. Is this a mattress, a blow-up mattress?
Yeah, like an air mattress.
Yeah, let me just see if he'll talk with me. Hey, sir, how's it going? How did the mattress work? We're looking at different devices, and I you know, game recognizes game. I appreciate the mattress.
Yeah, it's working pretty well. Like, probably should have been inflated a little bit more, but I don't know, it's sliding a lot more than the tubes I tried earlier.
What brought you out today? Uh-oh, and we gotta, you know, keep our head on a swivel. Here's another, is this a dog bed? That looks more dog bed-esque, so we'll have to look at physics-wise, what is the best material to slide down. But yeah, what brought you out today?
First snow day in a while, first one I've seen here in like 2 years. Had to come out.
Yeah, how long have you been in Atlanta? How rare is this for you?
I've been here 6 years, and this is the most snow I've seen.
And what's it like just to be out here? Here's a snowball coming at us. Yeah, keep them coming. Let's see a better arm than that. You missed, a little short. Can you just kind of outline the spirit that we're feeling right here at Piedmont Park?
Oh, everyone's having a great time. It's awesome.
Yeah. What does the rest of the day look like? What went into it? That was actually, that was good. Someone just said it with the snowball. How will you kind of do the rest of the day? Stay off the roads or stay out here? What's your game plan?
I'm just going to stay inside and hopefully it snows a little bit more. Yeah. We don't get as much rain. I did do that.
Okay, drove from West Midtown. We don't advise that. So, oh, here comes Captain America down the hill himself.
He's got his ski suit on. Patrick, is he from Chicago? The gentleman you're speaking with, is he from Chicago? He's got a Chicago hat on.
Let me ask, are you from Chicago or are you from this region? We see the Chicago hat.
I'm from Illinois.
From Illinois.
Yeah.
How does this compare to an Illinois January?
You know, Illinois January's a lot colder, a lot more snow, but people up there take it for granted. Everyone is out here having a good time today.
Yeah, I know. It's an amazing atmosphere, guys. It's really incredible just to see this much spirit from the city. I think, I mean, there's just been coming off the holidays and coming off, you know, we haven't had snow like this. So I think everyone's sort of exhaling. Oh, what do we have here? Is this a lid? Wow, the balance on a trash bag? Ingenuity. That is what we're seeing out here at Piedmont Park, I will tell you. All right, we'll send it back to y'all. You know, we have a tough job out here. I really apologize. Gosh, incredible.
Yeah,
Wow.
we're seeing...
All right, we'll continue to cover here from Piedmont Park.
We're seeing some serious skill out there, Patrick. So unless you can compare, you might want to stay on the sidelines for a bit.
I like it. I mean, it's not exactly a black diamond trail for those folks who are into skiing, but you know, there's a little mogul there, a little bit of a bump. You can get some air. And, you know, all you need is an air mattress and you're good to go.
Got a nice gallery of folks just standing by, ready to applaud your performance there and your form. First Alert meteorologist Courtney Jacobazzi, look at that. It looks like they're lined up for a serious snowball fight, Courtney.
That's right. So I had a couple of students come up to me and they wanted to join me in my live shot. And they said, well, we wanted to throw snowballs at you. I said, okay, well, let me at least make my own snowball so that I'm not defenseless. And now I have an entire crew of Georgia Tech. Everyone wave. Everyone wave. Yep, an entire crew of Georgia Tech students. And I did tell them I would join them in a snowball fight. So I'm not going to put my microphone down because obviously that would not be good for it. But here we go. Y'all ready? All right. Hold on. I'm coming. All right, 3, 2, 1, go!
Oh my goodness!
I'm gonna duck behind someone else. Ducking behind other people. All right.
That was a good one from Courtney.
Yeah. The key is
how we spend snow days at Georgia Tech.
You have to have them all lined up somewhere, Courtney, like pre-made, so you can keep on throwing them. That's a hard thing to do. Oh no, we just got snowballed in the camera.
Hate when that happens. You know, not bad for a Florida girl.
And we'll send it back to you guys.
Courtney's from Florida, but she looked really good there.
You did.
Thank you very much. Now you have to help us dry off the lens. But we'll keep an eye on that. Georgia Tech, you know, that's what, when we were talking to Mayor Dickens a little while ago, he said, go out and have some fun. And it's nice to see that that's what everybody's doing. And hopefully that will continue and the conditions will continue to allow it as the day goes on. I mean, you know, when you get snow as rarely, as infrequently as we do, you got to make the most of it.
You do. And it's so great to see people out smiling, having fun. You know, it hasn't necessarily been the best start to a new year, but to have a day like this where a lot of people can kind of stay at home and decompress. And even folks at GMA were saying, you know, this is not what we want necessarily, but it's good when we have this on a Friday, an event like this on a Friday, so we have the rest of the weekend to kind of recover from it. We don't have to worry about kids going back to school tomorrow, people going back to work tomorrow. They have enough time tomorrow and throughout the day tomorrow to kind of clear things up, and hopefully people will stay inside early tomorrow morning until all this is off the roadways.
And the fact that we now have experience working from home. So people who do have to work probably have a setup where they can do their work without having to leave their homes. And of course, we have COVID to thank for that, but it is something that comes in handy in a time like this when we're being told to stay off the highways and stay off the roads. You can get done what you need to do without leaving your house.
Yeah, some of the prettiest images we've seen throughout the day from Blue Ridge, and that's where Atlanta News First Sarah Hammond is. And Sarah, this looks like a postcard picture for the holidays. It's so pretty there.
Oh my gosh, it absolutely is. You know, they still have a lot of their Christmas lights up and Christmas trees. So we said it earlier, it feels like Christmas time, but you know, we're in January, but the date doesn't matter because we have seen so many smiles of people out here. We've seen couples holding hands, walking around. We've seen so many dogs come out here in their sweaters, just having a great time. Kids having snowball fights and sledding. It's just such a beautiful winter wonderland out here. We've seen so many people just having a great time. And, you know, we saw one of the city council members here in Blue Ridge earlier telling us that they've treated these roads and they were prepared for that. He says everything seems to be going along pretty well today as we're going to see a couple of trucks go up this hill momentarily. But again, you know, this has just been the fun kind of snow up here in Blue Ridge. I know a lot of places south of us are seeing more ice at this point, but we are still seeing the fun snow, the good for snowball fights and building snowmen in the snow kind of snow. So it's really been such a wonderful day here in Blue Ridge, just so picturesque. You couldn't ask for a better backdrop for all of this snow that we are still seeing. It's been falling since about 7 o'clock this morning. It's still going strong, and it's still just this pure snow. For a while as a mix of sleet and freezing rain, but it's just snow coming down, and it's really building up out here. So beautiful here in downtown Blue Ridge. I'm Sarah Hammond for Atlanta News First.
It is beautiful. And we just saw behind you, Sarah, as you were talking, a truck kind of skid out, but then thankfully the driver was able to regain control. But that's the kind of scene, I'm sure, that's very common outdoors today, up where you are and all over the metro. And you really have to be careful. I mean, Atlanta drivers are not used to driving in this. It's difficult even if you are used to it. I mean, as somebody from the Northeast, I remember, you know, you have to head out on the roads. You got to be careful even if you have experience driving in this kind of stuff.
And even if you have a four-wheel drive, and that's one of the things that GEMA officials were saying today, this is not an opportunity to just gun it when you get on the road. And right behind our Sarah Hammond there, he was in a huge truck. Clearly, that's a four-wheel drive, but he still skidded a little bit. So there is the potential for you to possibly spin out. Again, we can't say it enough. If you don't have to go out, stay at home, enjoy watching this, looking out your window, walking down the street, taking your dog and your kids out to play in the snow. That's what this time is all about.
All right, so let's see what the forecast is like as we head into the afternoon hours. Conditions can change. We know that they will. Ella Dorsey standing by. What are we looking at?
You guys ever seen the wine forecast? Is it a 1 bottle, 2 bottle, 3 bottle of wine night? I think it's a 3 bottle of wine night. It's a Friday night. We got snow on the ground. It's January. There's football on. But here's the thing. It's been all snow up to this point. Now we're going to transition to ice. We picked up some pretty significant snow only in a few hours this morning. It fell from about 5 a.m. to 9 a.m. In that time, areas south of the city, Henry County, good portion of Rockdale County, inside the perimeter downtown, South Fulton, picked up 3 or more inches of snow. Some of that was washed out by the freezing rain, but that's pretty good snowfall totals for our area. Certainly the most since December of 2018. It's 33 degrees. We saw ice on the camera earlier. You now see that ice has melted to raindrops. That's good news. But here's the issue. We're going to be sitting right at that freezing mark in the air, but the ground is coated with snow. So the ground is likely a few degrees colder than the air. So even if we see precipitation fall as rain or freezing rain this afternoon, as it hits the snow, the surface, it's likely to freeze. And that is the problem that we're going to have through the afternoon. It is still snowing very lightly in the mountains. There's some light freezing rain north of Metro, but from Atlanta down to the south, we're getting a little break in the precipitation. That will not last much longer. Another wave of rain and freezing rain moves in this afternoon, and I think mostly it's going to be freezing rain. So for the North Georgia mountains, snow continues this afternoon. We'll see lower ice accumulations, but the back roads, these are high roadways that are not treated. They're still going to be very slippery, and as you just saw in Sarah's shot up there in Blue Ridge, okay? For Metro Atlanta, we're looking at freezing rain moving in the next hour or so. continuing through the entire afternoon and evening. Travel is already dangerous. Chief Meteorologist Jennifer Valdez just came in. She said the roads are a mess, and she only had to drive a few miles. Guys, it's only going to get worse from here on out. We said it. I'm sure you're tired of saying it, but we're going to continue to say it. Don't get on the road for the rest of the day today. So you can see we're sitting around freezing right now, but as this next wave of precipitation moves in, sometimes what that can do is reinforce the cold air. That's likely what's going to happen. So we may actually see temperatures drop again back down to near 30, which would just mean freezing rain, okay? That freezing rain really gonna pick up between noon and 3 p.m. today. It's a winter wonderland out there right now, but when the freezing rain starts, it's gonna become a crunchy, icy mess, and that will continue until the time that you head to bed tonight. So all the conditions, the roads, the power lines, the back decks, your front porch, your steps, all those are gonna become very slippery and coated with ice. I wanted to show you this just to give you a scope of how much additional precipitation we could get. This is the high-res model. It updates every hour, so it's pretty accurate. It is pulling in about another 1/4 of an inch to 1/2 of an inch of precipitation, most of which is going to fall as freezing rain and ice. So this is your possible additional ice accumulation. This does not include the mountains. The mountains from Gainesville up to Lake Rabun, Lake Burton. You have higher totals, around 1/2 of an inch, but a lot of that will fall as snow, so that's good news. But I'm talking to Metro Atlanta. I'm seeing a high likelihood of 0.3, 0.4 inches of ice. That is going to be pretty significant, okay? So less than 1/2 an inch of ice, we're looking at some power outages, certainly dangerous travel, and tree branches sag or break. But if we surpass 1/2 an inch of ice, then trees will come down. We'll see widespread power outages, and travel will be impossible. So this is all a possibility through the remainder of the afternoon, so you really gotta be careful today. And tonight we're in for a hard freeze, guys. So everything that's on the ground tonight is gonna stay put overnight. It's really not until we get the sun back tomorrow afternoon that we'll see some decent melting. We will get about 4 or 5 hours of sunshine tomorrow afternoon, which should help with the melting. But essentially, it's not until Sunday afternoon that the roadways will likely be clear again. And by Monday, you head back to work, you should be good to go on the roads. Speaking of the roads, let's bring in First Alert Meteorologist Rodney Harris. Where are you taking us, Rod?
So, Ella, now we're in DeKalb County. This is Highway 78. Highway 78 eastbound is closed because of icy patches, according to GDOT. And Tracy and Rick, if you look on the right-hand side of your screen, that's your eastbound traffic that should be coming this way. You can barely see. Look at the difference between the westbound lanes and the eastbound lanes. So you can clearly see on this camera why 78 East is closed. Again, that's right at Stone Mountain Park in DeKalb County. So heads up to you on the east side of town. Also still in northwest Atlanta, this is I-75 South before Northside Parkway. That's still completely shut down because of what was a jackknife tractor trailer from earlier this morning. And I know that we are encouraging you to stay off the roads. I also know that some of you don't have a choice. That's why I'm continuing to show you where the trouble spots are across Metro Atlanta. This is by far the biggest issue, 75 South before Northside Parkway. So if you are in northwest Atlanta or Cobb County and you're trying to come southbound on I-75 toward Atlanta, you will run into that traffic. Here now is a look at the road temperatures across Metro Atlanta. This is important. This is what Ella has been saying as well. We're starting to see the pink change over to purple. So that pink is a mix of sleet and rain. The purple is actually freezing rain. That's when it's actually raining and then it freezes on contact. And the reason why we're starting to see that is because most of these temperatures are 32 degrees or colder, which is freezing. And these are not the air temperatures, which is what we typically show. These sensors that I'm showing you are actually on the ground, on the interstate. So this is why Ella keeps saying that our risk for ice will continue to increase throughout the afternoon and evening. I think that'll be at its worst tonight, going into Saturday morning. So please try to stay off the roads if you can. Here's a look at tomorrow morning. This is also super important. This is a model that I have that's just showing you where the freezing temperatures are for Saturday morning. Notice that south of Atlanta, you're starting to warm up from Griffin to Thomaston to Edenton, so your travel threat won't be as bad south of Atlanta. But in Metro Atlanta at 7 a.m., we are still seeing freezing temperatures, which means ice in the morning. But by lunchtime, notice how that freezing line goes all the way north. So by lunch, we'll start to see some melting as temperatures get above freezing. But if you are still in the mountains, unfortunately, you will continue to see that freeze all day tomorrow, specifically in Fannin County, Gilmer County, Towns Lowndes, Union, Rabun counties, and even parts of Pickens, Lumpkin, and White County. Freezing temperatures all day, so your travel will remain an issue all day on Saturday. Although, again, for Metro Atlanta, we should be in good shape, at least with some melting that'll start to happen after lunchtime. Rick and Tracy, temperatures are going to drop back to below freezing on Sunday morning, so unfortunately, we're going to see some icy patches as well on Sunday. We'll continue to keep you up to date on that in real time.
All right, thanks very much, Rodney. We've been talking about travel and, of course, air travel, a major issue today. Take a look at these pictures. Delta passengers evacuated on the tarmac today. This is in Atlanta at Hartsfield-Jackson Atlanta International Airport. Look at those passengers being allowed off the plane and having to trudge through the snow to get to some warmth and dry conditions here. The FAA telling us that the Delta flight aborted takeoff at Atlanta around 9 o'clock this morning. There was a report of engine issues leading to this aborted takeoff. Passengers exited the aircraft while on the runway using emergency slides. 207 people were on board. 4 people ended up with minor injuries. One of them was taken to the hospital. Of course, there is an investigation right now, but what a scary situation for folks being told they've got to get off the plane and go down these slides, emergency slides, right in the middle of the tarmac.
You know, before you take off, you watch those videos always in case there's an emergency. Here's what happened, thinking, okay, I won't ever have to do that. A lot of times people don't pay attention. Pay attention every single time. You never know when that can happen, but certainly very scary. The good news, no major injuries that we haven't heard anything about. But so far there is a ground stop there at the airport until 2 p.m. And earlier, checking a FlightAware, there were some 873 flights at Hartsfield-Jackson Atlanta International Airport that had been canceled coming into, going out of the airport. So we can kind of see the tail of a plane there. And sometimes they can move planes from gate to gate to try and figure out where they need to be, hopefully in preparation for when that ground stop is lifted. In the meantime, we do want to let you know what's going on across our state. Georgia Governor Brian Kemp spoke earlier today about 10 a.m. about the statewide response, stressing to everyone, do not drive unless you absolutely have to. Listen.
Which again is why we're asking people, if you don't need to get on the roads, don't get on them. If you're on them, try to find those lanes that we've been able to plow and potentially retreat later in the day, and just slow down and be very careful out there.
And take a look at why the governor is asking you to stay off the roadways. This is a traffic nightmare. This is not a still shot. This is actual video from earlier. Look at that, just bumper to bumper vehicles there. I believe because of a series of semi-trucks, an accident there. Some semi-trucks had jackknifed earlier this morning.
We've got a couple of different locations we've been keeping our eye on. That one that you're referring to with the tractor trailers was up in Marietta, right in the Cumberland area, exit off of 75, the southbound lanes here. And then we also had that shot that we just showed you from the GDOT camera showing delays earlier this morning on I-75-85 North at University Avenue in Fulton County. And then this is Georgia 400 at 285. And there's a semi on the side of the road. The driver of that truck then drove down, and 2 tankers stuck on that ramp from 400 southbound to 285 east. The roads were treated, but the roads are icing as the temperatures remain very, very cold. And some of the precipitation that we've been watching, and this is what Ella has been talking about, is going to go from snow to freezing rain to sleet. And this is what everybody is concerned about. So, and this is why we don't want you out on the roads. We want everybody to be safe, go out and enjoy this, and do it without having to get behind the wheel of your car. This is video sent to us from Grove Park. Harry Clements Jr. sent this in, and you can see there on the left, and the camera's panning away from it now, but a crash between 2 vehicles. They just couldn't avoid each other. And the cars just sort of went wherever they were going to go, and it ended up in a fender bender. Hopefully nobody was too badly hurt there, but you can even hear it. when the cars made contact with each other.
Yeah, and that's what happened earlier when we had that fluffy snow. So just imagine what could potentially happen later on when we have freezing conditions. And now you have snow that's been traveled over already, packed down, and it's not so fluffy and light anymore where you had some traction earlier. You won't have any traction possibly later on today, but make sure you stay inside. That slow roll down the hill, nothing worse than being in your car and you have no control over it. You see another vehicle coming up behind you in your rear view mirror and you can't do anything about it. Hitting the brakes means nothing when you're sliding down the roadway.
It's true. We spoke with Mayor Andre Dickens a little while ago. He also wanted people to stay off the roads. Take a listen.
Yeah, two things are a little bit of a concern. One is the confidence that people get because we're all saying things are going well, and they are going well. But we don't want you to say, "Hey, now I can go out there and drive since I see nobody out there." Right? There's still, and then the second thing is it's hilly. Atlanta's very hilly, so once this snow could potentially turn into ice as it freezes. A lot of us live on hills. Driveways are on hills, and people right now, the only 911 calls that we have are from people who have hit a pole or hit a mailbox or a parked car or a few fender benders. And so we're seeing people driving in two small vehicles. If you don't have an all-wheel drive vehicle or if you're not used to driving in the snow and it's not a necessary trip, just don't take it. Yes, we've done our preparation of the roads, but it's not perfect. It's not every single street, particularly those back roads, the smaller streets that are, it's just difficult. So we're asking that everyone stays put, especially as nightfall comes and some of these roads could get icy and sidewalks as well as driveways. Don't take any unnecessary trips tonight or in the morning and stay connected to your news broadcast and the City of Atlanta's social media.
Yeah, so no need to go out. We're showing you all those things that you would probably see if you tried to drive out. You can head out on foot, of course. A lot of people are walking to different destinations. If you have a park nearby, take the kids out, take the dogs out. They love to play in this beautiful, fluffy stuff.
Piedmont Park, a fun scene today. We've been taking you out there. We'll go check back with them in a moment. But first, we want to go to Henry County. Brittany Ford is there. And Brittany, you've spoken with emergency management people there in Henry County. Talk to us about the scene there, the conditions. Are you seeing a lot of cars on the roads?
Well, Ricky, I can tell you Henry County Emergency Management says they have been preparing for this winter weather emergency over the past couple of days, like several other counties. And you could take a look at the roadways. They are empty, which is a good sign, saying that really showing that people are heeding this warning. They're staying off the roadways. They're staying at home and safe off this roadways. But again, talking to emergency management earlier today, they said they have at least 6 crews with at least 3 to 4 people salting and standing, plowing those roads. But you can see there is a car right there of someone that got stuck and had to leave their car. This is the main artery. Their focus is on Jonesboro Road, which is a very heavily trafficked road here in Henry County. Again, we spoke with emergency management who had this to say and what they've seen on the roadways so far.
One of the hardest ones right now, we have a lot of people not paying attention to the roadway, driving a little fast. So we're just telling people to stay off the road when we can, make it safer for them and definitely safer on our public safety crews that have to respond out there.
And you can see some people have been taking that warning. We've seen some people walking out here, playing in the snow, things of that nature. But again, the roadways, I will say, have remained empty since we've been here. Of course, you know that those conditions will change the next couple of hours as we're starting to talk about that black ice. We plan to check in with emergency management here in the next couple of hours, and we'll keep you posted. I'll send it back to you guys.
And looking outside right now, I want to start you off just with a look at the last decade, because this really paints the picture, okay? This is the snowfall each year at the airport over the last 10 years. You see the T's, that indicates only a trace of snowfall. So in 2015, 2017, 2020, 2021, 2024, only a trace of snowfall. 2018, we didn't see a single, 2019, we didn't see a single drop of snow. Essentially, the only year that we've gotten over an inch of snow at the airport was 2018. Do you guys remember that snowstorm in December? Some areas, North Cobb County, Paulding County, picked up a foot of snow. Yeah, we got almost 5 inches at the airport. So this is the second largest snowstorm, technically, in the last decade for North Georgia. Honestly, guys, many kiddos that were born in the last several years probably haven't seen much snow. So this was a really beautiful, wonderful morning for a lot of people, but now it's gonna transition into a nasty mess. I wanna show you the whole picture. Snow as far north as the Great Lakes, snow down through the Tennessee Valley, the Ohio Valley, and now it's rain that's starting to work its way through Alabama. But here's the thing, Alabama is a few degrees warmer. The atmosphere over Alabama, a few degrees warmer than the atmosphere over Georgia. We have cooler air in place, so as this rain, this next wave of heavy precipitation moves in, it's gonna change over very likely to freezing rain, which will continue all afternoon. Right now, current first alert radar showing snow still, very light snow, albeit still snowing in the mountains. Some very light freezing rain in North Metro. Dry. Atlanta down in the south has been dry for about an hour now. Here's your current temperatures. We're sitting right at the freezing mark. 32 in Athens, 32 in Lawrenceville, 32 in Roswell. It's 34 in Marietta, 33 in Atlanta, but it's really down towards LaGrange. LaGrange is the only area that is well above the freezing mark that won't see a threat for ice through the afternoon. That's why LaGrange is not included in the winter weather warning. The rest of us are still under that winter weather warning for the remainder of the day today. So 2 p.m., between 2 and 3, that's when the precip is really going to pick back up. 100% chance of freezing rain 4, 5, 6 p.m. today. So let's take it hour by hour. It's going to continue to snow for the next few hours in the mountains. By 3 p.m., most of us are seeing freezing rain, with rain mixing in at times. That freezing rain will be widespread and heavy until about 6 p.m. Between 6 and 10 p.m., it starts to taper, but we really don't see the precipitation end until after midnight tonight. Could still see a few flurries flying around in the mountains overnight and tomorrow morning, but essentially will dry out after midnight. So just in the next, 6 hours, we're looking at between 1/4 of an inch to 1/2 of an inch of ice. Some areas may see more ice than that. So I do think we're going to start to see some power outages as the day progresses. 9 p.m. probably to midnight, there's a moderate risk of power outages. I don't think it's high, but just be prepared. You heard Mayor Andre Dickens say it. Charge your phone, charge your devices now. If you lose power, it's going to be a cold, long night, okay? Hard freeze overnight. You got to stay off the roads overnight. We are going to see a nice warm up tomorrow, but if you lose power, Georgia Power crews probably aren't going to be on the roads until midday tomorrow, because that's when the melting will start occurring. That's when the sun comes out. That's when it will be somewhat safe to get back on the roads by tomorrow afternoon. I would not drive on the roadways at least tomorrow morning. Looking ahead, we'll see a refreeze on Saturday night back into the teens, guys. It is going to be very cold on Sunday morning. It's not until Sunday afternoon that we dry out. I want to send it over to First Alert meteorologist Rodney Harris now, who's got some updates on the roadways.
Yes, indeed, Ellen. I'm looking at this in real time. We are constantly changing these cameras out. So it looks like, Ellen, this is Cobb County. This is our First Alert weather camera. We've been looking at I-75 south, the ramp to 285. It looks like Tracy and Rick, they're just now finally getting out of those 2 lanes, Tracy and Brooks, getting out of those 2 lanes and getting onto I-75, the through traffic itself. The ramp from I-75 south to 285 is still closed, but for hours, people were just still sitting trying to get onto the ramp. But again, it looks like now they're just getting them away from that ramp altogether and continuing southbound toward Atlanta. So if you are in Cobb County, that ramp is still blocked. Also want to remind you, 78 eastbound at Stone Mountain Park is shut down in DeKalb County. And we have better news in Atlanta. 75 south before Northside Parkway has opened back up. And these are a look at the road temperatures, and a shout out to Justin in Atlanta. Look at this picture from Krog Street showing that snow out there. Our coverage continues throughout the morning.
And 1 o'clock on this Friday. Welcome to Atlanta News First. Of course, we're covering a First Alert weather day. You look outside your window, you probably see a lot of snow out there. We are here to cover that for you. I'm Tracy Hutchins.
And I'm Brooks Baptiste. We do have team coverage for you this morning, but if you haven't been outside, go on and take advantage of it now, because those conditions are starting to change right now. We want to get over to First Alert meteorologist Ella Dorsey for a check of your forecast right now. And we know, Ella, the pretty part is kind of moving out the way because that snow is done, but it's more of these different conditions that are now taking the prettiness away and now making things dangerous, unfortunately.
You're exactly right about that, Brooks. So actually, let me start you out with this, because Brooks just gave me a really great lead-in, okay? The snow, the beautiful winter wonderland we had all morning, it's over, all right? Now we're looking at rain and freezing rain. It's going to move in very soon, and it's going to continue through about 8 p.m. That rain and freezing rain, it's going to fall onto a ground that's covered with snow that is below freezing. So as it hits the ground, it's going to freeze. For that reason, we are very worried about the ice potential for this afternoon. We could see up to ½ an inch of ice accumulation. The roads are already a mess. We're seeing spinouts everywhere. Conditions are only going to deteriorate as the next round of freezing rain moves in. Do not drive. Power outages are also possible through the afternoon. So you can see we're getting a little break in the precipitation now, but that rain off to the west is going to move into a colder atmosphere over us here in Georgia. You can see most of us still sitting at or just above the freezing mark in the air, but again, the ground is below freezing. So high likelihood of freezing rain 1 to 3 to 5 p.m. to 6 p.m. to 9 p.m. It's going to be freezing rain. That's what you need to plan on for the rest of the day today. And you can see that widespread across North Georgia through the afternoon. It's going to be heavy at times. It's essentially not until 6, 7, maybe even 8 p.m. that the precipitation starts to taper, and it doesn't really move out until after midnight tonight. So the rest of the day today, conditions, again, going to get worse on the roads. Your back deck, your steps, driveways, sidewalks going to be coated with ice, and new model data is bringing in the potential for significant ice totals. Some areas possibly getting over ½ an inch. We hit that criteria, we see major power outages and impossible travel on the roads, okay? So please, again, take this seriously. You want to stay off the roads. It was really cute and beautiful earlier, but now the hazardous weather starts to move in with the ice potential increasing. The precipitation will end tonight, but we're in for a hard freeze. So anything that's on the ground is going to get locked in by that cold air, and that's going to be the case tomorrow. Don't wake up tomorrow and think, okay, great, it's a new day, I can get back on the roads. No, not until tomorrow afternoon, all right? We'll see the clouds break around noon tomorrow. We'll get about 4 hours of really good sunshine, and we'll warm into the mid-30s. When that happens, that's when we'll see decent melting. So by tomorrow afternoon, at least across metros, most of the main roads should be good, but some of these back roads are still going to be an issue, especially because we're going to see a significant freeze. We're in the teens on Sunday morning. So anything that's left over by sunset on Saturday, any snow, any ice is going to refreeze. So we could still see some travel trouble on Sunday morning, especially in the higher elevations. However, by the time you hit the roads for your commute on Monday, you should be good to go, but it is going to be quite cold through next week. Rodney Harris is here now with a look at this weekend.
Yes, we can take you hour by hour, Ellen. This model data actually just updated. So what I'm trying to do here is help you plan ahead for tomorrow. What you see, this color here in blue purple, that indicates freezing temperatures in metro Atlanta. This is tomorrow morning. So we're already starting to see Troup County, Upson, Lamar, Pike counties, also Jasper, for those of you, and also in Putnam County, you were above freezing tomorrow morning, but everybody else, Metro Atlanta and northward, you were still below freezing, which means that ice will be on the road at 7 o'clock in the morning on Saturday. As we move forward toward lunchtime on Saturday, notice how that color goes all the way up into the mountains. That's because we are starting to see those temperatures warm up to above freezing by lunchtime. So in Metro Atlanta by lunch, I am forecasting melting to happen, but in the mountains, specifically for those of you in Gilmer, Fannin, Towns, Union, Rabun, and Pickens County, you will still see a freeze. In fact, you're going to see a freeze basically all day tomorrow in the mountains. But in Metro Atlanta, if you're planning after lunch, melting will happen. But as Ella mentioned, unfortunately, that stuff's going to refreeze whatever's still wet on the roads by Sunday morning. We are still under this winter storm warning, and this is super important for the ice. And that ice risk will continue to increase throughout the evening, going into tonight and continuing through tomorrow morning. This is the highest winter weather alert that we see here in North Georgia. And this is pretty serious, so keep that in mind and try to avoid being on the roads throughout the course of the day today and through at least Saturday morning. We'll keep you up to date, and we'll have more first alert weather and traffic to come.
Rodney, thank you. And that's the key takeaway here. Stay in your home, off the roadways, unless you're walking. Do not drive unless you absolutely have to. And of course, here at Atlanta News First, we're giving you a perspective across Metro Atlanta. Want to check in now in Cobb County, where Atlanta News First, Chelsea Beimfohr is at this hour. Chelsea, what have you seen there?
Well, Tracy, we're going to do a little compare and contrast for you. Ella was just talking about how there's been a very pretty part to the storm. You can still see some of that pretty snow here in the middle of the Marietta Square. Very picturesque. There's been a lot of people out having snowball fights, just out taking a look at the snow. You can see some people up there by the fountain here in the middle of the Marietta Square. But then if we head over in this direction, you can see kind of the other part of the scene here. It's very slushy out here. The road's not quite as pretty as this white snow, everything turning kind of brown and black and gray. The roads are really a mess. They're melted right now, but as our meteorologists keep telling you, they're going to hard freeze overnight and as the day continues. And that is, of course, the biggest concern. But everybody out here that we have seen has been mostly walking on foot. They say they live nearby. They just wanted to get out of the house. They had some cabin fever. But we have seen some cars. There's one turning here onto the square right now that are out just trying to get out of the house as well and check out the sights. We've talked to a couple people that were driving Jeeps around here who said they, since they felt like they had the ability to safely get out, they wanted to see if anybody needed help, if they needed to be towed out of a ditch or out of a patch of ice. The Cobb County government did tweet out some video this morning too, talking about how many people were stuck. Of course, as things have started to melt and slush a little bit, they've been able to remove some people. The fire department just told me in the last 15 minutes they haven't had any dramatic rescues or injuries really to report, so that has been good so far. Of course, they are encouraging people, though, to stay off the roads the rest of the day and through tomorrow afternoon until we really see some of those higher temperatures. And then again, if we keep panning here to our right, you can see how dead it is out here. Basically, every store down here at the Marietta Square does appear to be closed for the rest of the day, or at least until tomorrow. A lot of people have come down here saying they were looking for somewhere to eat or grab a drink. Somebody said they wanted to smoke a cigar, but everything down here does appear to be closed. So we're continuing to monitor the conditions out here in Cobb County. We'll bring those to you live here on Atlanta News First. Back to you.
All right, Chelsea, thanks for that report there. That's just such a rare sight because if you've ever been out there to the square, you know that it's packed. You can't ever find a parking spot.
No.
Now you have your pick, but don't get behind the wheel if you can avoid it for sure. So you are watching Atlanta News First right now. If you are watching on Atlanta News First, we are going to return you back to your regularly scheduled program. But remember, you can always join us on Atlanta News First Plus and Peachtree TV right now. So again, we want to welcome you back in. If you are just joining us at this hour on this First Alert Weather Day, where things started off so beautiful, that snow started making its way into the metro around 7 o'clock this morning. No more snow, but now those conditions are changing and we are seeing some potential of a round of rain. So again, this is why you're here, to make sure you're in the know so that you can stay safe.
Right, and there is the potential for ice, and that's what we're concerned about here. Our First Alert weather team concerned about that. We're going to have that forecast for you in just a bit. And also, not only in the city of Atlanta, but other outlying cities as well, and also across the state. Earlier this morning, Jima and Governor Brian Kemp giving us an update, and again reiterating, do not get on the roadways unless you absolutely have to. Stay inside your home, stay inside where it's warm and safe. Some hot cocoa, a little coffee, sit by the fireplace if you have one. Just enjoy the view. That's why we're here, to give you a perspective of what it looks like across the metro. And earlier we heard from Chelsea Beimfohr, who said, you know what, we're going to show you the pretty and what's turning into not so pretty. We want to head out to Piedmont Park, where our senior Atlanta News First reporter, Patrick Quinn, is checking out that hill, a very famous hill. It looks like people are lined up. Oh, Patrick, you going to do it this time?
Don't do it live on TV, please. Actually, yeah, do it. Let's see it.
Oh, no.
Brooks, we got to do it. We got to face our fears in 2025. It's a new year. I've been watching, I've been waiting, and as Ella has talked about, it's only getting icier on the roads. It's only getting icier out here, so my window of doing this is closing. Mark was so grateful to let me borrow his sled, so we're going to try this. And we have some Jackson Hole visitors, I think, skiers. Just got back from Jackson Hole, right. It's a little bit different, but he's going to be much more experienced behind me. All right, we're going to try, bear with us. But before I get going, I need to get a little bit more souped up. Hold this just for a second. Oh, boy.
Uh-oh, he's putting on the... Wow, you're really doing it, aren't you?
Glasses are on. Mark, you got my back? All right. Oh, my gosh, guys. Here we go.
All right. Tuck that microphone in somewhere, Patrick, so you can hold on. I want you to hold on. Both hands.
All right, all right, holding on. Snowball's coming from the right. Here we go. Oh my gosh, we're going down the hill at
no.
Hold on, we're good. There we go.
Oh, okay.
All right, we made it, guys. We absolutely made it.
Great job.
It was a one-time only. Thank you, Mark, for this. I got some work to do in terms of skill, certainly strategy. I don't know. That was pretty mediocre to bad. I'm getting some thumbs up, but that's kind.
Actually, Patrick, kudos to you for taking a little spill and getting back on it and making your way down the hill. I mean, that takes some grace. That takes effort.
Yeah, that was impressive.
Right. In one way, I collapsed and flopped on live television. In another hand, I also, showed resilience.
Yes.
So getting back up. Yeah, thank you. Yeah.
And you were doing it one-handed because you had the microphone in the other hand. Oh no.
Now, why would they do that?
This has been really, guys, the spirit this entire morning. I've been out here now for a few hours. I walked over here to Piedmont Park. There's hundreds, if not thousands, of people that have been out here. Sure, we're on the hill, but if you go around, here's another snowball. That was a really good shot.
Nice catch.
Yeah, nice throw. Oh, yeah. Oh, did you throw at me? Ah.
Oh, and he let him get it back.
You're right
now
here.
You know he.
whoa.
You all right?
Yeah.
All right. Yeah, we're good. All right. See you later. Snow Day 2025. I mean, it's just really fun out here. Really lighthearted. And I'm so glad that sled is behind me. I kind of promised to do it. I did it. And now we can just enjoy the rest of the afternoon.
Well, look, you did it. You called it mediocre. We said it's impressive. I mean, it was mediocre, but it's impressive because you still did it. And we're here in the warm studio, and so, we can't talk.
I'm just getting in. The French and Canadian judges, they loved it. We got 10s across the board from the French-Canadian judges, so maybe it was better than I thought. I got to look at the tape.
Well, that's not bad. Don't worry. We're going to rewind that and play it for everyone a little later. And by the way, keep those goggles because they become you.
Oh, my gosh. Patrick Quinn there reporting for us at Piedmont Park. Thanks so much. We'll be checking back in with you. So First Alert meteorologist Rodney Harris is here. Rodney, there are still people that are out and about in that way, enjoying it in many different pockets here in Atlanta because there was a nice little amount of snow that came down, and that was quite exciting for a lot of people. But again, now as we're getting later into the afternoon, we're seeing more about those different conditions that are changing. What is the latest right now?
So unfortunately, that's what Ella has been talking about here, Brooks. We're going to see this transition over to ice. So we're already seeing freezing rain now. And as a reminder, freezing rain is rain. So you're going to see it fall as rain. But because temperatures are freezing at the surface, that will freeze immediately on impact, and that's why we're forecasting a layer of ice to start developing on the roads throughout the afternoon going into the evening. Here's our latest high-resolution forecast model. So, Brooks, everything that you see in pink, that is a mix of sleet and rain that will be out there and freezing rain, and the snow line will really move all the way up into far northeast Georgia. So that snow will continue for you by 3 o'clock in like Rabun County, Towns County, Union County, but most of metro Atlanta, you'll just see a mix of rain, sleet, and freezing rain. Taking you into the evening, this will start to break up across most of North Georgia. So as we get closer to 10, 11 o'clock, as you can see, we are mostly dry. We are forecasting this precipitation to come to a complete end by 11 o'clock going into midnight. I do want to show you again the freezing line because this will be important for Saturday morning. Everybody that you see in this color behind me in metro Atlanta, this represents freezing temperatures where ice will be on the road. That'll start to lift to the north by lunch on Saturday. So in the mountains, the travel hazard will continue for you at lunchtime tomorrow. But for metro Atlanta, if you're planning ahead, I am forecasting some melting of that ice by lunch. But unfortunately, because temperatures are going to refreeze on Sunday morning, there will be additional patches of ice as you get to church on Sunday. We are still under a winter storm warning. And again, the snow is gone, and it's really mostly just freezing rain and sleet. So it may not look as good, but this is actually really dangerous, this ice that's going to be developing throughout the afternoon and evening. So that's why this winter storm warning will stay in effect until 7 o'clock on Saturday. I also want to point out here, Brooks and Tracy, when you start talking about freezing rain, it can be tough to see that. So it's easy to see the snow and it's easy to see the sleet, but freezing rain, that's what we call black ice. So that's another reason why that's going to become more dangerous tonight going into Saturday morning. So keep that in mind. That's another reason why we're asking you to stay indoors. One other update I want to give you from a traffic perspective. We've been looking at Cobb County for hours. I-75 south, the ramp to 285, as you can see, everything is back open here. At least cars are able to travel again. We advise you not to get on the road, but that line of cars and trucks, Brooks and Tracy, that we saw earlier, that's finally gone now in Cobb County after like 8 or 9 tractor trailers were jackknifed earlier this morning. So at this point, no major incidents on the road, but we'll keep you up to date throughout the afternoon.
All right, Rodney, thank you. We want to show you some photos because if you have some photos, send them to us here. Look at these cute little pigs, Penelope and Pinley, in the snow. They were playing around in East Lake. You know, it's always fun to see pets and animals when they aren't usually in the snow, how they react to it. They're like, wait, what is this?
Yes.
And they're like, ooh, I kind of like this.
It, right.
I kind of like it. They are very, very cute. Thanks to our viewer who sent that to us.
And then also we've got this, a close-up look at it. Woodstock Police Department K9 that's in the snow with a kind of unhappy look on his face.
Yeah, looks like.
What do you think? Did he say this look too cold out here for me?
I said, why you got me out here? Am I working today or what? He's like, I thought I had the day off.
It was a snow day.
Right.
Exactly. That is too funny. So yes, we do welcome you to send in those pictures. You can text them to us. You can also send them into our newsroom as well, and we'll have that information for you and whatnot. But yeah, we love to see those pictures, and we love to give you an opportunity to put your stuff on the air. And then our meteorologists were saying this earlier about the video that many of you decided to send into the newsroom. They were saying, thank you for helping us confirm what the radar was saying.
Right.
Because the radar is telling them something, and yes, it's right.
Right.
But it is good to see exactly where you are, what those conditions look like.
Yeah, and I know we have some video that some other people have sent in, but I do have to say, you know, living in Metro Atlanta for a while now, almost 2 decades, it's one of those things where, you know, no 2 events are the same, and you're not sure what to expect and how it will happen. And I said, okay, I'm gonna wait until 7 o'clock, look outside. And I was like, oh my goodness, look at all that. Backyard covered, driveway covered, everything covered. And of course, as we've been telling you, you know, don't get out on the roadways unless you absolutely have to. I can say the most treacherous part of my drive was my driveway, because that's where the snow was thickest. Of course, no one is at my house clearing my drive for me, but for the most part on the roadways, you know, of course, GDOT has been out there. Crews have been out there. They work to brine the roadways. Actually, they started working earlier on Wednesday to make sure they could pre-do those and working on the bridges and the freeways. Those streets, well-traveled streets, getting really the priority. It's those side streets you really have to worry about.
And then they've been saying they're going to be out there retreating those roads as well. They're saying that they'll be out there with snow plows trying to plow the roads. So this is why, again, they're saying if you can, just stay off the road so that you're not in their way. Well, we do want to get over to Chief Meteorologist Jennifer Valdez, who has the latest on the system that, again, is moving out, but that rain is coming.
Not moving out yet, because we do have additional precipitation on the way. You look into Alabama, even eastern Mississippi, we still have an entire day of additional rain and freezing rain. And although it has been fun and games up until now, I'm very concerned about what is ahead as we head into the afternoon and evening, because all of that melting snow and slush that we currently have on the roads is going to freeze, and it is going to create ice. And ice, as you know, gets 0 traction, and it is very, very dangerous. And there are still a lot of vehicles out there on the roads, honestly, more than I'd like to see. And personally, I saw a lot of 18-wheelers on the road who are driving with confidence very quickly on the interstate. So certainly very worried as we continue to see more and more ice potential through the afternoon, and especially this evening. Remember, these temperatures will go down after sunset, And all of that beautiful snow on the roads and all of that snow that has melted is going to freeze, virtually creating a skating rink across the interstates. Here's a look at accumulations so far, and we saw several inches across parts of Metro Atlanta. In fact, wherever you see purple, that is 3 to 4 inches of snow. So much of Cherokee County, moving into Forsyth County, Dawson County, 3 to 4 inches. East along I-20, even south of I-20, 3 to 4 inches. South Carroll County, in the city of Atlanta, we got between 1 to 3+ inches of snow. So certainly a beautiful white wonderland right now, but the problem, these temperatures now above freezing, 33 in the city of Atlanta. So all that beautiful snow is starting to melt. We're starting to see those puddles on the sidewalks and, more importantly, on the roadways. And that water is going to refreeze. There's just no way, especially with more additional rain on the way this afternoon and through the evening, that this is going to evaporate. So all of that water is going to turn into ice, which is why we can't stress enough. It is so important to stay off the roads the rest of the day today. Here's a look at potential ice as we continue through the day today. And this is my greatest concern here. We're still going to see additional rain that's going to freeze on those branches. So the branches right now, there's some heavy snow. You notice they're a little bit weighed down, but we're going to get this thin sheet of ice on all of these branches and limbs. And that is a lot of weight, especially on some of these smaller limbs. And they're going to start to fall, and they're going to fall down onto power lines, and we're going to see one power outage, then another power outage, and it's almost like a domino effect. And because the roads are icy, it's going to take a lot longer to those ice crews to get to these power outages and fix the problem. It's not going to happen as quickly as what we normally see across Metro Atlanta and North Georgia. So plan now for the potential you lose power. If you have power right now, go ahead, charge your devices. I'm sure you've been on your devices all day taking beautiful pictures and videos. Charge your devices. Make sure you have a way to receive alerts. Make sure you have the First Alert Weather app. That way you can get our weather alerts, but also the Atlanta News First app. So you can continue to watch us streaming 24/7, even if you do lose power. Significant power outages are possible if we see a half an inch of ice, and certainly looks like we may see that as additional rain is in the forecast. We're going to talk much more about these temperatures and how long it will take this rain, or I should say this ice, to melt, because this is going to be a problem we'll be dealing with through the weekend, especially on those shaded and neighborhood roads. If they're not getting direct sunlight, the fact that it's going to stay very cold, highs only in the mid-30s tomorrow, it's going to take a while for this to clear up. It's not going to happen in the next 5 to 10 hours. This is going to be more of a weekend event. So we'll talk much more about when that ice will eventually melt coming up.
All right, Jen, thanks so much for that. And we've had team coverage for you all morning long and now into the afternoon so that you can get an eye on what is really happening where you live. So South Fulton, another area that's dealing with this winter storm right now.
Yeah, our Atlanta News First, Doug Reardon, is there. Doug, we see you're kind of bundled up. I don't think your ears are protected, but how's it feeling out there? How's it look?
Well, I'm expecting a text from my mom in a minute saying the same thing, but that's all right. I grew up in the North. I'm a little bit used to it. It doesn't mean that we like it. That's a misconception. But we're out here in South Fulton, kind of at the corner of Flat Shoals and Old Heritage. It's not too bad out here. The road conditions, again, are relatively clear. I think there's been enough traffic out here to kind of bat things down, move things over. But again, like Jen was saying, and trust me, I know this better than anyone, when it gets cold at night, that's when all this slush turns into ice. So just because things are kind of passable right now, don't think that's going to be the case later, because when this stuff freezes over, you're talking about ice, and a lot of times it's that black ice, the stuff that you can't see, especially in the dark, that makes it really, really dangerous. So, if you're on the roads now, this would be a great time to get home, get off of them. We talked to some people over at this gas station a couple minutes ago, and they were just getting ready, gassing up, getting some stuff for their generators. And so I think now might be the time to do that, although I do agree with Jen. Try to stay off the roads. Coming up a little bit later, we talked to South Fulton Police Chief. He was, again, saying that they haven't had too many problems out here today, but he is concerned about later. So we're going to be here. We're going to stay on top of this. Good snowball making snow, by the way, in case anyone was curious. It's that wet stuff that really gives you the good stuff. Gino knows all about that. I got you good earlier. But we'll be out here. We'll be keeping an eye on things. And we'll see you a little bit later on in the afternoon.
Yeah, you don't have anyone to throw any snowballs at except for your photographer, Gino. We need somebody else out there
That's
to like.
it. He's the obvious target.
He says you're a good target. But Doug, you know, before we let you go, just kind of looking at that roadway, because it is wet right now and because it looks so glassy, as we were talking about before, that is the concern. When the temperature drops, that glassy, wet roadway is going to become icy.
Yeah, and again, that's the problem. And I know just from having done this a lot that when you drive at night on the headlights, you mentioned that word glossy. When you see that, just slow down, because anything that's liquid right now is prone to turn to ice when it drops below freezing, which it almost is at this point. So I would caution folks, if you can't stay out, we know we talked to a couple people who were out here, they had to work. I mean, it doesn't stop, right, for weather. But if you have to be out, just take it slow. My goodness. And when you merge lanes, be careful, because you're throwing up slush behind you. Our windshield got pummeled a couple times. It really makes it hard to see. And so I would just be good people to your neighbors today. That's all I would say. And take it slow if you have to be out here.
All right, Doug, thank you. Yeah, there's a way to remedy that. Just stay inside. Yeah, don't get on the road at all.
If you can stay inside, just do that. Because again, we are showing you these conditions so that you don't have to go out there and experience them yourself. And we've heard from officials, one of the reasons that they are saying they would love if you would just stay indoors is so that not only can you stay safe, but that they can keep their crews safe, but then also that you're out of the way as they're trying to retreat these roads right now, because we understand that those conditions are changing. First Alert meteorologist Cutter Martin is live for us in downtown Atlanta. He continues our team coverage. Cutter, what are you seeing out there? Because downtown definitely got some snow.
Yeah, absolutely. In fact, we still have, probably the best way to put it is stuff falling from the sky, maybe a little bit of freezing drizzle, some sleet out here. But talk about a sight you don't see often. We're just south of Mercedes-Benz, adjacent to MLK, kind of southwest of downtown, going back towards Mechanicsville, the Gulch area, and still snow covered every surface except for treated roadways. And you can see some of these trucks going by here. What I did notice going through Midtown and downtown earlier is that if it's a surface street, it's been traveled, and especially if it's been treated, there has been a little bit of improvement. However, that is not encouragement to get outside, because conditions will vary. And Joe, I'm going to ask you to do this kind of last minute here, but if you could pan over, I'm going to walk you over to the overpass here. Again, this is basically MLK adjacent to Mercedes-Benz. Elevated surface. Notice how slushy this still is. This is treated, and we just had about 30 of those ATV type recreational vehicles plow through here, and even with that, we're still seeing hard compact slush, and occasionally wheels are having trouble, getting traction. So conditions will vary, and that's just within 2 blocks. Think about those near north neighborhoods, those near east neighborhoods, getting to DeKalb County. You have the trees, you have the hills, and those gorgeous neighborhoods. Conditions are exceptionally slick. And as the entire First Alert weather team has been saying, we still have precipitation falling from the sky. Conditions are not going to get a whole lot better going into the afternoon. So word of advice, stay home if you can, Brooks and Tracy. Some are heeding that advice, others are not. Speaking of, we're going to get an update from Atlanta Police Chief Sherbaum, also Mayor Andre Dickens here in just a couple minutes. Get a lay of the land, see if they have been dealing with any big issues so far this morning. Also their latest advice coming up here in just a little bit.
And Cutter, before you go, I know it looks pretty desolate out there, but have you seen a lot of people just out walking, taking some pictures? Because this is an event that we do not see often here in Atlanta.
Yeah, we encourage you to get out on foot, Tracy. We saw a ton of people, out adjacent to Piedmont Park. Perhaps that's another bit of advice. There are more pedestrians than normal in your Midtown neighborhoods, even in Midtown proper, and they're so excited about the snow, they're not paying as much attention to, where they're walking, where cars are. So use extra caution out there. Lots of folks out here having fun, and please do it. Have fun. We don't know the next time we will see something like this, but if you get in a vehicle and then hit the roadway for fun, that's not something we're encouraging. So get out, have some fun in the parks, walk your neighborhood, but try to stay off the roads and out of your vehicle for the rest of today at least, guys.
All right, Cutter, thanks so much for that. And you can see, again, those conditions out there, really why we've been giving you this look so that you don't have to go outside. We are still accepting those pictures that you are sending in. We would love to put them here on the air. So if you would send those to our newsroom, we greatly appreciate that. But again, right now, we are continuing our coverage on this First Alert Weather Day as the snow has moved out, but the conditions are changing drastically.
All right, let's head over to First Alert Chief Meteorologist Jennifer Valdez. And Jennifer, we've been watching this event. Of course, you and the First Alert weather team been telling us this is what will happen. We saw that very pretty snow earlier today, but that is starting to change.
And the temperatures are critical for the rest of the afternoon. We're sitting at 33 degrees right now officially at Hartsfield Jackson Atlanta International, and we're hovering right around that freezing mark, which is why we're no longer seeing white fluffy snow. We're seeing rain and sleet coming from the sky. You see on First Alert radar where you see those pinks, that's exactly that, rain mixed with snow, mixed with sleet, and that will continue through the afternoon. And this is going to become increasingly dangerous because all of the beautiful white snow we had earlier today is melting. And that melted snow is now water. And as that water refreezes on the surface, especially as temperatures drop close to and below freezing later today, we're going to see that turn into ice. So additional ice accumulations, especially ice accumulations on branches that will create power outages, and those ice accumulations on the roads that people are going to try to drive on are going to create big issues through the rest of the afternoon. There are those temperatures, most of us at or below freezing, but it is 33 degrees in Atlanta. That precipitation does not end over the next several hours. In fact, still seeing a wide sheet of that rain, snow, freezing rain mix through the 5 o'clock hour. It does taper off after sunset, but really this isn't over until around midnight tonight. And with those temperatures going below freezing, anything that did melt will refreeze. So stay off the roads. Tomorrow, it will be dry, but it will be cold, which is why tomorrow is another First Alert weather day. Potential ice totals, and we're seeing this materialize here, could see about a ½ an inch of ice across parts of Metro Atlanta. The entire First Alert weather team working today to keep you and your family safe. Make sure you download the First Alert weather app where we are keeping you updated around the clock.
And speaking of keeping people safe, Jen, thanks for that. We were talking about what the city has been doing, the city of Atlanta, and even in the metro, what these officials have been doing to try and make sure people are safe. And it's quite interesting because a lot of times we compare weather events. Can't always do that. A lot of people have been thinking about what happened here in 2014, Snowmageddon and whatnot, and how much of a disaster that was. But when we heard from Governor Brian Kemp, one of the things he seemed to do was to praise how they've been able to handle things as such this time, this go round. They've obviously learned from what happened in 2014. The conditions, again, were different, but they started preparing on Wednesday, brining the roads, ensuring everything was what it needed to be. And we will have continuing coverage on Atlanta News First and Peachtree TV. But for now, you can always tune in on ANF Plus and on Peachtree TV. We'll return you back to your regularly scheduled programming on ANF.
All right, welcome back to Atlanta News First on Peachtree TV, where we are keeping you updated on this weather event that's happening right now. Of course, you look outside your window, more than likely you see a nice thick layer of snow. Actually, we want to go out to this interview live right now with Police Chief Darren Shearbaum.
The calls we are seeing are car accidents, individuals that have slid on the road, they've hit another vehicle, or they're blocking a lane of traffic that we may need for fire trucks and ambulances, and certainly for the vehicles removing the snow. And so you help us by staying home.
And I asked the chief this earlier because we were down by the courthouse. We saw some, people unhoused, still out in the street. Yeah. And I know we talked to you earlier this week in response to how you guys are trying to help those people. And the chief gave me an update. What's your response to this about trying to get people inside?
Yeah, so we've been out all week because the temperatures have been low all week. It's snowing today, but the temperatures have been low. We've been doing outreach to the unsheltered population, going to the hot spots saying, hey, come inside. We have 3 shelters open, and we're about to open a 4th. So we have 3 shelters, 24 hours a day. They should come take advantage of it. Some of them didn't take advantage on day 1, but now today they're looking to take advantage. And some people are out trying to have fun in this snow.
Right in front of the police chief.
Right in front of the chief.
And that's your second lap.
This is their second lap around there. So the guys in go-karts. But yeah, so the unsheltered, we want to make sure that they are coming inside. They're taking chances with their lives. We can't force them, but we go out there and do outreach with the HOPE team from the police department, as well as our partners with Partners for Home, the City of Atlanta's teams. We're out there begging them, come into the shelter. You get 3 meals, you get entertainment. We have folks that can help them get housing, people that can help them with any diagnosis they need, health, mental health, and even medication. Several of them didn't take it on day 1 and then day 2, but today we're getting calls now saying, okay, can I come inside? But some are still trying to brave it.
And with the risk of freezing rain, maybe some ice in the worst case tonight, 311 and those sorts of city services, if people are out or if maybe on their property, they have downlines, things like that, is there anything the city is doing in conjunction with various electric utility folks to make sure that resources are there?
Yeah, during this event, 911 always is 24/7, but we have 311 right now that's on 24-hour call. So if you call them and say a tree is down, I have power shortage, I have water outage, or anything, you can call them for non-emergency, and so you can get that help. We've been coordinating with Georgia Power. Luckily, we haven't had any trees down, and we hope that stays the case. But ice is heavy, and tree limbs will, could succumb to those heavy ice on the trees, and so trees could fall. The water has seeped into the ground, so the tree root could be a little loose. So we may see trees fall on power lines. So we've been in coordination with Georgia Power for them to quickly go out there and restore power. And then the last thing is our forestry teams and our fire department, they all have chainsaws, so they can go help cut down trees if they're blocking the roadway.
So, man, let me ask you this. Police chief from Illinois, I'm from New York, you're Atlanta born and raised. Did this storm catch you by surprise at all? Were you shocked to see how much snow fell?
Yeah, see, I'm a guy from Atlanta. I'm still a big kid at heart. I get excited and I look forward to the snow. I love how pretty it is. But I'm also, as the mayor, I have to be prepared. I have to think ahead. So we've been watching this for 7 to 8 days straight, being prepared for it. And I didn't want to take any chances. Northerners say, you guys get scared of snow in Atlanta. And then Atlanta people sometimes react to that and say, no, we're okay, and take it for granted. We didn't want to take it for granted. We got the whole of government. Chief and I just left the Joint Operations Center where, dozens of our city departments all are together. Every 2 hours, we give an update of what we're doing to help people be safe and to keep our operations going. The employees of Atlanta are working from home. So ever since 5:30 or so, when I was looking out my window like Andre the Child back in the day, I was watching the first set of snowfall, and then I got dressed and came on up to the Joint Operations Center because it was time to go to work. After I saw the pretty snow, I said, I know that means work.
Yeah, just with the water management, I know so much of this response is such a joint effort with everybody. We had the break last night on the north side. Yeah. Are you worried with extended below freezing temperatures, anything you're doing differently, monitoring for these water main breaks that inevitably will happen?
Yeah, absolutely. With cold temperatures and with this snow and ice, you have pipes underground and pipes above ground that are susceptible to freezing and breaking. And so our teams, as you saw last night and this morning, Department of Watershed Management was out there fixing a water main break as snow is coming down heavy on them. Snow and ice, and DOT was blocking off the road, making sure as the water comes up, it's now starting to freeze potentially if you don't get to it. So luckily that break has been repaired in a quick amount of time, and if another break was to arise, we'll be out there to fix that too. All crews, watershed crews, DOT crews, of course police and fire, are on 12-hour shifts, and they're working hard to solve these problems in conjunction with our partners across the region.
Anything else you want to add?
No, Mayor said it was great.
All right, guys,
Thank you.
Listening live to Atlanta Mayor Andre Dickens and Atlanta Police Chief Darren Shearbaum really giving us an update, an impromptu update, if you will, in downtown Atlanta, where there's a lot of snow coverage there, not too far from Mercedes-Benz Stadium. Our own Cutter Martin out there with them as well. Some of the key things, call 311 if you have a non-emergency, say there's a tree down, power is out, anything like that, and you need someone to come and help you. Also, something I did not know, Brooks, is that fire department and forestry teams, they all have chainsaws. So if there's, say, a tree limb down on something or a tree, that's down on something, they can come and help get that cleared out of the way. Won't haul it away at this time, but at least get it out of the way for your safety.
And we've been talking about how these conditions are changing now that the snow is no longer, but we're talking about the potential of the ice and what's going to happen there on the roads. But we understand that there's a great chance that we can have trees down. The mayor saying that there haven't been any reports of any trees down right now, which is great. But he talked about how crews have had to repair several water main breaks already today, which has been an issue. And then again, he's saying don't clog up 911. 911 has had its share of issues when people are trying to get through for an actual emergency. So while a tree down, your power being gouged, and water issues are something that are emergencies to us, make sure you call 311 instead of 911.
Right. And they are operating 24/7 as well. We do want to head out to Atlanta News First, Abby Kasor. She's live at Georgia Power headquarters in Atlanta. And Abby, in conditions like this, we're very concerned, obviously, about power going out. It's very cold. Nobody wants to be without electricity. How are they handling things there?
Yeah, certainly. It's not just a comfort, it is for safety. We're here at Georgia Power, and we just spent some time in their Emergency Operations Center. Right now, there's about 2,500 power outages all throughout Northeast Georgia, and they have more than 4,000 crews. So they tell me that they are on it, and they are working to restore power. What they're concerned about is what's going to happen later. I want to show you guys this parking lot. We've been here several times. Looking over there, you normally see a load of bucket trucks, but this is empty. They've called in crews from South Georgia to be here to respond to this event. Of course, we're worried about the power being affected by some of that freezing rain and some of the ice. The Georgia Governor, Brian Kemp, who we spoke with earlier today over at GEMA's headquarters, says that that's something he's concerned about, especially with people heading out on the roads and even hitting some of those power poles.
Which again is why we're asking people, if you don't need to get on the roads, don't get on them. If you're on them, try to find those lanes that we've been able to plow and potentially retreat later in the day, and just slow down and be very careful out there.
So far, Georgia Power is saying that we are fortunate, but these next couple of hours are really what they're waiting for. They always have to make sure that their crews are safe, but they want to make sure that they are able to return power as quickly as possible. If you do have a power outage, they want you to report it so that they can get to you as soon as possible. Live in Atlanta, Abby Kasoris, Atlanta News First.
Abby, thanks for that. And we've told you that 311 is that number that you'd want to dial in order to report a power issue. But I do want to tell you, as a Georgia Power customer, you can do it on their app or on the website as well. Those are always great resources for you. So we do want to check back in with First Alert Chief Meteorologist Jennifer Valdez regarding the system and where it is right now, and also what's headed our way.
Yeah, because we are not even halfway done. This will continue through the afternoon into the evening. Although the rain expected to be lighter, the precipitation, I should say, should be lighter. We're going to see some waves of some moderate precipitation coming in this afternoon. I want to show you how much snow we've already seen across North Georgia, because almost everybody in our viewing area got at least a taste of some snow. The highest totals are those areas that you see in red. So a couple little spots in Carroll County, South Fulton County, areas that don't really pick up as much snow, into Coweta County, saw more than 4 inches of snow. Then where you see purple, that's 3 to 4 inches. So Cherokee County into Forsyth County, North Fulton County saw about 3 to 4 inches of snow. More areas of Fulton County, Carroll County, and then along I-20 on the east side, also 3 to 4 inches of snow. And a lot of that is melting, especially in those areas where we're seeing temperatures right at or above freezing. And you'll notice some ponding on the roadway, some little puddles. Right now, they're fairly harmless, but as we start to see those temperatures come down, all of that, what is now water, will refreeze, and that's when we'll see ice on the roads. That's what we call black ice, and that is when it is very dangerous. It doesn't matter what kind of four-wheel vehicle or vehicle you drive, it's impossible to gain traction on black ice, on ice period. So that is why we advise you to stay off the roads, and that is why today and tomorrow are first alert weather days. Here's a look at first alert radar right now, where we're still seeing some snow. That's those areas in this bluish purpley white color here. So Blairsville heading into White County, Fannin County, Gilmer County, even Cherokee County. You're still seeing some snow, western portions of Forsyth County. But then as we start to see some of these pinks, that is a mix. So that is a rain snow mix, sleet, and for some of us all rain depending on the temperature over your area, and certainly seeing more in the way of rain where you start to see these greens. So we are seeing liquid precipitation across much of the metro right now, including downtown, midtown, Buckhead. You're seeing that mix and that liquid precipitation. And as temperatures start to drop tonight, we're going to see that refreeze. So although the snow has been beautiful and the kids are having a blast, and we haven't seen this in quite some time across metro Atlanta, especially some of the southern suburbs, I am getting increasingly worried with the ice and the power outage potential and what's going to happen on the roadways, because the sheets of ice, I think we're going to see more and more of that through the afternoon and evening. Look what's yet to come. We are not done yet. While the heaviest rain is moving to the northeast, so it's going to skirt mainly across northwestern Georgia, we are not done yet, not even close. We'll continue to see really the chance of rain until about 11 p.m. or midnight, and it's only what, 1:45 right now. So we are not even halfway done. Temperatures right now sitting right above freezing. This is what we've been talking about all week. This is why the ice forecast versus the snow forecast has been so difficult. This is what we've been talking about, that we were basically what we call on the freezing line. We are sitting right at freezing through the afternoon. If we were below freezing, it's a cakewalk, right? You're getting snow, but we are just above freezing. So that is why we're starting to see that transition, and you'll notice more of a rain-snow mixture with some sleet. As we continue through the afternoon, more pinks on first alert radar. So we're going to continue to see that rain-snow mix, more in the way of snow across the North Georgia mountains, but in the metro, it's going to be more of a mix that will eventually turn to ice. There is no way that this is going to melt before those temperatures drop below freezing. So although that rain and snow and sleet and ice comes to an end falling from the sky at about 11 p.m., it will refreeze overnight. And those potential ice accumulations are downright scary. Significant ice accumulations expected across much of metro Atlanta. And some of the new model data we're getting in is actually lifting this amount of ice, this significant ice, a little further north, centered right around Hall County because of the wedge. And we talk about the wedge often here across North Georgia. It's when the easterly winds trap that colder air up against the mountains. So you notice the temperatures of our area tend to be a little colder across Northeast Georgia. So we could see significant ice accumulations around Hall County and parts of metro Atlanta as all of this rain we've seen refreezes. And as we get additional precipitation this afternoon, that is going to freeze on branches, on trees, and unfortunately on roadways. And really all of metro is at least going to see some ice from this. So really no one is spared across the metro area. So here's what you can expect the rest of today. In the mountains, lower ice accumulations. That's because we're going to see more snow. The more snow you see, the lower the ice totals. The less snow you see from here on out, the higher the ice total. So in the metro, that's where I'm really worried about the ice potential, with freezing rain expected all afternoon and dangerous travel not only this afternoon, but as we head into tonight. Here's a look at your hour-by-hour forecast. Again, notice these temperatures. They are sitting in the low 30s, at or below or near freezing from here on out. Highest rain chances from now until about 9 or 10 p.m. It won't be consistent the entire time, but a solid chance of rain through about 9 or 10 o'clock. Then as we approach midnight, that is when those rain chances really start to come down. But again, freezing temperatures possible, so a lot of this will refreeze. Lows tonight below freezing for almost everybody, forecasting a low of 29 in Atlanta. High temperatures tomorrow. This is critical, only in the 30s. So although we will be above freezing, there's a lot of snow on the ground. There's a lot of snow on the pavement. And while we will see some melting tomorrow afternoon, mainly on the interstates and places in the open sunlight, chances are you've got a lot of trees, or you have to drive in areas that have a lot of trees. So what's going to happen is those shaded streets, they're not getting all that sunlight, And because we're not going to be above freezing for a super long time, we could see additional freezing tomorrow night with more slick roadways Sunday morning. So best advice I can give is just stay off the roads through the weekend. It's the weekend. If you don't have to go out, don't, and stay inside. And of course, we'll continue to update these temperatures, these amounts, and these impacts throughout the afternoon.
Jennifer, thank you. And we do have an update on the world's busiest airport. I apologize for all the wet raindrops there on the camera, but that ground stop, we can tell you, has been lifted at Hartsfield-Jackson Atlanta International Airport. Throughout the day, there have been 894 cancellations, flights coming in and going out of the world's busiest airport. Actually just saw a plane taken off there on the runway. That is good news for people trying to get out. Right now, an average delay of about 4 hours. So still a lot of people waiting patiently, not just at our airport, but other airports too.
Yeah, so you can imagine it's probably going to be a bit of a mess out there, and that's just how it goes right now. But many who said they had to do some traveling and whatnot, they understood that this was probably what they were going to have to deal with. So we do want to continue our team coverage this morning with Atlanta News First Joshua Skinner, this afternoon, I should say. I've been here a while, all right? So let's get over here to Joshua Skinner, who is live now in Hall County. You're in Gainesville. That area got some snow, and it looks like there is sitting there on the ground and whatnot. What are you seeing?
Well, let's just tell you, Brooks, we appreciate all the hard work you're putting in today. But, I mean, you talk about Hall County, you guys were mentioning it earlier. Not a lot of people are going to be moving around here in the not too distant future. We can feel the temperature dropping, and things are starting to ice up a little bit. This water is accumulating on the streets. It's accumulating all along the park areas, the walking paths, and it's starting to get icy and slippery. I'm going to show you something. I was just walking around here a minute ago, and you can see where I slipped and fell right down there. Unfortunately, that was not captured on camera, but it was a really nice fall, and it turned out really well for me. But anyway, so what we're seeing here is these hillier areas, especially out here in Gainesville. It's starting to ice over. We're not seeing a lot of traffic. We're not seeing a lot of people moving around. We're also not seeing a lot of wrecks. People heeding those warnings, staying off the road, especially on I-85 when we came up here a couple of hours ago from Midtown up into Hall County to Gainesville. Did not see really any wrecks. Traffic was moving it along at a good clip, but it was also a little bit warmer. There was more mud and dirt and sand, and now that we're up here and we're getting into these hills, it's starting to look a little icier. You can slip and slide around a little bit if you're not careful. It's not full on ice, but it's enough to catch you off guard if you're not paying attention. We only expect this to get worse as the day moves on. So it's something we'll be monitoring, and hopefully by the time it gets really bad, we will be nowhere near this. And Brooks, hopefully by the time we're done, you're back at home. So see how it goes.
Well, we shall see if that actually happens. Josh, I've got to ask you this question before we let you go, because it does look like pretty much a ghost town out there right now. Have you seen anybody passing by, or for the most part, are people just trying to heed those warnings and just staying indoors?
Most people are staying indoors. We have seen, we saw some four-wheel drive vehicles that have gone by. We saw one person actually shoveling. You actually maybe still might be able to see them shoveling snow way up there on their home, but we haven't seen that many people out here. Earlier this morning, there were a bunch of kids who were out sledding and running around. Now it seems like everyone's kind of retreating inside as the temperatures drop, and it becomes, a little not quite as fun to be out here as the snow is kind of gone and it's turned into kind of a little bit of a slushy rain, and things are starting to ice over. It's just kind of getting icky outside now. Not quite as fun as it was a few hours ago.
Yeah, and they have a steep drive right there behind you, Josh, a steep driveway. So they want to make sure that snow is off before that turns into ice. All right, Josh, we're going to see you in just a bit again. We want to head over to Cobb County right now. Atlanta News First, Chelsea Bimeford. She is there, Marietta Square. Brooks, you know it. It's often very, very busy. Not the case today. Chelsea, I guess some people didn't really realize that the stores are going to be closed, restaurants are going to be closed, because it's a day for you to stay at home if you can.
Yeah, I think Brooks said this earlier. He said it's hard to get a parking spot down here, and that's correct. But today you have your pick of the whole lot. There's hardly any cars down here. You can probably see two from the shot that you're looking at right now. We haven't seen a single store that has been open, any restaurants, any boutiques down here. Normally this place is popping pretty much all hours of the day and on the weekends, and it is pretty desolate out here. We can see one person that's walking down the street towards us right now. We have also seen very few cars on the road. We have seen a couple people that have been driving around here in Jeeps or some bigger cars. Two gentlemen told us they were trying to see if anybody needed help. They had a Jeep and just wanted to see if they could help tow anybody out of a ditch or any icy spots. But again, very desolate out here at the Marietta Square. Joshua Skinner, I just heard say, it's less fun now. There were a lot of people out here earlier just playing in the snow, having snowball fights back in this direction, where if you've been out to the Marietta Square before, you know this is the centerpiece here where there's this beautiful fountain and picturesque area. I had some friends that came out here with their daughter who has never seen snow before. She's just a year old, so they brought her down here to play out in the snow. But now it is really turning from that beautiful white snow into slush, which you can see the most out on the roads and on the ground down here. You can see where it's just turning into slush and water and puddles out here. And then, of course, this stuff is going to ice back up, and that is what everyone is concerned about as we head into the afternoon and the overnight hours. So again, listen to our meteorologists and the public safety officials who have been recommending to stay off the roads. It's not just today. That's going to be into tomorrow and through early Sunday morning. So we are live in the Marietta Square, guys. Back to you.
All right, Chelsea, I feel like you need some gloves on and a few extra layers, but maybe that's just me being a mom. I don't know.
Yeah.
That's all right.
Yeah, you know, spoken like what they all do. It's all right. You know, I felt the same way when I went out. Chelsea, thanks for that. I felt the same way
Chelsea's
when that.
like, don't worry about me.
Yeah, I'll be all right.
Okay.
You know, when that snow started coming down at 7 o'clock, and you know, we were on the air, and I was telling the morning crew, I said, I cannot wait until I get off for just a second, just to run out there and see it for myself. So I did, and I ended up doing a video for Facebook to show people what I was seeing, and they said, where is your scarf at? Where's your? Right. I said, hey, I'm only out here for about 5 minutes.
I'm just running out
Don't
and running
worry.
back in.
I didn't stay out there for too long, but it has been incredible to see how beautiful that snow was, but then it's unfortunate to see now that that part of it is over and we're starting to see those conditions change. But that's why, again, you're hearing it, you're seeing it. This is why it's important for you to stay off the roads if you can.
Look at that, a beautiful shot over downtown Atlanta and the Georgia Aquarium. And again, as we talked about, Brooks, you know, earlier today when we saw those big fluffy flakes kind of falling to the ground, that's when it was a little bit easier to drive on. I made a bit of a treacherous drive into work. It was fine. Stayed in those lanes that were plowed, and that's what they ask you to do while they kind of work on the other lanes. So if you absolutely positively have to get out, you're an essential worker, stay in those areas that have kind of been cleared off. The city has been working to make sure a lot of roadways have been brined, and also the state of Georgia making sure those bridges, overpasses, those major highways have been brined and treated as well. But now we're turning into something that is going to be an ice event. And that's what our First Alert weather team is very concerned about, this turning into an ice event. We spoke to Atlanta Mayor Andre Dickens a little while ago, and he does have concerns about that, as well as many other officials do. The key here, key takeaway, which is one thing I did not think about, but is very important to do, make sure you have all your phones charged, all your devices charged, just in case your power goes out. We hope it does not, but just in case, because as we see this ice event, we've had that here in the metro area before, that ice, that moisture accumulates on those branches, those trees. We are an old city here. We still have power lines above ground. When they start to fall, they will fall down on those power lines. We do have a lot of Georgia Power crews out and about. Our Abby Kasouris was at Georgia Power really talking about the number of crews that are out. I think there's some 4,000 crews out already. They have about 2,500 power outages at this point. That's not a lot. They're trying to handle all those. But if possibly those branches, those trees come down on those power lines, you could lose power. So we want to make sure that you are weather aware and you have all your devices charged. So that is one thing to keep in mind, as well as we continue to go throughout the day. But here at Atlanta News First, we're trying to make sure that we keep you informed so you know everything that's going on. A live look right now on the roadway. I think this is near Truist Park, where we had some major hangups earlier this morning, right?
For hours, that was what that scene looked like, and now things are moving and they're flowing out there. We do want to check in with meteorologist Patrick Peet, who has the latest on this system and those different conditions that are headed our way.
Yeah, I mean, a little bit of everything unfolding right now across our area. You see, if you look at the higher elevations, you see the blue to white, that's going to indicate the snowfall. The pink has been that wintry mix that we've been seeing unfold. And if you've stepped outside, you felt it. It stung a little bit. Unfortunately, there are people that are in their cars that have been in their cars today. You heard it on your rooftops a little bit. That's going to be the sleet, but also some of that transitioning over to freezing rain. And then the green is what we're used to seeing. The greens, the yellows, that's going to indicate that rain is starting to build into some of our westernmost communities. Folks that are in places like Troup, Meriwether County, you've been seeing the bulk of this event over the last hour or so unfold as rain. I do want to dive in a little bit to the city so we can take a look at what's going on near the perimeter. And you can see that for the most part, it is sleet that is coming down. If you're traveling north on I-75, looks like there is a little patch of rain that's moving there, but that is gradually transitioning to the north and west. Folks that are in the mountains getting a beautiful sight right now from Ivy Log into Higdon into Ellijay, really just beautiful scenes unfolding right now with just beautiful snow blanketing that area. This is going to gradually transition for some of us as we head through the next few hours. We've been telling you that the big story here are the temperatures, and you can see that we're slightly above freezing here in Atlanta, low and below elsewhere. We'll time out when this clears our area coming up in just a few minutes.
It is a First Alert Weather Day here on Atlanta News First. Of course, we are keeping you informed as we take a look across the metro. We have reporters in all corners to give you an idea of what's going on right now. I'm Tracy Hutchins.
And I'm Blair Miller, just coming in from watching our coverage all morning long, coming down 400 north of the area.
And how's that drive?
I got to be honest with you. I'm glad that people are heeding these warnings and staying at home. There's about one lane in 400 you can use, but the rest of it, kind of a mess. You do have some of those plows out there, but it's going to be a big concern, as we've been talking about, Patrick Pete, about the ice out there. It's certainly going to be a concern. You know, people listen to those warnings. They need to continue to look at those warnings as we show you a live look outside.
Yeah, here is that live look. And as you were mentioning, Blair, not a lot of people on the roadways. I experienced kind of the same thing coming in, trying to stay in those lanes that have already been cleared. Yeah. And it looks like a lot of people are doing that. If you absolutely have to head out, possibly an essential worker, make sure you stay in those areas that have already been plowed, already been cleared, and make room for those crews that are trying to get out there and continue to brine and salt the roadways and clear the roadways as well. Now, what was a big snow event earlier today turning into more of an ice event? We want to get over to First Alert Chief Meteorologist Jennifer Valdez. And Jennifer, you have some concerns as this day goes on.
Big time, big time. And speaking with the National Weather Service as we're coordinating exactly what's happening out there, we saw plenty of snow this morning, some areas 4 inches of snow, but now we're seeing that transition from snow to a rain, snow, sleet mix. And now as we continue through the afternoon, that is turning into freezing rain. And we are hearing verbiage from the National Weather Service of driving will be not only dangerous, but impossible as we head into the evening. So really heed those warnings, stay home. Again, impossible driving conditions possible because we are expecting additional freezing rain on top of all that snow. And then as temperatures start to drop, especially after sunset, anything that has melted will refreeze. Where things will be especially dangerous, it's areas in pink. That is where we are under a winter storm warning because of that snow and that ice. Area south, the winter weather advisory, conditions a little more favorable, but certainly this is a very high impact event. That wintry mix is already starting to transition to freezing rain, and if it hasn't over your area, it will as we head into the remainder of the afternoon and evening. We are forecasting an additional 1/4 to a 1/2 inch of ice. Whenever you see a 1/2 inch of ice, that is devastating. That means significant power outages. That means impossible driving conditions. So we are starting to up the language here. This is what we were afraid of. But as those ice accumulation forecasts continue to go up, the threat continues to go up. So again, 1/2 inch of additional ice possible, and that means dangerous travel. Not only that, in some areas, impossible travel, and that does mean fairly significant power outages, especially tomorrow. Tomorrow, the winds will start to pick up, so the branches will remain very heavy coated in ice, And as you get those 20 to 30 mile an hour gusts, we're going to see even more power outages tomorrow, even after the storm. Here's a look at how much snow we've seen. If you're wondering, I know I had a ruler out in my front yard. Maybe you were measuring your yard, kind of guesstimating here. And as you can see, we're getting all kinds of totals, anywhere between 1 to 2 inches, but that's actually the anomaly. Most areas saw 2 to 4 inches of snow this morning, and it was beautiful. The kids were out playing in it. And while it was super fun to enjoy this morning, now we're transitioning from a beautiful, fun event for the kids to a dangerous event, as this is now transitioning to ice, where we still have snow, those areas in purple across North Georgia, but anywhere you see pink here, this is a rain, snow, sleet mix and freezing rain. So we're already starting to see some freezing rain across the metro area. A little bit of a break right now from Griffin to Eatonton, but as you see to our west, we do have additional precipitation on the way. We're not going to be dry until after about 11 p.m. or midnight. Zooming into the metro, all these areas in pink, again, wintry mix with freezing rain across the area. And this is all the precipitation that has yet to move in. So that is why an additional ½ an inch is possible. For tomorrow, First Alert Weather Day continues. That's because temperatures will be in the 30s and everything we have will take a while to melt. Saturday night into Sunday, I do expect slick roads on neighborhood and shaded roadways. Here's a look at your hour-by-hour forecast. We're going to advance because we've already done this part here. But as we head through the day here, we're going to see that freezing rain continue as we head into the afternoon and evening. By 5 p.m., again, still seeing freezing rain. As we head into the evening, it doesn't end until around 10 p.m. or 11 p.m. So moral of the story, stay off the roads. We're not done yet, but of course, we'll be here to get you through it. We'll keep you updated through the afternoon and evening.
Thank you, Jen. I think she hit the nail on the head talking about this changeover. You know, this started this morning. I know in my neighborhood, everybody was outside just taking in the beauty of everything. All the kids were out there sledding, building snowmen, and then you could almost feel the sleet coming down, and you could see that concern in the neighborhood. Okay, what is this going to mean? Because we have a long way to go.
Because imagine if you have, in many cases, in a lot of neighborhoods, you have a very steep driveway, a lot of very steep roadways that kind of, you know, those side roads before you get out onto a main road. A lot of those side roads have not been treated. The main road maybe has, but the side roads have not, and that is a concern.
And not to mention what this is going to mean for power lines, and that's what we've been hearing from officials, that they're very concerned about the weight of that ice. It doesn't take much, as Jen was pointing out, to really weigh down those tree limbs, but then also those power lines. That could be a real concern for many people. That's why it's so important to keep things charged as well you can at this point.
Yeah, and one of the areas that could have be of concern earlier than some others. First Alert meteorologist Jennifer Valdez was talking about earlier, Hall County. That's why we want to head out there to Gainesville. And our own Joshua Skinner, you've done a great job out there. I know it's cold. We appreciate you, Josh, because earlier we did see some people out there trying to clear their driveways so they can be prepared to get out. So whatever's on that driveway does not ice over.
Yeah, exactly right, though. For being plumb honest, when we talk about that driveway, it's such a steep driveway that once you get down it and you get to the road, I don't know if it's really going to help you because you're just going to keep sliding. Show you these roads. We're talking about freezing and what we're worried about coming. Every time I look at this, I just think of the carnage that's going to happen. This is one of those side roads that Blair was talking about. There's a little bit of ice here already. It's a mixture of ice and some slush, and there's some water that's starting to accumulate and kind of sit on it. This is going to be impassable here in a few hours. This whole neighborhood's going to be hard to access. It already is hard with all these hills and these tall driveways. You know, this is something that's not uncommon here in Georgia. There are a million neighborhoods like this throughout the metro area and up in North Georgia. It's going to be a problem. And, you know, you can see all those footsteps that are way out there, the pathway to the park. You can actually see a woman walking down near there. There have been a lot of people walking around throughout the day. They're all gone. Everyone is back inside. This has kind of turned to a rainish, a slushy-ish rain right now. And so it's become kind of miserable out here. We actually got out here and there was a couple of families who were leaving a park we were nearby and they're like, look, it's just getting too cold. They had a little 3-year-old and it was that 3-year-old's first snow and the girl was crying. And she's like, well, we were having fun until it started getting a little too cold. And you know what? As someone who's a warm weather guy, I totally get it. But again, all of this is going to become a problem here in a few hours, and it's just a matter of time right now. So up here in Gainesville, you know, we haven't seen a lot of wrecks along I-85 when we were coming up here. The highways were good. The roads have all been good, but people in most
We had some technical issues there. Joshua, we can't hear you right now. We're going to let you work some of those out. In the meantime, we're going to talk about what's going on, of course, on our roadways and some things that are happening now. We actually got some video in. The Georgia State Patrol posted these photos of cars that slid off the roadway in Metro Atlanta. Now, Blair, I don't know about you, but on my drive in, I did see some cars on the side of the road. No accidents, fortunately. But again, GSP, they're going to be out 24/7 trying to help people that have done just this, slid off the roadway.
Yeah, I saw a few vehicles off to the side, but again, on my whole entire drive, it usually takes me about 35 minutes with no traffic, and I saw maybe 15 vehicles the entire drive. So people staying at home for the most part. I think, people got the attention seeing that this morning and then seeing that changeover. They know what can happen here and know that these roads are not treated in the best way that may be expected. And so that's why you're seeing some of what's been happening out there. And, we've seen video like this as well. Atlanta News First investigative reporter Harry Samler spotted the driver of this SUV in Fulton County trying to get up a hill. And that's part of the issue, trying to get through all that ice and snow that's on the ground. And then that's the result, trying to get up the hill, but then sliding back down. And as Jen was laying out, as that starts to freeze over more tonight, because roads like that will not change much between now and then. If anything, will get more difficult, and then that will become a real issue for first responders, for people who are out there thinking they can go out, but knowing that it's going to be much more difficult than that.
And keep in mind, when your vehicle gets stuck in the middle of the roadway, do you think a plow can get by that? Exactly. They're not. They got to go around it, which means that's going to just take up more time for those crews to get out there and clear the roadway so other people can get through. And that's a lot of the issue. And the good news here is no one was behind this guy, because we have seen that earlier today as well. Vehicles sliding down those inclines, those hills, and guess what? Boom, right into the next vehicle. And now you got an insurance claim that you didn't have 24 hours ago. Oh my goodness, this person's crazy. So this is out of McDonough. This guy decided to take a plunge today, a polar bear plunge. I don't know what you're thinking here, but he did it.
I think he's regretting.
I think so. I think he knew what he was doing when he got in there. Yeah, a nice little plunge in his pool there. He better get inside before his hair freezes there.
Here's another look at that. A lot of people are having fun with this, as they should. It doesn't happen often, but this seems like it might be extreme.
Yeah, I don't even know why you would do that. Of course, all across the metro, we're giving you a perspective of what's happening right now. And as our first alert meteorologist told us, this is turning from a nice, beautiful, fluffy snow event into more of an ice event. We could be looking at 1/4 to 1/2 inch of ice. And again, the concern here is power lines and roadways and a thick sheet of ice on the roads that if you are out on it, as the temperatures drop and as the day goes on, that could be treacherous, not only difficult to pass through, but impossible to pass through.
And officials will tell you, people may hear, 1/2 inch of ice or 1/4 inch of ice. It doesn't sound like a lot. Officials will tell you it only takes 1/4 inch of ice to bring down power lines, bring down trees. That is a significant amount. And so that will certainly be something, a major story, if that is what we see playing out across the area this afternoon and into the evening hours. That will be something certainly a lot of people are dealing with. And we have a team of reporters out there who are checking on it for us to get us a sense of what they're seeing out there as well.
Yeah, let's head out to Doug Reardon. He's in South Fulton for us. And I know, Doug, we were talking to you earlier about the roadways. They're just kind of wet and slushy right now. The concern is that could be ice later on.
It's almost guaranteed to be the case, guys, because if it's wet and it gets cold later, it's almost below.
It sounds like we're losing Doug there, and his shot froze up there for a second, which tends to happen to some of these elements. One thing I was looking at as he was talking about, he's in South Fulton, the activity behind him, you do see cars out there. You may see some gas stations open. For the most part, most places are closed here today. I didn't see many places open, even the coffee shops or anything like that. So there really is no reason for people to go out unless they absolutely have to a hospital or something like that.
And a lot of people may be thinking too, or you may look out and see some of that video, like right behind Doug, where the roadway is just kind of wet, that, oh, it's not that bad, I'll go out and run a couple of errands. Well, like you mentioned, one, not too many things are open, and two, Looks are deceiving. Do not go out unless you absolutely have to. We've heard that from Atlanta Mayor Andre Dickens, heard that from Governor Brian Kemp as well, heard that from GEMA officials, that this is not an opportunity to go out and sightsee and try and find the most beautiful venue that you can take a picture of. Now is the time to stay inside and watch here. We're going to show you all the things you need to see. If you do have a park nearby that you can walk to, maybe walk out there, but even those conditions are starting to be a bit dangerous as well, because underneath that snow, that little layer of snow, you don't know if there could be ice under there. And honestly, if you're not wearing the right boots and equipment, you could really risk having a fall as well.
Yeah, and I'm thinking, you know, the longtime Georgians know this, and they know that Atlanta's not set up for this. They know that our state's not set up for this. I'm thinking about the significant population that comes from other parts of the country, from the north, and they may think, oh, 3 inches of snow, a little bit of ice, not a big deal. The issue is how these roads are treated or not treated in some cases. You know, some of those main roads simply haven't been treated in some of those smaller towns.
Well, here's what I will say. We did speak to Mayor Dickens earlier today. From every experience, we learn. We learn a little something else. There are a lot of us who were here during Snowmageddon. Obviously, the city would like to put that behind them, but we learned a lot from that. We were able to get out and treat roads earlier because of that experience, buy equipment, make sure we had all those things in stock in order to be prepared for an event just like this. The mayor said, you know, they've been preparing for the last 6-7 days in anticipation of this, because we do not want to see that happen again, people stranded on roadways. So while officials have been treating roadways, bridges, freeways, all those majorly traveled roads, again, there are roads those side roads that have not been treated. I think, honestly, on my drive-in, the city and the state have done a pretty good job considering. But again, we are not used to getting this much snow, this much moisture. And because the temperature is going to drop, and we have those things on the road. You know, you have a lot of factors in there, and we don't do this every day, nor do we want to do this every day. That's why we live in Atlanta, because we don't have to deal with this all the time. So saying all that to say, yes, I think, you know, they've done a good job of doing what they can do. GPS is out there 24/7. We have crews on the roadways trying to clear them as quickly as possible. We can all do our jobs by staying at home. Well, we had to come in today. We're kind of essential workers today, Blair, I think. But most of us can stay home and stay off the roadways to keep ourselves safe, others safe, and to make sure those crews can get out there and clear the roads.
I know we've been checking on those roads. We've also been checking on the conditions at the airport because, of course, we're the world's busiest airport here in Atlanta. So a significant amount of traffic is coming in and out of Atlanta, and that's impacting airports all across the country. So we're going to give you the latest data we are getting about what's happening at Atlanta Hartsfield-Jackson International Airport. So here's what we know as of 2 o'clock, which was 16 minutes ago. According to FlightAware, 968 flights into and out of Atlanta have now been canceled. I think that number was around 300 or 400 earlier. But also 480 flights into and out of Atlanta have also been delayed. So nearly 1,000 have been canceled. Another 480 now delayed, of course. I'm not sure maybe would be surprised by that, considering also the incident we had there at the airport earlier today. And so many people heading there, coming through Atlanta. It has significantly been impacted by this storm and will continue likely to be impacted as well.
And keep in mind, there's a trickle-down effect. Our own Brendan Keefe, who's been covering former President Jimmy Carter's services there in our nation's capital, he's now stranded in D.C. at Reagan International Airport. I'm not sure if he's been able to make a flight out. I think they were supposed to get out at noon. There's still a trickle-down effect because the plane that they are supposed to get on had to come from somewhere else, and it's still got to go other places after that. And then you have the pilots, you have the flight attendants, the other crews. All those people have to get somewhere in a certain amount of time. So even though the ground stop may have ended here, that doesn't necessarily things will be able to turn on a dime, and that flight will be able to turn around as quickly. Again, we continue to take a look there. We want to head out to First Alert meteorologist Cutter Martin. He's in the road tracker there, our First Alert road tracker. You're nice and warm, all bundled up inside there. Where are you at right now, Cutter?
Yeah, we're just northwest of downtown, basically Northside Drive coming up on 75. And while we're seeing some improvement now, it's not just the snow that's the obstacle. This is going to be on the northbound side of Northside Drive coming up on I-75. And obviously some of these lanes are not as clear. Those are vehicles. And again, we have water drops. Still getting some freezing rain or rain out here, but those are vehicles that were abandoned earlier on the side of the road. I mean, you can see how thick that snow is. Looks like this may have even been plowed with how deep and kind of bunched up that snow is. Another vehicle, as we pan the camera here, in the right lane. This is going up a hill. So our hills were huge problems. Even in the core of the city this morning, car has been abandoned, and they are still here. So that is an obstacle out there, something to certainly keep an eye on. In addition to the snow and the ice, we are still getting some rain out there. So it's very, very slick if you're not in a lane that has been treated or if you're not in a lane that has been traveled. Now, I will say when I woke up this morning, East Side neighborhood, Ponce Highland, North Avenue Hill was taking out car after car. You couldn't get anywhere. People were just walking. They weren't driving. It is better than this morning because we have the sun up, even though it's cloudy. We have a little bit of that solar, radiation melting some of the snow, even though temperatures are barely above freezing. What is concerning and what the First Alert Weather Team has been talking about all morning is the fact that we still do have some of this rain falling, and in some areas it's freezing rain. Again, we are northbound on Northside Drive, and we are heading into some of our near north neighborhoods, Sandy Springs, Buckhead. And in these neighborhoods, where you're a little north of the city, it could be a little colder, tree-lined. We could be dealing with a little bit of a greater risk of some ice accumulation on the trees in some of these neighborhoods. So a lot to watch, guys. And I want to remind people at home, we're not doing anything reckless. I live, people on my street that were leaving the driveways this morning, essential workers. We have Grady Hospital, Emory Hospital, emergency services. Some people have to go to work. And we're here to let you know where there are still problem spots, like on Northside Drive, north of 14th Street. We counted 6-7 vehicles between 14th and 75 on Northside Drive, specifically northbound side, where cars were abandoned, and there was still some pretty deep slush there. So it's not just the snow and the ice, but folks did abandon their vehicles on some of our major routes this morning, not necessarily on the interstates, but some of these big thoroughfares in the neighborhoods just north and northwest of downtown Atlanta. Tracy and Blair, we're going to be heading further north, where freezing rain is a bigger concern, and we will let you know what we see from the Coolray First Alert Tracker.
And Kendra, I was going to ask you real quick as you all make your trek, and I know you're able to give us a really great vantage point, on the interstates, on some of those side streets, as you put on your meteorologist cap as well. How bad do you think how long do you think the roads are going to be bad? Like we know tonight it's going to be bad because we still have precipitation coming in, but into tomorrow, I could see some people saying, oh, well, it's Saturday morning, we should be okay. How concerned should people be about the road conditions into the morning hours?
This is going to be something that we are really going to have to watch closely, and it really depends on where you are. If you're well south and west of Atlanta, Blair, temperatures may not get well below freezing, and we may not have as much refreezing, but it's really going to depend, community to community. All the more reason to not venture out and take a guess, because conditions could vary from the south side of the perimeter to the north side of the perimeter tomorrow morning. And while we're expecting sunshine tomorrow afternoon and some drying of the roadways, actually our coldest night of the weekend will be Saturday night into Sunday morning, and anything that is left, especially our north side neighborhoods on up into the mountains north metro, we could actually be dealing with quite a bit of ice even Sunday morning, Blair. So this is going to be something where you need to tread lightly, and if you see a puddle, just assume it's frozen. If you see a wet roadway, just assume it's frozen, because it's the times like these in the afternoon where people get just a little too confident, a little too much weight on the gas pedal, and then people run into issues. And this is daytime. As soon as we lose the sun, even if temperatures are right around freezing, I think we'll at least see, even in the city, some more icing and possibly some more significant icing, Blair.
Well, I think that's going to be something to really watch. So thank you, Kendra Martin. Appreciate your update there. And we'll be looking for your updates throughout the afternoon and the evening. Sometimes our best vantage point is seeing through the First Alert Tracker like that.
Absolutely. You cannot let your guard down. If you are an essential worker and you have to get to work, as Kendra mentioned, hospitaled, first responders, folks like that who have to be out on the roadways. We want to get over to First Alert meteorologist Patrick Peet. And we've been talking about this transition, Patrick, to this really pretty fluffy white stuff earlier today. And now we have concerns about ice.
Yeah, Tracy, Blair, we've experienced the fun part of this event where the snow is pretty. We've got to get out and roll around in it and play. Now it gets a little bit more serious. We are monitoring a winter storm warning for most of North Georgia as we head through the overnight and into the start of the day tomorrow. We're talking about more ice coming as we head through the next 12 hours. We're talking about roughly a fourth of an inch to a half inch possible. And then, of course, we do have that winter weather advisory that's set to expire for our southernmost counties over the next couple of hours. We're talking about dangerous driving conditions for folks that have to get out and about. Once again, we're asking everyone that doesn't have to get on the roads to stay home. Most things are closed anyway, with the exception of a lot of the essentials here. As we head through the next few hours, we're going to be watching for the potential for not only down trees, but power lines as well. Whenever you have ice building up on all of these different branches, it gets heavy, and sometimes they begin to sag, and eventually they fall. And that could lead to some power outages as we head through the evening. Here is the setup, and what you can see is a lot of snow developing across portions of the Ohio River Valley, dipping into Tennessee, and some of that moving into the North Georgia mountains. What you're witnessing over here to the west is that warm nose starting to lift a little bit further to the north in the mid-levels, and we expect that to continue, but temperatures at the surface are going to be near freezing. They have been there all day, and that's why we are still seeing some of this as frozen precip across parts of North Georgia. Still going to expect snow for the next hour or so in extreme North Georgia mountains, but the rest of us, we will no longer see the pretty stuff. Everything that comes down is either going to be sleet, and we expect that to start to transition over the next hour to the freezing rain, and we're already seeing some evidence of that. Take a look at temperatures, because the temperatures, it's the ball game here. As those temperatures get closer to freezing, that's whenever that freezing rain is going to begin here, and we're hovering across most of the area here, still dealing with cold air aloft, which is why they're still seeing snow in the North Georgia mountains. But as all of this moisture starts to lift in, that's where we're going to expect this to really start to unfold as a freezing rain event. We'll be tracking this through the 3 o'clock hour, so I think that roads should not be traveled as we head through the next couple of hours. Areas far south of the city, I'm looking at Troop Meriwether counties, you'll see this as rain for the most part as we head through the evening. It's really those areas hugging the I-corridor and points to the north that we're expecting the bulk of this freezing rain to be a part of our story. We're going to track this through the evening, and then eventually we trend drier as we get closer to around 11 o'clock, and the bulk of this is out. But unfortunately, our risks are not over, because there is still the potential for disruptive to significant ice accumulation across a large chunk of our area as we head through the evening hours. And some of that is going to include parts of Metro Atlanta. I came here just about an hour and a half ago or so, and my journey here wasn't that bad. I had to travel mainly on major thoroughfares, but also on the interstates. But outside of the city, things look a little bit rough. I want to dig in one more time as to why we're concerned about this ice, because black ice is going to be something that we're concerned with. Very slippery sidewalks across all of the area. And then, of course, the power outages are possible. More on the timing and impacts coming up in just a few minutes.
Patrick, that timing's so key. Thanks so much for laying out for us. You know, our team of reporters are out in those elements, giving us a best view of what we're seeing, what they're seeing, and really how this is impacting it and how this could impact people over the next few hours or days. Let's bring in First Alert, Atlanta News First reporter Adam Murphy, who is up in Blue Ridge. Adam, how are things looking up there? It looks picturesque behind you.
Certainly is, Blair. That's the nice part about it. The bad part, as we've been talking about, are the conditions out here. We are at the Fannin County Public Works Department, and you're seeing here behind you, or behind me, I shall say, some of these front-end loaders that are loading salt into some trucks that are actually going out and laying this salt spread around Fannin County in the Blue Ridge area. They tell me they have about a dozen plow trucks that are trying to clear some of the major thoroughfares, but of course, back roads here are more treacherous than what we saw in Atlanta. Right now, you're getting some freezing rain and sleet. It also was snowing a short time ago, so I think the accumulation totals will be a lot more here, not just with the snow, but also with the ice. And the roadways are very slick. We've seen some vehicles fishtailing. You're getting a live look right now at how they're working around the clock, as I mentioned, the Fannin County Public Works Department, loading sand and what appears to be some salt mixture into some of these trucks that they're taking throughout the county, throughout the town of Blue Ridge, try to keep the roadways from freezing over any more than they already have. Now, we understand they're going to be working pretty regularly throughout the day and the evening, they told me. They also said they wanted to give me an example just moments ago. They talked about how dangerous the roadway conditions are. They gave me an example. They said there's a situation unfolding right now, which we may move to, where a truck actually lost control and slid into a woman that had gotten out of her car on the side of the road. The woman is responsive. That's good to hear. But again, I mean, it's just really a good indicator of how you can lose control of your vehicle pretty quickly as it continues to become more treacherous. And here comes a truck right now that has what you would call a salt dog on the back of it, which will spread that salt onto the roadway. So they're using not just big plows, but also regular trucks that they've certainly rigged with these salt dogs that they can spread that mixture on the roadway, and they're going to be doing that for quite a while. We did see some pretty treacherous conditions when we made our way up to this area. We're about 2 hours north of the city of Atlanta in the town of Blue Ridge, Fannin County. So as you get up into this area, I just warn people that are in our viewing area up here that may be watching to
Looks like we've lost Adam Murphy's signal there in Blue Ridge as he is talking with officials there, with transportation crews who are trying to get the upper hand on some of the road conditions there in Blue Ridge. Certainly, they're more used to some of the snow than maybe folks here in Atlanta, but you saw some of the conditions there as he was laying out what they're seeing, the significant response they have so far. And we are seeing some of those trucks throughout the area. Not a lot of municipalities have the fleet of vehicles they need with a storm like this, which is why we're seeing some of those roads that still have not been treated. Some of the secondary roads here in the Atlanta metro area is still yet to be treated because of the storm that has moved in and what they're looking at. We have a team of reporters out there right now who are checking on the conditions. We heard from Cutter Martin here a few minutes ago, who said, one of the biggest concerns they have is the ice that could form, but also a concern about power lines and the ice that could form there tonight. Let's bring in meteorologist Cutter Martin now and get another check on what he's seeing. And Cutter, I know last check you were around the downtown area, heading some side streets and head a little north of the city. So where are you at right now?
Yeah, we're still on the northwest side, but just a little bit further out, still inside I-285, the perimeter. We were on north side, and then we took a right on Moore's Mill. So we're coming up kind of into the heart of Buckhead, heading into basically Buckhead Town Square, if you will, where all the development is. And right now, intersections looking much like this, where you have your tracks. And I heard you and Tracy talking about this. You guys were talking about the freeway experience. Those plowed lanes is where you stay. As far as the surface streets and our secondary streets, you want to try to stay in the tracks of the vehicles that have come and that have driven before you. And you can see that right here, that Nissan on the other side of the intersection. Things are slushy. You can probably see this on the windshield, little droplets. It is still raining and temperatures are right around freezing. And what I will say is that having gone up into some of these neighborhoods where there is more in the way of foliage and trees, you can tell there's just a little bit more icing out here, as some of the weight, is creating some sagging there on the trees. Again, just barely noticeable. It's more so in the bushes there on the left-hand side, but just a little bit of sagging there to that weight of snow, and now likely with a little bit of ice. So something we're going to be watching very closely, and as we go into the evening, the risk of freezing rain increases. I know kiddos are out here having fun, beautiful lawns here to do so, but you will have to watch out for the possibility of some limbs coming down and also maybe some power line issues as we go into the evening. Improved now with temperatures just a hair above freezing, 33 at Hartsfield-Jackson, also Fulton County Airport close to freezing or just above, but we can't, assume that it's going to be there for the rest of the evening. So while things are slushy now, all of that slush inevitably is going to turn back into ice and perhaps rock solid stuff here as we get later into the evening. Don't suggest you get out, but if you're an emergency worker and you must, your heavily traveled roads in town, North Avenue, Ponce de Leon. If you're going north side, there are still some vehicles that were abandoned from this morning. However, overall, we are seeing a general improvement out there, more slush than anything else. As we take you live outside on the Coolray First Alert Tracker, conditions not ideal, but improved from earlier. So if you can stay home, suggest you do so. Again, we are in Buckhead. I can see Phipps Plaza there in the distance. Visibility is a little bit better than it was earlier. Still, though, conditions are rough. And Blair, the unfortunate thing is that we're probably at our best now.
That's what I was worried about. You're pointing to the trees and pointing that out, and we heard from your fellow meteorologist a few minutes ago saying They're forecasting another 1/4 to 1/2 inch of ice. That's significant. So give us some perspective, what that could mean. How much ice does it take to where we start seeing trees or power lines come down, if that's the case?
Yeah, I've only been in a couple of ice storms, grew up on the Gulf Coast, but what I will say is that it doesn't take much, generally a 1/4 inch, and you're going to start to have limbs come down. Now keep in mind, that's a 1/4 inch of ice on top of snow that has already accumulated, so that's even more weight on these limbs and on these lines. And as we know in Atlanta, even in a good rain, it does not take all that much to bring down a tree, which inevitably could fall on a line. We spoke with Atlanta Mayor Andrea Dickens earlier. He was saying 311, 911 fully staffed. They're there 24/7. Of course, 911 is, but in addition, 311. And if you do come down on, or if you come up on a downed limb, or if you have downed limb, down line in your yard later this evening, 311 is an option. If it's not an emergency, if it is an emergency, of course, call 911. They're working closely with Georgia Power, the entire state of Georgia, from GEMA all the way down to our county city. Officials are working to make sure that through tonight, if those lines do come down, Blair, doesn't take much, they will be there to get things back to normal as soon as possible.
All right. First Alert Meteorologist Cutter Martin inside the First Alert Tracker. Be safe doing what you're doing, and we'll be checking with you throughout the evening and the afternoon. I want to bring in my colleague now, my co-anchor, Sean Gables.
Who got stuck in all of
I was going to say, you and I take a similar route to get here, and one of us took 4-wheel drive.
I tried to cheat and get closer to the metro. And I will tell you, if you don't, we were watching Cutter's live shot, and he's in the First Alert Tracker, and it looks like he's going at a rate of speed that may appear to be fast. He's going slower than what appears, but also he's driving a four-wheel truck. So that makes a big difference on the roads, because I only have rear-wheel drive, and it does not do well.
You learned quickly today, didn't you?
I learned real quickly that what looks very, beautiful to the children and not threatening to us, and a rear-wheel drive car, even this creates a problem. And with the governor issuing a state of emergency, let's go to our First Alert Chief Meteorologist, Jennifer Valdez. Jen, this doesn't look threatening, but once those temperatures drop and the sun set, we've got a problem.
I was terrified, and I came in hours ago. It was terrifying. I'm from Florida, and I've lived here almost 17 years, and this isn't what I'm used to. B, there were 18-wheelers who were just flying past me, and I came in when it was still slush and rain. Now that is turning into ice. So it's only going to get worse. It's going to get more dangerous. And at some point, for some areas, travel is going to be downright impossible. It doesn't even matter if you have a 4-wheel drive. If you are on a sheet of ice, the tires cannot get traction. They just spin. And that's when you see those cars that just spin out on the highway. A, they're going too fast, but B, they shouldn't be there in the first place. So I can't stress it enough. Unless you are an essential worker and you absolutely must be on the roads, I promise nothing is worth it. It's just not worth it. And driving next to all those big semis, it's scary. It's not fun. Certainly, I don't wish that on anybody. Here's a look at First Alert radar. And I want to point out we're seeing less and less snow. The more pink and green we see, the worse it is. This is what we were forecasting. This is what we were afraid of. And unfortunately, for parts of our viewing area, this will turn into a worst case scenario, because all of that beautiful snow is now going to be coated in a layer of ice. And ice is very dangerous. It's very heavy. Not only is it impossible to drive on, but we are going to see power outages. I promise, not only tonight, but through tomorrow, we are going to see power outages. So now's the time to finish preparing, as in charge your devices, download the First Alert Weather app, download the Atlanta News First app. That way you can continue to watch our coverage and get the essential information you need if and when, for some of you, you lose power. Here's a look at First Alert radar, seeing freezing rain. Speaking with the National Weather Service, we're starting to see that transition. What was a beautiful winter wonderland, still looks really pretty outside, is now transitioning to freezing rain across metro Atlanta. Here's why. Look at the temperatures, 33 degrees right now in Atlanta. So what's happening up in the upper levels of the atmosphere, this is falling as snow, then it's hitting a warmer layer above freezing, so it's melting into rain. And as it hits the surface, it's cooler at the surface. So even though it's liquid, not too far up, it's turning back into ice. or on those branches, it falls as rain, and then it freezes on those branches. So that's what we call freezing rain, and that's what we're going to be seeing because those temperatures are right at that freezing mark. This precipitation continues for the next several hours. We're not going to see a steady, heavy rate for the rest of the afternoon, but we'll continue to see that chance through the afternoon. Then it starts to taper off, but not until 11 p.m. And although the precipitation will be over at 11 p.m., the threat is not. The roads will stay very dangerous through the evening and overnight, and those power outage numbers will continue to increase as the ice on those branches gets thicker and thicker. To add insult to injury, tomorrow will be windy, so those really heavy branches and those limbs that are coated in ice and that didn't finish melting, those will break off as well. So I do think we're going to see those power outage numbers really start to increase, especially as we head into the evening. Let me go back here because I want to show you the potential ice. This is disruptive to significant ice. So wherever you see pink, that's about 1/4 inch of ice, possibly some locally higher amounts. This is additional ice on top of what we've seen. So as you can see, it's scattered pretty good across the metro area. Right now, the thinking is along I-85, maybe around Hall County near the Gainesville area is where we could see some of the highest ice totals. So wherever we see the highest ice totals, that's where we're going to see the highest power outages for the most part, give or take. So certainly, again, charge those devices, prepare not only for a power outage, but a prolonged power outage. What does that mean? That means it's going to take a lot longer to get your power back on than it normally does because we're going to see more people without power, but also it's harder for those power crews to get to where you are, to get to those power lines, and it's going to take them longer to get from one call to the next. So make sure you are ready if you lose power for a couple days, unfortunately. If you've ever lived through an ice storm, you've lived it, you'll never forget, and hopefully you've taken those precautions so that doesn't happen. Personally, I turn my heat up a little higher in my home just in case we lose power. Here's a look at those power outage, or I'm sorry, the ice impacts with that amount of ice. About 1/4 inch to 1/2 inch of ice, which is what we are forecasting for much of the metro area. It's when you see tree branches come down, they sag, they break, they're really heavy. I know 1/4 inch, you go like that, it doesn't look like a lot, but on a tree limb, especially those smaller limbs, that's super, super heavy, especially when it's coating the entire limb. That's when you start to see them sag, then eventually they break. With this much ice, you see some power outages, and it is dangerous travel. Now, some areas are going to see an additional 1/2 inch of ice. That is significant. That's when you see trees come down. That's when you see widespread power outages, and that's when you see what we call impossible travel. So we go from dangerous travel to impossible travel. It is just impossible to go out on the roads. We're going to continue to monitor the situation. Again, this is going to get a lot worse before it gets better, and we're going to have much more on when we expect this ice to finally melt coming up.
Jennifer, thank you. Let's take a live look at Atlanta Hartsfield-Jackson International Airport, the busiest airport in the country, in the world. And right now, they are dealing with 960 plus flights that have been canceled due to the weather alone as of 2 p.m. this afternoon. We also know 480 flights into and out of Atlanta have been delayed. If you do have a flight, make sure you call the airline in advance.
Those cancellations around 300, 400, I think, this morning. And so we've seen the significant growth in that. And here's why, because we saw an incident play out earlier today as this storm was unfolding, and this video really scary to watch because there was an evacuation of that Delta plane you just saw, passengers running outside in the cold there. The person who took this video says they were cold as they waited for buses to pick them up, but it was quite a situation as there was an issue with the engine there that caused them right there on the tarmac to have to get off that plane.
And even though it may appear that this was due to the weather, it was not. According to Delta Airlines, at least 200 people were evacuated from that plane. It was an aborted takeoff. Around 9 this morning, the passengers used emergency slides to deplane Flight 2668. It was headed from Atlanta to Minneapolis, St. Paul. Those individuals, they departed the plane on the tarmac, waited out in the cold.
Yeah, you see them in this video waiting right there.
Yeah, and according to Delta, they say nothing is more important than the safety of our people and our customers, and they apologize to customers for the experience, but they're focused to address the immediate needs and to get them to their destinations. But again, this was an engine problem. Some of the eyewitnesses say there was a fire that was from the engine while it was trying to attempt to take off and then started to slide on the snow when they aborted the takeoff.
So obviously they're not going to be taking any chances here this afternoon with ice and the storm still moving through. Nearly 1,000 cancellations in and out of Atlanta, and this has certainly a ripple effect across the country. This here is the view through the eyes of a child and how glorious it is. I know I woke up to 8 o'clock this morning and my 3 boys yelling at me, "It's snowing." I'm like, I told you this for a week and a half it was going to happen. So here we are, and this is what many families have been experiencing today, really this morning. But what's been interesting, this is a storm that started out as people walking outside saying this is a beautiful winter wonderland and a place that never sees
it always starts that way until it's time to go to work or go back to school. We are in a winter storm warning. It is in effect. Our First Alert weather team has been all over this. They warned you way in advance before this was even coming. That's why you need to download the First Alert app, because it will give you the information at the palm of your hands.
And we've been getting in some pictures and videos from you, the viewer, to get us a sense of what you're seeing and how you're experiencing this snow day. These are some pictures we got from the University of Georgia, students and faculty there taking this in, even the pets. But you know, this is a storm now shifting
from snow to ice.
Right, and that is the scary thing.
It
you know,
is.
when we're talking about ice, you're not just talking about road conditions, you're talking about trees and power lines and how this could impact people.
The big concern is, will there be power outages? We're watching those closely. Atlanta News First Chelsea Beinfor is in Marietta Square, which is beautiful on a normal day. But with the snow falling, extra beautiful, but it is a ghost town now. People have heeded the message, stay home.
They have. It's really weird to see this. It's a Friday afternoon, so usually the square would be packed, people coming out for an early dinner or to go shopping. It is a total ghost town out here. You can see all of these restaurants and shops are closed. We haven't seen a single one that's been open out here this afternoon. Very few people and very few cars on the road. There is one man down here walking his dog. We have seen several families out here doing that, or earlier having snowball fights, bringing their kids out here to see the beautiful snow. You can see, if we keep going to the left here, there's still some of that beautiful snow left here in the middle of the Marietta Square. It's very picturesque, very serene. A lot of people out here that said they just wanted to come see this part of town to see what it looked like in the snow. But of course, the second half of the story here is what the roads look like right now, which are very, very slushy. That beautiful white snow turning into gray and brown mush there on the ground. And of course, the problem is that's all going to freeze again overnight. So pay attention to what your neighbors are doing here in Marietta. Most of them staying home. We see a couple people here driving through the roads, and you can see the slush that's picking up there as those tires plow down the street here. But again, officials are asking you guys to stay home overnight. At last check, Cobb County Fire Department said that they had not had to make any dramatic rescues. They didn't know of any serious injuries that had happened this morning, but they did have to help get people out of ditches, get people out of areas that they were stuck in ice. Cobb County government tweeting out some video of that this morning, saying don't become part of the stuck car club. So heed that warning, do that, stay at home tonight if possible. Guys, back to you.
Or the stuck bike club, as Chelsea, you may not have seen it, but there was a guy behind you on his bike.
A bicycle. Wow. It takes a special skill. We were in awe.
That's a choice.
And you know, Chelsea, this is such a dramatic difference and really shows the improvement that the city has taken and the lessons learned from Snowmageddon, because we all remember the images that we saw. It became an international story, but the city has done a fantastic job of making sure, one, that people were prepared, and two, to make sure that the streets were covered with brine. The tertiary roads are more of a concern in the neighborhoods where it's the homeowners or the home ownership or the HOA is responsible for it. But for the major thoroughfares and on our way into work, I would say they've done a fantastic job.
I would agree with that. You know, I think so many people have been pointing back to that storm. You know, all week long we have heard from people say, I'm scared because of what I experienced back then. I'm scared because I was in my car for 8 hours. And if you have not been here for that's terrifying to hear that story. And it's almost unbelievable to think, how's that even possible in the city? Atlanta's just not equipped for that. And this doesn't happen. Right.
It is the South.
Right.
This is a rare occurrence that we see. We don't see it often. And all the warnings that we got, including here in our newsroom, to be careful on the tertiary roads, those roads that aren't traveled that often. I'm one of those people that got stuck. And thankfully,
we'll be interviewing you before next storm. Well, it's a good point because, you know, I was thinking the same thing driving in today. I was like, wow, nobody's really on the roads. I was surprised. I thought
it
people
looked
would
like
still,
COVID. Like back when we had COVID, there were literally no one on 400, but the roads were wide open. And we have Atlanta News First meteorologist Cutter Martin. He is in the First Alert tracker, driving the roadways. You were in Buckhead. Where are you now?
Yeah, so we were on Piedmont Road, now we're on Peachtree Road, and we're headed back towards Georgia 400, a route very familiar to both of you. We were actually going to get a check of what exactly is going on over there on the freeway. I know you were mentioning some lanes were great, others not quite as great, and we are working our way there. But for the time being, we're not far from Lenox Mall. Of course, this section of Peachtree Road is very well traveled. That's why your main travel lanes here are relatively clear. Now, if you get to a pull-off point or a turn lane, you are going to see a lot of slush, a lot of snow, and of course conditions will be a little bit slicker in those areas. Again, you kind of see adjacent to the left there, that's a left turn lane, and notice how you lose the nice pavement and you're stuck with the slush, unfortunately, and that's just the name of the game out here. Conditions are going to vary drastically. It's more slushy than it is icy at this particular spot, but as we've been saying all afternoon, conditions will vary across the metro, even from South Perimeter to North Perimeter, even from East Point to Buckhead. We can see conditions vary pretty tremendously, and we have daylight now. We won't have daylight for all that much longer, and it is looking like as the temperature drops below freezing, not only will the slush on the roads refreeze, but this moisture, the drops you see on the windshield, this rain, if it's not already freezing rain in your neighborhood, will transition back to freezing rain. And I want to drive home the point and why it's most important to, especially, even if you have to be on the roads, to be off the roads by sunset, that risk of not only what's on the ground, but what's above. The risk of limbs coming down and obstacles that you may not be able to easily see on the roadways will increase after sunset. Guys, we're in Buckhead working our way towards Georgia 400. We're headed to the north side of town, probably most at risk for some of this freezing rain, this ice, and some of these limbs coming down later this evening. And we'll let you know what we see throughout the course of that process.
Cutter, I was just going to ask you, and you may have touched on this. We were talking to our producer at the same time, but seeing a few cars on the road where you are in Buckhead, yeah, it's a busier area. Have you seen a lot of traffic on the roads, or because Sean and I are both saying the same thing? You know, it seems like most people have listened to the warnings.
Absolutely. I mean, remember, we're a metro of millions, and there are not many cars out here. In fact, I can flip it back around. This is normally a pretty busy intersection. This is Lenox Road at Peachtree Road. That is Lenox Mall. Just to the left of that camera, Phipps Plaza behind us. Typically, this is a bustling area in the middle of the afternoon on a Friday. Folks normally out of work early, hitting up the restaurants here. Not the case today. That's an Atlanta police officer on the other side of the intersection. There are a few folks out here, but we must remember there are still essential workers. There are emergency workers, and some folks will inevitably have to get on the roadways. But I do think overall, folks are heeding the warning. Less traffic. And that's a good thing. Now kind of a steady rain falling in Buckhead, temperature right around 32, 33 if I had to guess. Not freezing on our cameras just yet, but even the drop of a degree or two will turn the slush back into a skating rink, especially our untreated roadways. So all the more reason for the few that are on the roads now to try and be off the roads as we go through the evening, guys.
And Cutter, Mayor Andre Dickens, he has made it very clear in his press conference earlier today to stay off of the roads. He also said if you have a non-emergency, call 311 if you need help. If it's urgent, of a serious urgent emergency nature, still use 911. But city officials are now saying avoid the roads if at all possible. And from the look, this is the connector. Right. A live look at the connector.
You never see this.
Never see this. And definitely not at 2:51 in the afternoon on a Friday evening. It is a ghost town on the roads. Very few people are taking heed to the message.
And I'm kind of thinking, where are you going to go? I mean, because nothing's open. You know, my naive self thought, oh, I'll grab a cup of coffee on the way, and not even that was open. So it's not like you can go and grab something, you know, real quick like that. It's just nothing's open right now, except maybe the hospitals or some kind of urgent place you need to go. I keep thinking about the people who may be passing through, you know, maybe going to another part of the country and passing through Atlanta and seeing this. And if you're not prepared for that, that's got to be, you know, a pretty dicey situation, and hopefully those people are being able to safely get through.
Well, let's go back to the sound from Atlanta Mayor Andre Dickens. Again, he was stressing also that officials, along with himself, saying avoid the roads if at all possible. Let's listen in.
Yeah, two things are a little bit of a concern. One is the confidence that people get because we're all saying things are going well, and they are going well. But we don't want you to say, "Hey, now I can go out there and drive since I see nobody out there." Right? There's still, and then the second thing is it's hilly. Atlanta's very hilly, so once this snow could potentially turn into ice as it freezes. A lot of us live on hills. Driveways are on hills, and people right now, the only 911 calls that we have are from people who have hit a pole or hit a mailbox or a parked car or a few fender benders. And so we're seeing people driving in two small vehicles. If you don't have an all-wheel drive vehicle or if you're not used to driving in the snow and it's not a necessary trip, just don't take it. Yes, we've done our preparation of the roads, but it's not perfect. It's not every single street, particularly those back roads, the smaller streets that are, it's just difficult. So we're asking that everyone stays put, especially as nightfall comes and some of these roads could get icy and sidewalks as well as driveways. Don't take any unnecessary trips tonight or in the morning, and stay connected to your news broadcast and the City of Atlanta's social media.
Here's proof why Andre Dickens, the mayor of Atlanta, has said stay off of the roads. This is a perfect example. If you do not have four-wheel drive or all four-terrain type of vehicle that can handle these types of conditions, you're going to get a lot of this. You're going to get backing up and then fishtailing in the back of your car, which has created situations where people did drive this morning. We saw multiple accidents along the road, and in my commute to work, Blair, I saw a lot of cars that were on the side of the roads and not in a safe position either.
Right.
So we're talking about the potential that once the sun sets and it's dark, and if someone is on the road and they spin out of control, they may end up hitting one of these vehicles.
Yeah, and then the plows are trying to get through at the same time, and they may be stuck on a road there, leaving their vehicle. The mayor brings up a really good point because I think, as we show you some of these pictures and the videos of exactly what you're talking about, and we see Georgia State Patrol, what they've been dealing with out there today, and some of these, downright very scary to see, and I hope everybody's okay, but, it's when the snow stopped and went to this sleet and this freezing rain, I think some people thought, well, maybe I can get out now. But again, I'm not sure where exactly you're going to unless you absolutely have to be somewhere, as a first responder or whatever. But I think we're seeing, some of these images that kind of paint the picture of what people are and the experiences that people are having. Which certainly have not been positive experiences today being on the side of the road.
And again, as the snowfall ends and we prepare for the sun to set and the temperatures to get even colder, that drivers will be dealing not only with the snow that's on the road, but the water, that some of it that has melted and the compressed snow will pack and become a sheet of ice. Our first alert meteorologists have been warning us about this many days before this even happened. This is why we are constantly warning you about those first alert weather days and encouraging you to get the Atlanta News First app, because you can get those conditions sent directly to every detail, right to the neighborhood where you live. Get those conditions sent to your phone.
And we have our Chief Meteorologist Jennifer Valdez and Meteorologist Patrick Pete here in studio with us. And I know one thing they were saying is that this storm is still going to continue until about 11 o'clock tonight. And now the shift has gone to freezing rain and the ice concern, what's left behind. And that's what we're going to have to be dealing with tonight, and something that we're laser focused on to make sure people are safe with that.
Well, as we come out of the metro in Atlanta, let's go out to Henry County, where the conditions are even colder, and that's where we find Atlanta News First, Brittany Ford. Brittany, I don't know if that's a stranded car behind you, but it looks like it might be stuck.
Yes, and Sean, that's actually what I was going to point out to you. Things have been very smooth here, we'll say, with them salting and sanding the roads, but there has been those cars that we've seen abandoned out here. Another car that we saw on the side of the road that kind of, again, there's still those slick spots. They were out here, of course, sanding and salting the roads. We've seen plows out here throughout the day, but there are still those slick spots out there. And really, as everybody has mentioned, what they're going to be worried about is this right here. This slushiness right here is going to turn into ice in the next couple of hours, and that's what their emergency management crews told me that they have been monitoring. And really, it's been a ghost town. You can take a look at this shopping center right here. It's completely closed off. All the shops have been closed. People have been staying off the roads, heeding that warning. But again, from talking with emergency management crews out here today, they're really worried about that black ice and that freezing ice that's going to come into the area really now in the next couple of hours.
Brittany Ford, we appreciate that update. Stay warm and safe out there. Let's go to First Alert meteorologist Cutter Martin. He's in the First Alert tracker. Cutter, you have been getting a firsthand eyewitness view of how effective the salt brine is working on the roadways that Atlanta, the Public Service Department, put on those roads early this morning and late last night.
Oh, yeah, I mean, it could have been far worse. And we saw that play out with past events. I mean, think back to 2014. The lack of preparation, the lack of treatment led to huge issues with actually what may have ended up being less snow with that particular event compared to this one. Outside right now, again, we are in and around Lenox, Peachtree Road, getting onto Georgia 400, Lenox as well. Not only are there signs that it was treated, but it looks like they actually came through these lanes and plowed. We're now, and this is a familiar commute for you two, we're about to get on Georgia 400, head to the north side. What is concerning is not necessarily what's on the roadways right in front of us, but I will say rain has substantially picked up within the past 5 to 10 minutes. I mean, you can see the wipers are on, and you can more easily now than earlier see all of that moisture on the lens. And now we're getting on to 400. We're headed northbound, and we're going to be headed northbound towards Sandy Springs. I'm going to switch over our cameras here and kind of pan up. Again, the tree line there, hard to see, especially with rain falling. But some of these trees, you know, they're gorgeous trees adjacent to 400 north and southbound, but starting to sag a little bit, not only with the snow, but likely with the weight of this far north in the city, that weight of ice with some freezing rain. So we're going to head a little bit further north up to about Sandy Springs and see if any of those neighborhoods are having issues with trees sagging, especially, guys, as rain begins to pick up. At Georgia 400, you know, take you back outside just to prove to you right now we're actually looking pretty good. We have snow on the sides of the road. I would say your centermost lanes are great. Of course, it's still, even if this were just a rainy day, it's a day to travel below the speed limit. If there were other people on the roads, extra space between you and them. I know you guys also asked earlier, you know, what was travel like? What was congestion like? How many people were on the roads? Proof is in the picture. Northbound, all lanes open. In fact, I'm also looking in my rear view mirror, and I'm not seeing anyone behind us, maybe one person about a quarter mile back. So a lot of folks are heeding advice that officials at Atlanta News First has been giving them. If you must go out on the roads, use extra caution, but if you can, stay home. And now that we have rain picking up, temperatures precariously close to freezing, we're headed north and see if we are starting to have some ice issues in the city of Atlanta, and especially areas just north, guys.
Right now, snow and ice covering Metro Atlanta and North Georgia. Atlanta News First has crews spread across the region, bringing you live team coverage. And I'm here alongside First Alert meteorologist Patrick Pete on a rare snowy First Alert weather day, and there is a lot to talk about, Patrick.
There is. We had this as a winter storm watch several days ago, winter storm warning. It was elevated yesterday, and we were telling you about the snow potential. We got it. A lot of folks on social media happy about it. We've seen the videos, but now the conversation trends towards the other part of that story, the ice part. And that's why we are still here, winter storm warning in effect until tomorrow morning at 7. The conversation elevated about ice because we're talking about 1/4 to a 1/2 inch of ice accumulated as we head through the rest of the day. It's already been dangerous on the roadways. We've had trucks that have jackknifed. It's going to become even more dangerous as we head into the evening. Down trees and power lines, a possibility which could lead to some power outages across not only the metro, but across North Georgia. Here's how things are unfolding right now, and you can see there's still some wintry weather starting to lift northward in extreme North Georgia. We have some rain that's trickling into parts of the metro, and also some mix in far west Georgia. I do want to show you the lone area that is still picking up on pure snowfall, and that's going to be to the north and east of Hayesville. Hayesville, you're actually starting to see that convert. Where you're seeing that blue, that's where we're seeing some snow that's pushing through Franklin. Clayton, you're starting to see that mix switch over Lake Burton as well, and it's stretching through Helen all the way into Dahlonega. This pink, which is indicating sleet and freezing rain through Cumming, Forsyth County, even portions of North Fulton County. Folks that are in Alpharetta, Roswell, So you're included, still picking up on some of that wintry mix, mainly in the form of sleet, but a little bit of freezing rain starting to slip in. Closer to the perimeter, we're talking about this as rain, but you can see there are some pockets of frozen precip to the west and to the south. So don't be surprised if every once in a while those raindrops just get a little bit more aggressive and they start to hit a little bit harder on the rooftop. We're expecting that as we head closer to the 5 o'clock hour, wintry mix to move through the city of Atlanta. Even that last burst is going to be very mixed. Some folks getting sprinkles, some folks getting this as sleet and ice, and then in the extreme northern parts of the state, we're talking about this as snowfall, trending drier as we approach midnight. All of this conversation rotated around temperatures, because that's going to be the big ball game changer between if you get sleet, if you actually get snow, or if you get freezing rain. And a lot of us are going to be teetering along this line of freezing as we head into the evening. We'll time out when all this clears. And of course, tomorrow's impacts coming up in just a few minutes.
And we'll see you then, Patrick. In the meantime, roads, they are still a slushy mess across the metro. Let's give you a first-hand look. First Alert meteorologist Cutter Martin in the Cool Ray First Alert tracker. Cutter, where are you now?
Tracy, we are north of Atlanta now, just inside the Sandy Springs city limit. We're going to go ahead and take you outside. We're about a mile or two south of the top end of the perimeter. You can see the signs there. So Georgia 400, main lanes decently traveled, especially our right lane. You can kind of look screen left and still some slush. Left lane would not go in it. Middle lane, it's better. Right lane is seeing the best condition. Keep in mind, we do still have plows and GDOT treating, as well as other agencies treating the roadways that they're responsible for. But unfortunately, we are seeing now some heavier rain, likely some freezing rain, move in to the north side of the city of Atlanta. This is our roof cam. Little hard to tell with the tree line there, but that's not just white from snow in the trees. We're starting to see just a little bit of that sag with some of these pines here adjacent to the roadway. So definitely some ice in addition to the snow accumulating on these trees. The concern tonight, ice on tree limbs, ice on power lines, and issues that may cause. But people we spoke with, officials saying that they are prepared.
Yeah, during this event, 911 always is 24/7, but we have 311 right now that's on 24-hour call. So if you call them and say a tree is down, I have power shortage, I have water outage, or anything, you can call them for non-emergency, and so you can get that help.
And again, that was Mayor Andre Drinkins with the city of Atlanta, but many officials echoing similar thoughts here, whether you're in Sandy Springs, whether you're down in Union City, city of South Fulton, all the way down into Coweta County, Noonan. They are working diligently. They have been working hard. A lot of us are conversing, have been for more than a week now as we've been preparing for this winter storm. But Tracy, unfortunately, snow is pretty, ice is not. And ice is much more dangerous, especially when it comes to trees and power lines. We're heading to the north side with freezing rain moving in. We will be bringing you live images, let you know what we see here throughout coverage on Atlanta News First.
Yeah, hopefully a lot of people heed the warnings to stay off the roadways. Cutter, thank you. Atlanta News First, Chelsea Bonfor. She continues our live team coverage at this hour from Cobb County. And Chelsea, neighborhoods there north of Atlanta, they were hit some of the hardest by snow and ice.
Yeah, and it led to a lot of people getting stuck in their cars out on various roads across Cobb County this morning. This is what the roads are looking like right now. We are at the Marietta Square, and the best way to describe them is just slushy. You can see they're very wet, filled with puddles, melting snow, and a lot of slush. We're going to take you to some video, though, from other roads across Cobb County. My photographer, Lawrence McDonald, captured this on a GoPro mounted on the dashboard of our news truck. We did see a few cars that spun out or that got stuck, whether that was on the interstate in Cobb County or just on neighborhood roads. Cobb officials say they've been working through a long list of calls today for stranded motorists, but say no serious injuries have been reported. We also ran into some guys down here at the Marietta Square that were driving around in a Jeep. They said they just were out driving around trying to see if anybody needed any help.
Looking to see what's going on and seeing if anybody's in trouble, and luckily we've been out for a couple hours and we've seen really nothing, not a lot of traffic, so it's been good.
So as we come back live here, you can see there is a snowplow, a GDOT truck that just went down through the Marietta Square. Sorry, it went a little bit out of frame there. But what we're seeing again on the roads is there is not a lot of traffic out here. Very untypical of the Marietta Square on a Friday afternoon. But take the advice from your neighbors, from officials. They're not out here. Stay at home tonight if possible. Again, a lot of this slush we know is going to refreeze. Reporting live in Marietta, Chelsea Beim for Atlanta News First.
Good to see those GDOT crews continuing to stay out on the roadways. Chelsea, thank you. Well, this winter weather impacting thousands of people. State officials have offices staffed and crews are out in the elements, making sure roads are clear and your electricity stays on. Atlanta News First reporter Abby Kasouris live at Georgia Power, monitoring how state officials are handling this first alert weather day. Abby?
Yeah, well, I certainly have the power outage map bookmarked on my computer, and we've been checking. There are about 2,400 customers all throughout Georgia. About 600 of those are Georgia Power customers. So far, that's pretty good news, and they are working to try to get the power restored to them as well. But the issue that we're kind of looking at in the future is going to be what happens with some of the precipitation, if we could start to see ice, if we could start to see some limbs that have been taken down. Earlier today, we were able to go into Georgia Power Storm Center right here in downtown Atlanta, where they have crews who are monitoring the teams that are on the ground. Now, these are folks who are managing the manpower as well as their fleets and where they need to go. They were able to bring in 4,000 crew members from South Georgia to be here to respond to this storm.
We do expect that weather to potentially get worse this afternoon and into the evening as the winds increase. You'll see damage assessment teams, Georgia Power Company trucks, bucket trucks, our contractors and their bucket trucks responding. If you see them, we ask you to give them space to do their work safely.
If you do lose power, they ask that you please report it, and you can track when that power will be restored through their website. In downtown Atlanta, Abby Kasouris, Atlanta News First.
Well, weather conditions south of Atlanta, they are improving, but crews, they stay on the roadways, making sure things are safe. Atlanta News First reporter Brittany Ford continues our live team coverage, this time from Henry County. Brittany?
Well, Tracy, yeah, Henry County Emergency Management says they've been preparing for this winter weather emergency for days. And besides, I'll tell you, a couple of abandoned cars. We've seen some cars that have actually slid off the road in those slick spots. Things have been smooth. You can take a look at your screen there. County officials have had 6 crews out salting and sanding, plowing roads all day long here. Jonesboro Road, where we're along right now, one of their main focuses as the main artery throughout the county. Officials say they've fully staffed public works crews, fire departments, 911, EMS, and the sheriff's office to respond to local emergencies. They gave us this update on what they've seen so far.
One of the hardest ones right now, we have a lot of people not paying attention to the roadway, driving a little fast. So we're just telling people to stay off the road when we can, make it safer for them and definitely safer on our public safety crews that have to respond out here.
Now, this is what they're worried about in the hours to come, that rain that'll turn into freezing rain. We're actually seeing some of it. You can see right now that freezing rain coming into the area and how that will shift their response efforts. Reporting live in McDonough, Brittany Ford, Atlanta News First.
It is a first alert weather day, and it started out pretty bumpy at Hartsfield-Jackson Atlanta International Airport. Take a look at this. Passengers on a Delta flight had to evacuate and aborted takeoff. This is one of the many surprising scenes we've been watching as snow covers the city. There was an issue with an engine on that Delta jet. A few injuries, but nothing too major from what we understand. Well, of course, we want to make sure you stay safe today. And if you've got pictures and video of the winter weather, we'd like to see them. Again, take them safely if you can. Send them to us. Just text 470-777-WANF, and we may feature your pictures or videos right here on the air. Well, just ahead, we have more First Alert Weather Day coverage. Atlanta News First is live in Hall County as we keep track of how this winter storm is affecting so many across the metro. And wilderness fires raging in California, now confirmed to have killed 10 people. The fight to get those flames under control. Here's a live view from our Atlanta News First camera, this time over downtown. Georgia Aquarium with a nice coat of snow on the rooftop there. Stay inside unless you absolutely positively have to get out. We'll have the latest on this First Alert Weather Day when Atlanta News First at 3 continues. This is a live look right now at a crash that happened recently in Blue Ridge. We have an Atlanta News First crew. They are in that area, of course, covering the weather, but take a look. And this is why you want to stay off the roadway so emergency crews and first responders don't have to come out and rescue you. Atlanta News First is still out in that area working to learn more about what happened, but you do want to avoid this area and the roadways and these conditions, which will become icy. At this hour, you're being urged to, again, stay at home, stay off the roads, especially once it gets dark. Atlanta News First reporter Joshua Skinner in Hall County. And Joshua, it is actually getting worse by the minute there.
Yes, don't I know it. Getting worse by the minute. What we're really worried about here is not so much, though, the rain that's coming down per se. It's more that what's happening once it gets on the ground. The roads here in Hall County, this is just a generic hilly neighborhood in Gainesville and Hall County, and you can see where there's some of this water is starting to slush up and starting to ice up. This is going to be a major problem throughout many neighborhoods across Georgia, especially here in Gainesville, Hall County, as the day moves into night. Now, earlier today, when we first drove out here, the scene was much different. You saw earlier, nobody behind me, but earlier today we saw tons of sledders, people out with families getting on slides, running around. We saw some kids throwing grocery carts down a hill. You know, I guess when it's snowing, you can do whatever you want, nobody gets in trouble. So that was interesting. But as the day moved along, we saw fewer and fewer people out and about. It kind of became more about getting back inside. We saw some kids who were playing, they were crying because they were cold. Their parents were carrying them back in the house. It became an issue, but that doesn't mean people aren't working, so people still have to get to work. We spoke to one woman this afternoon who talked about, you know, what she saw when she was driving to work here in Gainesville this morning.
Cars were getting stuck. People had to push people. Like, they had to push cars. It was pretty bad.
Now, Cynthia thought it was pretty bad this morning. It's going to be much worse tonight. We showed you kind of what's happening with all of this water. I was actually walking out here not too long ago, and you could see where I slipped and fell all the way down this hill earlier today. It was more of a controlled fall, but it was okay. But that's going to be an issue, not just for people walking, but especially for people driving. These hilly areas are probably going to be completely impassable as the evening moves along. So, you know, stay home, stay warm, stay safe. Reporting in Gainesville, Joshua Skinner, Atlanta News First.
Those are the key things to keep in mind. Joshua, you stay safe as well. Now, if you have pictures and video of this winter storm and you can safely take them or take some video as well, or you already have those pictures, send them to us. Just text 470-777-WANF and we could feature them right here on the air.
All focus right now on this winter storm warning that we are still under until tomorrow morning. We've already seen lots of accumulating snow. We've been telling you all afternoon and for the latter part of the morning about the ice potential to come over the next couple of hours. But I do want to dive into the snowfall because a lot of folks received some snow, and we saw a lot of video and images of kids playing and sledding, and we saw actually some grown-ups doing the same, even having a little bit of snowball action. I wanted to dive into some of these totals out in Dahlonega where they just finished in snowing and seeing that transition to a bit of a wintry mix. They picked up over 3.5 inches of snow there, over 3 inches in Ellijay, about 2.5 inches near Cisco, and we're talking about 2.5 in Helen, closer to 4 in Siler City and Canton. So we've picked up on a lot of snow across extreme North Georgia, but even closer to the city, things have been a little bit impressive. Check out Marietta, about 2.5 inches, just shy of 3 inches in Douglasville, 2.5 in Temple, over 4.5 inches in Carrollton. We picked up about 2 in Union City and about 3 inches in Atlanta. These are all radar estimates, of course. We've seen some of those totals vary from neighborhood to neighborhood, but it's been a good dousing of snow. You can see why winter weather impacts are across most of the eastern seaboard here. You got snow in portions of the Ohio River Valley, snow in Tennessee, and then the further south you go, that's where it turns into a bit of a wintry mess. And we are pretty much the ground zero for all of this action. You can see all of this pink around the map. That's really indicating where we've seen that transition over from snow to sleet and freezing rain. And then there's some rain to the south and west in Troup, Meriwether counties, even Upson County picking up on some rain. Reason why there's a big shift is because surface temperatures are pretty close to freezing across most of the area. But there's a warm nose in the mid-levels of the atmosphere, and that's what's interjecting the ability for some of this snow to melt a little bit as it makes its way down to the ground. And it's really how deep that warm layer is that determines whether or not you get sleet or whether or not you get freezing rain. And as that warm layer gets a little bit shallower, we'll see that sleet continue to be an issue, but later on in the evening, it's gonna actually shrink a little bit, and that means freezing rain potential as we head through the next few hours. So we're really watching 4 or 5 o'clock because we think we'll really start to see that transition over to freezing rain for a lot of our communities, and we'll be tracking that through the evening. Showers and even snow showers will become a little bit more limited as we get closer to 7, but still tracking some moisture building into the area. And we don't really dry out until about 11 o'clock or so. But even then, the threat is not done because we're also watching for the potential for there to be some ice. And ice is looking to be disruptive not only across our area, but across parts of the city of Atlanta and Metro Atlanta as well. So something we will be watching through the overnight hours because the roads are slippery already. They're going to get more hazardous to travel as we head through the next few hours. Same for those sidewalks. Can't leave out the driveways because I've seen an image of someone falling on the driveway. Very slippery out there. Potential for power outages exists as we head through the overnight hours. Temperatures falling into the 20s. It's going to be bitter cold, so no matter what you see on the roads, it is going to freeze over as we head through the overnight hours. And as we head into the day tomorrow, winds will be breezy. We're talking 25 to 30 miles per hour gusts. So anything that's in the trees, that's going to be waving around. It's also going to make any ice that's on the trees a little bit heavier. So we'll be watching for more down trees tomorrow. It is going to be cold, not getting above freezing, but just for a couple of hours. And we're not expecting things to really improve for us until we head into Sunday and Monday. Monday, I think we'll get most of our melting, but colder air returns by next Wednesday.
Patrick, thanks. Ahead on Atlanta News First at 3:30 on Peachtree TV. Today is a first alert weather day, and local infrastructure has been taking a hit from this winter weather. California affecting the sports world. The NFL has relocated the playoff game between the Vikings and the Rams to Arizona. It was supposed to be played in Los Angeles. So here's and travel to somewhere. Best advice, stay home, stay off the roads. Dropping temperatures will make things much worse. We're talking about ice. That will be the primary concern. Stay with us right here on Atlanta News First and Peachtree TV. Weather day and winter storm warnings and advisories continue across North Georgia and stretching to the south of Atlanta. Alongside First Alert meteorologist Patrick Pete, and we're talking about conditions changing from light fluffy snow, and we could see a lot of ice tonight.
Yeah, part of the reason today and tomorrow are both First Alert weather days. We saw the snow today. It was gorgeous to see the kids playing out there. Not so nice on the roads, and that was just the snow. And this happened on treated roads, so that just lets you know that the danger is about to get elevated as we head through the overnight hours. We're talking about more sleet, but also the potential for ice and rain. And then temperatures will plummet. We're all dipping into the 20s. Road surface temperatures are at or below freezing for most of our areas. It's going to refreeze as we head through the overnight hours. Traveling will be dangerous. And then as we head through the next couple of hours, we're going to watch how that ice accumulates, because the potential for some of these trees to get heavy and fall, that's going to lead to the potential for some power outages. Travel impacts will not only linger through today, but into the weekend. Still tracking a very active First Alert radar right now. Your eyes are drawn to the colors that we don't really see every day, at least not in our area, and that's across the areas north of I-20 for the most part, where we're seeing some wintry mix. That snow gradually starting to lift on out. I think Clayton, you're starting to see that switch over. So it's just going to be some smaller communities out in Rabun County that's still picking up on snow. Even northeastern towns Downs County. But the rest of us from Blairsville, Blue Ridge, Helen, Cleveland, it's already transitioned over to a wintry mix. And that is going to continue as we head through the next couple of hours. Dipping down to the south, folks in Gainesville getting this as a wintry mix right now. That's sleet and freezing rain incoming in Alpharetta, Roswell also, as well as Jasper and Canton. It's mixing over to rain the further south you go. Temperatures are a little bit warmer at the surface. We've seen those surface temperatures around 34 degrees or so, and that's why we're getting solid rain from Riverdale into Tyrone and Noonan down towards Roanoke, and folks that are down in LaGrange. They're at 36 degrees in LaGrange. Same for Thomaston. That's why that's pure rain. We're close to freezing here in Atlanta, and that's why we're still getting a little bit of wintry precip, at least across a large chunk of the metro. That is going to continue as we head through the next couple of hours. That next wave, we are expecting a lot of freezing rain to come down as this energy pushes into the area around the 5 o'clock hour. And then it's going to become not as widespread, but still very impactful as we head through the 9 o'clock hour. We don't really see things trend drier until about 11 o'clock or so. But keeping in mind, our first alert weather day not only goes through the night, but into the day tomorrow. Temperatures in the 30s. We fall into the 20s through the overnight. And then as we head into the day tomorrow, it is going to be a cold day, struggling to get above freezing. I think we're above freezing for just a few hours. Not really seeing melting until later in the weekend. I'll time out whenever all this energy clears our area coming up in just a few minutes.
And we'll see you then. Our live First Alert team coverage continues now in South Fulton. That's where we find Atlanta News First reporter Doug Breeden. How the roads look there, Doug?
So I'll tell you, they're not too bad out here in South Fulton, and I think it's because we've had enough traffic that it's kind of pushed some of that slush to the side. And so right now, it's not too bad. It's just wet. But while that's not a bad thing for folks now, it's certainly going to be later, because we know even just a little bit of water can really turn into that ice, and especially that black ice that is almost indiscernible from the road when you're talking about especially driving at night. And so that's what I would caution people to watch out for, is in places like where we are at the corner of Flat Shoals Road and Old National Highway here in South Fulton, right in the heart of the city, is this type of condition where you're going to think now it's okay, but if you come out later, that's not going to be the case. And so a lot of the businesses around here, some of the restaurants, the Walgreens in the parking lot where we are now, they have closed down. But what are open are the gas stations right here. And we got a chance to talk to some folks. A lot of people were only out because they were coming to and from their jobs. And a lot of folks were actually taking time to gas up so that they could have their generators running for tonight. Because we know, as Jen and Patrick have been saying throughout the afternoon, that ice has a tendency to weigh these power lines down, and that's when we lose that electricity. So people have been out here filling up canisters for generators, gassing up their cars to make sure that they have enough so that it doesn't freeze overnight. And so that's really just kind of what's going on out here. A lot of people were saying, hey, once I do this, I'm going right home. I don't want to be out in these conditions, and they're absolutely right. So coming up in our next hour, we're going to talk to the police chief here in South Fulton, talking about how they learned from the snowstorm in 2014 and what they've done differently this time around, because they certainly reassessed after that big storm a couple years ago. But for now, we're going to send it back to you guys in the studio.
Doug, thank you. That snowmageddon, that changed everything. Well, the North Georgia mountains got the brunt of the snow this morning. We sent Atlanta News First reporter Sarah Hammond to Blue Ridge, where the storm left behind some beautiful images.
What a beautiful place to be on a snowy day like this. We're here in downtown Blue Ridge, where this snow is still coming down. It started at about 7 o'clock this morning, and it has not stopped. There was so much snow on the ground here. We've seen so many kids out here throwing snowballs at each other, building snowmen. It is just so beautiful out here. People have had their big smiles on. And, you know, we have seen some cars driving down this road here, some of them having a little bit of an issue getting up that hill. So just a reminder to slow down if you are out driving. But again, we still have the advantage of having this beautiful, fun snow up here in Blue Ridge. So people are definitely still getting out, taking advantage of it, and taking it all in this picturesque winter wonderland. In Blue Ridge, Sarah Hammond for Atlanta News First.
Well, freezing temperatures and heavy snow, they can stress a city's infrastructure. And we saw an example of that before the winter storm even began. Atlanta News First, Don Shipman in Buckhead, where a few blocks had to be shut down after a massive water main break.
Buckhead dealing with 3 water main breaks in less than 24 hours. And right now I want you to take a look, because you can see that muddy mess right there. and watershed management on the scene here. They've been here throughout the overnight. It was a lot worse earlier. It's muddy now, but they managed to fix that 6-inch break. It is fixed. The water is back on. At the height of all of this, 100 homes impacted, including apartment complexes. Atlanta DOT workers did several swipes along Far Road right here where this water main break is. Now, take a look. The city truck salting the road in hopes of melting down some of that snow and that slush. The concern was that the flooding from that water main break, coupled with the snow and the rain, could lead to a sheet of ice forming on the road. Now, the good news is many people are taking the governor's advice. They're staying home today. They're off the roads, and that's important for two reasons. One, your safety, and two, it helps those plow trucks, those salt trucks have better access to the road to clear the roads.
Absolutely not. By foot, I'm going to venture out. In my car, no, it is going to stay parked probably until Monday.
And then you live here where the water was out, so what did you have to do this morning?
Oh my God, I was just hoping that it would come back. It was out last night, and then it was out early this morning, and then thank God it came back. So I'm okay, thankfully.
And back here, this is another important thing. It is a state law to clear off the top of your car all this snow, because what you don't want happen is when you're driving down the highway, say tomorrow, and all of this snow and a sheet of ice flying off the top of the vehicle and then hitting other cars behind you. Again, state law. You got to clear the top of your vehicle. We're in Buckhead. Don Shipman, Atlanta News First.
Oh, we know you're at home, hopefully enjoying this. Look at this cute little cat looking out the window there, probably wants to go out and play in it. We've gotten a lot of images and we would love to see yours. These are some of the pictures that have come into the newsroom already. A lot of the pets enjoying the weather, people getting a chance to build snowmen, go out there and play in those toys, the nice toy tractor as well. Well, our Atlanta News First team, we have our own set of cameras and reporters spread out across Georgia right now, covering the winter weather. And wherever you are, it'd be great if you could send us some pictures and videos. If you can do that safely, send them to 470-777 WANF. We could feature them right here on the air. As our First Alert Weather Day continues, you do need to remember to be safe as you stay warm inside during this chilly weather, both today and the days ahead. At Marietta Square, where it has been very, very quiet. You know, on a typical day, it'd be very difficult to find a parking space. Today, that's not an issue, but there really isn't that much open at all. We see a few people out there, but we cannot stress this enough. Today is the best day to stay off the roadways. And also something else that we're taking a look at, if we can get a live look at the world's busiest airport, Hartsfield-Jackson Atlanta International right now. Here's what we've learned. There is a ground stop back on. It was actually lifted at 2 p.m., so about an hour, 45 minutes ago. That is back on right now. No flights coming in or heading out, of course, because of the icy conditions and the big concerns that we've had there. Earlier today, they canceled about close to 900 flights coming in and leaving the airport as well. And of course, that trickle-down effect. So a number of people really stuck wherever they are until that ground stop is lifted. No word yet on when that might be. When we find out, we will certainly let you know. In the meantime, a big concern for firefighters today, space heaters. We know you're going to try and stay warm, but officials say they see the most heater fires between December and February every year. To prevent those accidents, it's important to make sure your heater is up to date. Also, keep kids and space heaters a couple of feet away from walls.
Do not leave it on when you go to sleep. Make sure that you turn it off and that it is on a level, hard surface that's not close to anything that's flammable. That could be curtains, that could be rugs, carpets, sofas, anything that could be a flammable upholstery. You want to make sure that you keep it at least 3 feet away.
Yeah, be very careful with that. More tips when using a space heater. Don't plug it into an extension cord and do not turn the heater's cord. Don't put it under a rug or any kind of furniture. You do not want to start a fire. All right, let's get you up to date on your First Alert forecast. First Alert meteorologist Patrick Pete, along with the First Alert team entirely. You guys have been working nonstop around the clock, really trying to make sure that we are all safe out here. What is the concern right now? What are you watching?
3 letters. Ice. We're seeing it on First Alert radar. We're getting reports of ice on some roadways, some black ice, some ice on trees already. That is our major focus as we head through the next few hours. The potential for there to be disruptive ice accumulations across our area. And we've seen a lot of pictures of snow. We've seen a lot of video of snow. Typically, whenever it starts to get icy, we don't get that information. So if you're inside of your house and you can look out the window and maybe you can see some icicles starting to develop on your trees, if you could snap a picture from the safety of your own home and then send that to us, that would be very useful for us to confirm what a lot of our data is showing us is starting to occur across the area. That's not just across North Georgia as a whole. That's also for a large chunk of the metro as well. And we're talking about dangerous conditions for the roads. We're talking about broken trees. We're talking about power lines being broken and power outages also being an issue as we head through the next few hours. Here's First Alert radar, and you can see more of our area starting to become enveloped in that pink. That pink is what indicates that we're starting to see that switch back over to frozen precip, that it's not snow. A little bit of sleet, but also now starting to see this as a freezing rain scenario. And that's stretching all the way from Social Circle into Conyers, in Atlanta, inside of the perimeter, we're starting to see that. Seen some pictures from Marietta, so I know for a fact that it is starting to collect in Marietta, but that is also stretching on I-20 from Douglasville into Temple and Carrollton all the way towards Fruithurst, out in portions of East Alabama. So that is our primary concern for our area as we head through the next few hours. You can see the snow continues to lift out. Temperatures are hovering near freezing at the surface. So as that snow falls through that warm layer, it temporarily melts just a little bit, just enough to refreeze on contact with frozen surfaces. And that's exactly what we're starting to see unfold across a large chunk of our area. This is going to be our story for the next couple of hours. This does not really let up. At 5 o'clock, we're going to be tracking this energy. Thankfully, it's Friday and most folks stayed home. By 7, it becomes less widespread, but there is still moisture trickling through the area. So we'll still have this thread through 7. That last burst of moisture pushes out at around the 10 o'clock hour. 11 o'clock, we trend drier through the overnight. And our concern goes from just what's falling to what has fallen and what's about to happen to it. And temperatures dipping into the 20s across all of the area through the overnight. Everything is going to refreeze, slush, freezing rain, any kind of mix. It is all going to be a mess as we head into the day tomorrow. We're already seeing some images of some icicles on trees. Winds are going to be gusty tomorrow. We're talking 25 to 30 miles per hour gusts. So that's only going to keep that threat for down trees going, not only through the overnight, but into the day tomorrow. And it is going to be a cold day, so don't expect a lot of melting. We only get into the 30s and above freezing for just a few hours. This is going to be a very unseasonably cold stretch as we head through the day tomorrow. Tomorrow is a continuation of today's first alert weather day. We get a decent amount of sunshine. Eventually on Sunday, we get into the 40s, so a few more hours of melting, but I don't really fully expect most areas, because you got to keep in mind where there are trees, there's shade. Shade actually stops some of the melting process as well. I don't think we'll really start to see major improvements until late Sunday into Monday, but temperatures will be tumbling again as we head through the middle of the week, only getting into the low 40s by next Wednesday.
All right, Patrick, thank you. As we continue our first alert weather day, we want to head now to DeKalb County, where Atlanta News first reporter Connor Hines is live along Buford Highway. And Connor, we know Buford Highway, it has its dips and it's got its highs as well. How is the roadway looking there?
Yeah, it's interesting you say that, Tracy. We are right along Buford Highway here. Of course, a very heavily traveled road most weekday afternoons out of the week. And I got to tell you, today, despite the conditions, it's no exception. Take a look here. Plenty of cars traveling down Buford Highway and a lot of folks still trying to get where they need to go. Take a look at the current conditions here. Of course, two sides to this weather story, right? Obviously, you want to be safe, but it all doesn't happen often here in Atlanta where it snows like this. Folks still trying to have fun with the day. Earlier today, we caught up with a group of about 20 gentlemen passing right through this stretch of road, riding ATVs on their way into Metro Atlanta. And their message to us was, hey, you can still have a little bit of fun on this snow day while also staying safe.
We started riding on the four-wheelers just because, you know, like, they got four-wheel drive and all that, you know, so, like, we just trying to be, like, safer, you know. And by the way, you know, like, riding, like, cool, you know, enjoying the snow because it's been a while without snowing, so we're here having fun.
Yeah, pretty good day to be riding a vehicle like that. And those guys were well equipped for the conditions. Meanwhile, back here off Buford Highway, continuing to get pelted by some freezing rain. So the snow long gone, but still certainly adverse conditions out here. We're live along Buford Highway in DeKalb County. Connor Hines, Atlanta News First.
All right, Connor, thanks. Stay warm. In the meantime, we want to give you a live look at the Cool Ray First Alert Tracker as we approach Atlanta News First at 4 p.m. Taking a look at the roadways. Again, stay home, stay safe as much as you can. Stay inside and stay warm. Live team coverage continues on this First Alert Weather Day. A team of reporters and meteorologists keeping you safe on a rare snow day in the metro. Here's what's coming up in prime time. You can catch breaking news, the day's big headlines, and Atlanta's most accurate forecast on Atlanta News First at 10. at Hartsfield-Jackson Atlanta International Airport. We're learning the ground stop will continue until at least 4:30 this afternoon. Officials telling you to check your flights before you leave for the airport. Hundreds of flights have been canceled and delayed. Today in college football, the Cotton Bowl set for Texas. In Texas tonight, preparations been underway well in advance. They already got snow there. Crews spending time cleaning up the sludge near the stadium in Dallas-Fort Worth. A brave few fans even camped out ahead of the game.
Got this roof canopy. Got my grill fixing to cook. Just woke up from a nap. The weather is a non-factor for us. We're true diehard, born and raised Longhorns. Just got to be wired differently.
Yeah, apparently not worried about the weather at all. That guy arrived at 3 a.m. this morning, first in line without much competition. Well, for some, preparations for today's winter weather meant preparing to keep animals safe. A zoo in Texas gave reporter Don White a look at the work to make sure that snow and harsh weather wouldn't be a problem.
Many animals at the Fort Worth Zoo aren't used to this white winter wonderland.
So we may be a little cold, but they're definitely nice and cozy today.
John Griffune with the zoo says preparations for winter weather begin months in advance.
And that means checking things like heat bulbs and heaters, water heaters, and all of that to make sure that when cold weather arrives, like it does every year, that we're all set to go. You're very handsome. You look warm.
The zoo takes special precautions to make sure animals whose natural habitats are warmer stay safe, like elephants and these goats who quickly gave a big nope to going out in the snow.
They're all inside today. Their barns are nice and warm, and their keepers are definitely paying close attention to them. And they don't mind this weather at all.
John says certain animals, such as ducks and penguins, are comfortable in the cold, but they're still taking additional steps to keep them warm.
Animals that will have access to outdoor may have additional bedding, like our wolves, so that their den boxes are nice and warm. And then we check all of the habitats and make sure everyone's doing well.
Some staff are spending the night at the zoo to take care of the more than 7,000 animals.
And that includes our nutrition department, our veterinary department, our animal department, as well as security, so that they're here on grounds if roads are really bad tomorrow and it's hard to get in. We know that the animals will be taken care of.
First Alert Weather.
Right now for a winter storm warning in effect for North Georgia, the winter system blanketing our area, bringing dangerous conditions as the focus turns to freezing rain and the threats that come with that. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Blair Miller.
And I'm Sean Gables. Temperatures will remain cold tonight, and ice is a big concern, which could lead to power outages and downed trees and power lines. Let's start with First Alert Chief Meteorologist Jennifer Valdez in the Weather Center, tracking changing conditions as we head into the evening, Jen.
And this is exactly why today is a First Alert Weather Day. We've been tracking this potential system for more than 10 days now. It is officially here, started off as snow, transitioned to sleet and a rain-snow mix. Now we are seeing freezing rain, and those freezing rain totals are expected to increase as we head through the rest of the afternoon into the evening. What you see right now on First Alert radar, this is all rain that is turning to ice as it hits the ground, and we have additional rain on the way. As this moves in, it's moving into freezing temperatures. In fact, right now in Atlanta, it is freezing, and you can see it's 31 in Canton, 30 in Gainesville, freezing right now in Athens. It's starting off as snow, it's melting as it approaches, and then it's refreezing as we head towards the ground. And as we continue through the afternoon into the evening, those temperatures will continue to drop near 30 degrees at 7 p.m. tonight, and then we'll stay right around 30 as we head into the evening and overnight hours. The precipitation will continue until about 10 or 11 o'clock at night. After that, this will come to an end, but it stays very cold, and all of that slush and that snow that we had earlier today is going to freeze on the roadways. So goes without saying, this is a high impact event. Freezing rain, now the biggest threat for the rest of today into tonight. Could see an additional quarter to half an inch of ice that will create dangerous travel and power outages. Stay home if you can. We'll talk more about when we expect this ice to eventually melt coming up.
Jennifer, thanks you. Right now, we have our team of reporters out there checking on those conditions for you.
Let's go to Atlanta News First. Patrick Quinn, he's in Piedmont Park. Patrick, this is a kid's dream happening today.
A kid's dream, an adult's dream. I mean, we have seen so many from Atlanta out today. I've been here all day long, really, and there's just been such a fun spirit. We're seeing people still go down this hill, and with this rain that we're hearing about, a lot of this snow that was covering this Piedmont Hill, it's now mud. But that hasn't stopped so many from coming out today. Just a really fun environment. So many here in Atlanta haven't experienced snow, especially not recently, and so we saw crowds come out today. Let's show you some sights and sounds from Piedmont Hill on this snow day.
I'm using a sock as a mitten. It works all right. It could be better, but you know what? When there's snow in Atlanta, you make do.
You good, babe? And back here live, you're seeing someone now go down the hill in a suitcase. So we know that there's been some travel problems today. Maybe can't get out of the airport, so that's all right. Bring your luggage here to Piedmont Park and use it to go down the hill. I mean, we've seen suitcases, cardboard, pieces of lids, rubber duckies, dog beds have been used as sleds to go down this hill. It's been a really fun day here at Piedmont Park. Obviously, there's a lot of safety concerns when the weather shifts so drastically, but also it means that a lot of Atlanta, especially on a Friday, can enjoy the elements. From Piedmont Park, Patrick Quinn, Atlanta News First.
Patrick Quinn, we're not letting you off the hook. Stick around right now. I got a question. We have seen just about everything except you testing that snow. I need a live demonstration.
Grab a board.
I mean, you have a heart of a
Now's
child
your
right now.
chance.
Here's your chance. You only get this about once every 3 years.
Sean, Blair, y'all are dangerous in that cozy studio where I bet the temperature is a cozy 72 right now, and someone's probably bringing you water on the side, maybe some hot cocoa. Must be really nice in there.
Yes, out here in the elements, it's a little bit harder, but don't worry. I went down this hill, not when it was muddy, but when it was powder full, and we will bring you that.
Try the mud. Come on. 1, 2, 3. Let's go.
No. I'm not doing this mud.
Come on,
I'm not,
come on. Double dog
It's
dare
gross.
you.
It's muddy and gross. I
That's
don't
even
want
better.
it. I know. Double dog dare you. It's not going to work.
You got a
Sean,
heart of
it's
a
not going to
child.
work. But coming up later tonight, right here on Atlanta News First, we will show you when I did go down sledding. There were some wins. There were some losses. We'll bring it to you a little bit later.
All right.
Sean Blair, enjoy that studio.
Listen, it's the price of privilege. All right, thank you, Patrick. We'll see you in just a bit. The snow, the
your
sleet,
words,
the snow, the sleet, the rain, creating some dangerous conditions on the roadways, especially as we head into colder temperatures tonight. Governor Brian Kemp, we saw it with the child's eyes. It's a lot of fun, but as an adult, and once the sun sets, we are getting into some dangerous territory. The governor warning you to stay off the roads if at all possible.
Which again is why we're asking people, if you don't need to get on the roads, don't get on them. If you're on them, try to find those lanes that we've been able to plow and potentially retreat later in the day, and just slow down and be very careful out there.
First Alert meteorologist Cutter Martin is in our Cool Ray First Alert tracker live in North Fulton County. Cutter, how are the roads right now? It is 4:08 in the afternoon.
It's very interesting. With freezing rain now occurring in North Fulton, the roads, as you can see behind me on Cumming Highway, we're kind of north and east of Milton, east of the Birmingham community. Roadways have improved, but here's the problem. It's the elevated surfaces like the signs. We're seeing a significant amount of ice forming not just on the signs, but what's even more important than a traffic sign, power lines over Cumming Highway. Again, this is far North Fulton, maybe a little hard to see on your TV at home, but we have icicles that are 2, 3, 4 inches long, and it is still moderately raining, and that's freezing rain. I was talking with my photographer, Joe Johnson, and he's saying he was surprised it was raining with temperatures so cold, and I think that is the deceiving part of all of this, is it looks like rain, may even sound like rain, but it accumulates as ice would. That's what happens. Super cold raindrops, they fall, they make contact with the surface, which is 32 or colder. It's freezing out here, and it instantly becomes a sheet of ice, and it is still raining. We have seen just about every tree is a sheen of white, not because of the snow, but because of ice that is accumulating. We were certainly traveling northward through Buckhead. We didn't see as much of that. As soon as we got to Roswell Road northbound, then into Alpharetta, Main Street northbound to Cumming Highway, we saw conditions get worse and worse and worse as far as the elevated surfaces, which is why officials, Governor Kemp included, not only worried about snow and road travel, but the issues with trees and power lines as we get into tonight. Sean Blair, I know you guys live on the north side, and unfortunately you will be driving into this. It's going to be an issue of trees. Could have limbs and trees come down if this persists into the evening.
Yeah, I know so many people are going to be watching to see how that unfolds here tonight. Thanks so much, Cutter. Well, big rig slammed right into a pickup truck in Fannin County, injuring a woman right on the side of the road.
Atlanta News First, Adam Murphy live in Blue Ridge. That's 2 hours north of Atlanta. Adam, you've been asking questions. What have you learned?
Well, good afternoon, guys. I'll tell you, the roadways here in Fannin County, treacherous to say the least. You see there's still quite a bit of snow. This is on the grass area. Even the main highway down there, still a little bit slick in parts, and it led to a very scary moment this afternoon. Let me show you some of the video that we got. I spoke with Fannin County Sheriff Dane Kirby. He told me that a big rig was coming down one of the back roads. It was actually Murphy Highway of all names, and it was right there at Lakewood Highway as well. As this big rig was coming down, we had a lot of precipitation on the roadway, icy conditions, lost control, slammed into a pickup truck. The woman that was in that pickup truck had gotten out of the vehicle to kind of flag down the driver of the big rig, and at that point in time, the big rig slammed right into her truck, and then she was knocked down and trapped temporarily underneath the pickup truck. Very dangerous situation, very scary. Thankfully, she is okay. But again, this is a good warning here for anyone in this area. As you get a little further up into North Georgia, we're noticing we have a lot more snow, a lot more sleet, rain, ice. All of that is kind of forming, and as the night goes on, it's only going to become more treacherous. So certainly something you have to be cautious of as we move through the evening and on into tomorrow. But a close call up here in Fannin County. We're monitoring other conditions in this area As they break, we'll share them with you. We're live in Blue Ridge. Adam Murphy, Atlanta News First.
There have been a lot of close calls out there today. Well, the freezing rain not stopping as we head into the evening.
Our First Alert weather team is tracking the system.
It is a First Alert weather day. This is why the beautiful snow now being coated in freezing rain could see a sheet of ice as the freezing rain continues. I'll let you know how long the threat continues into the weekend.
Emergency slides deployed after a Delta flight was forced to abort takeoff. Dozens of these passengers rushing out to safety.
And we're taking you across Metro Atlanta. A look at the conditions many are facing at this hour as this wintry mix continues to come down headed into the evening hours.
Her shot won't be up till like closer to like within a minute. Okay. Do you know what time exactly?
She's right after Chelsea, who they're tossing to now.
Okay.
Should we just do the rest of the hits in the studio? Okay.
So let's just cut over now. Yeah. I'm gonna cut over now if you'll talk to the people. And just
Is this my camera or do I need to change
I'm gonna
it?
switch it.
Oh, okay.
Over.
I mean like the setting.
Yeah, I'll put this up here.
Like, is it on 4?
Yeah.
Okay.
Sorry. All right, so you'll talk to the people first.
Hey, everybody. Thank you so much for joining us here on ANF Plus. I'm anchor Carly Barnett, and I'm going to be cutting in really quick on television to do a quick live update about flight cancellations and about MARTA cancellations. So we appreciate you bearing with us because this is a live, fluid situation, and we've got a lot of moving parts. So we want to take you back to that live stream in just a second. But in the meantime, I'm standing by until the producer tells me in my ear of when we're going to be doing that hit. Right now on TV, we have our reporter Chelsea Bimefor. She is in Marietta doing a live report where cars are just driving through that slush. We hope that you are enjoying your snow day here in Metro Atlanta, but of course also staying safe. We have a whole team of meteorologists here at Atlanta News First keeping you updated on all of this, as well as our reporters who are spread out across North Georgia bringing you the latest. Now, if you are traveling, keep in mind what I'm about to tell you is definitely going to be of interest because we are talking more than 1,000 flight cancellations, and that's just so far. We also just got information straight from the FAA. So we're going to be bringing that to you live here in just a second. So the producer's just telling me we're about 45 seconds out. I'm just standing by to do this live hit on television. And like I said, we'll take you back to your regular programming right after that. So first, we're watching that video of that Delta flight that had to abort takeoff after an engine problem. So certainly all of this travel news as a result of the weather we're seeing here in Metro Atlanta today. Oh yeah, Sean and Blair, according to Flight Tracker, Flight Aware, there have been more than 1,000 flights canceled. And we just learned right from the FAA, all inbound flights will be held where they're at until 4:30, so about 13 minutes from now. So you can imagine that's going to set things back. That's going to push everything back. So to be more specific here, 1,069 total flights canceled into and out of Atlanta. Now, most of those flights are Delta flights or Southwest. As far as the flights that are being delayed, 544 of those. Also, it's not just air travel that we're seeing. MARTA says bus service and streetcar service is suspended. Their rail service is going to be on a weekend schedule. They say to keep an eye out, though, because bus service will start to resume gradually as those conditions out on the road improve. Blair, Sean?
That's one thing we've really been watching here, the power lines and the tree limbs. I want to bring in First Alert Chief Meteorologist Jennifer Valdez as we look at some of this video because I know that's the big concern out there. You know, this started as a fun system this morning. Everybody's playing in the snow. Now we're looking at power lines. We're looking at those trees because of all that ice and road conditions.
And those are the first things to freeze. The street signs made out of metal, they freeze first. Then you start seeing it on the traffic signals, and then you start seeing it on the tree branches, especially those higher branches, and eventually on the road. So it's all going in order, chronological order here. And unfortunately, I do expect those ice amounts to continue to increase. We're still seeing precipitation. If you're outside, that is falling from the sky, and it's rain, and you're looking at it, mostly rain, maybe a few flurries in the mix, but it is rain. The problem is that rain is hitting the surface, and at the surface, we are freezing across most of North Georgia. So even though it's falling as rain, it is freezing, and it's turning into ice. And that means the roads are very slick and dangerous. And because we have additional precipitation on the way, we're not done yet. We have rain in the forecast and freezing rain and a wintry mix through about 11 p.m. We are going to see those ice totals increase, and that means the roads will get increasingly dangerous. As you know, those temperatures are also going to come down a couple of degrees as the sun sets, so that will make that freeze potential even higher. Right now, it is freezing in Atlanta, freezing in Athens and Griffin. Most of the rest of North Georgia, with the exception of LaGrange and Thomaston, is below freezing. So that is the problem. Surface temperatures at or below freezing. So although this is falling as rain, it's turning into freezing rain and ice. We are going to see some breaks over the next several hours, but really it's not until about 11 p.m. that this is over and done with. Tomorrow, no precipitation, but it is a first alert weather day. And if you're wondering why, it's because it's very cold. It will be windy. And I do expect additional power outages. Not only that, we had a lot of snow today, a lot of slush, and all of that is going to freeze overnight. So even though we don't have any active precipitation on the radar tomorrow, you do need to stay home. It is a first alert weather day. Here's a look at potential ice from this system. Wherever you see pink, that is the potential of 1/4 of an inch of ice. And as you can see, it's scattered across metro Atlanta. 1/4 of an inch of ice is dangerous. I am expecting those tree branches to get heavy and start to sag and eventually break. As that happens, we will see some power outages. Those areas in the North Metro that have the higher ice accumulations, we're going to see even more significant power outages, possibly widespread power outages. If we see some isolated areas, see about 1/2 inch of ice, that will make travel downright impossible. So that is why it is best to stay off the roads. Here's a look at your hour-by-hour forecast. Again, notice that chance of freezing rain until about 11 p.m. Then we will be dry overnight, but those temperatures are really going to struggle, staying in the low 30s the rest of the evening. Low temperatures tonight in the 20s. And again, that is the problem. A lot of this is going to refreeze tonight. Highs tomorrow only in the mid-30s. Tomorrow, a first alert weather day. We will see bright sunny skies. That will help melt some of this ice. But because we're only getting up to 36, most of the morning will be below freezing. So we are going to see some melting, but not enough. Not enough for 3-4 inches of snow, which is what some of us saw today. So that means tomorrow night we will see additional refreezing on the roads, and Sunday morning will be a little dicey as well. To add insult to injury, wind gusts tomorrow up to 30 miles an hour. That is going to cause additional power outages. Those limbs still super heavy tomorrow, so I do expect some additional power outages as we only get up to 36 degrees. Sunday, we're back to the 40s, and I think by Sunday afternoon, the rest of this ice and snow will melt, and then next week, 40s actually sounds tropical compared to what we'll see this weekend.
It really does. Thanks, Jennifer. Well, Metro Atlanta suburbs just getting blanketed in this wintry mix. We'll have a look at the conditions in your neighborhood.
Several accidents being reported. Atlanta News First investigates, takes a look at insurance claims and what to know about the impacts to your rate.
Making insurance claims because of accidents on the roads, but what about cars damaged by icy falling branches?
Atlanta News First consumer investigator Better Call Harry is here to talk about comprehensive claims and what they will do to your rates, Harry.
First of all, don't park your car under icy branches tonight. And for everybody out there, we want to give you some useful information here because it's the difference between having a claim and not. I want to distinguish between collision and comprehensive insurance because some of you don't have either because of the incredibly high rates. Georgia requires liability, but the rest is optional. So let's say you park outside tonight and one of those branches falls on your hood or cracks your windshield. That's going to be covered under comprehensive if you have it. Now, should you make a claim? Not if your deductible is $1,000 and the repair is about the same price, but it doesn't hurt to file the claim and get an estimate. Obviously, if it's major damage from a large branch or a tree falls, you go ahead and you file the claim. But here's the other question. Will your insurance go up because of a comprehensive claim? And the answer, generally speaking, is no, because you had no control over the situation, but it still counts as a claim. See, they always find a way to put it on your record. Yet if you make too many claims, you risk being dropped by your carrier. So all things to consider, but move your car tonight if it's parked outside, out in the open.
Excellent advice, Harry. Thank you. Now the question is, should everyone have comprehensive and collision?
You know, that was a question I had not too long ago because I have a very old car that I inherited from my parents. Newer cars, yes, but older cars that aren't worth very much. Here's Consumer Reports. It's an online nonprofit magazine. Here's their rule of thumb, is that if your annual premium for your insurance is more than 10% of the car's value, consider dropping comprehensive and maybe even collision. But me personally, I like the glass coverage. It's always good to have, especially in Metro Atlanta. And coming up at 5, we're going to talk about how to find a good repair shop. So please don't miss that because we have some interesting information for you.
A lot of good information there. Thank you, Harry. Well, North Georgia's bracing for those icing conditions. Our team of reporters spread out right now all across North Georgia, live with what your neighborhood is dealing with.
And danger on the road, crashes and slip-ups and slides. Drivers trying to battle the risky conditions.
Atlanta News First starts now with First Alert Weather.
Right now, a winter storm warning in effect for North Georgia. The winter system bringing dangerous conditions with freezing rain and ice, a big concern tonight. I'm Sean Gables.
And I'm Blair Miller. That ice could lead to power outages and down trees, really depending on where you live. Let's bring in First Alert meteorologist Patrick Pete now in the Weather Center, tracking the conditions. I know you've been hearing back from viewers on what they're seeing.
Yeah, put that message out there, put out the all call for anybody who saw some evidence of a little bit of ice accumulating on the trees to send that in. And out in Pickens County, Jamie Grace saw some ice on some trees outside. She also saw some ice on the mailbox as well. Got a couple of pictures. Thank you so much, Jamie. That is really verifying what we have seen ongoing on First Alert radar for the last hour or so. Sleet, ice, and freezing rain as we head through the next couple of hours. Slick roads already a thing. It's going to get worse through the overnight. We're going to watch how this ice accumulates. That could lead to power outages as we head through the next couple of hours. Here's a look at First Alert radar. We have the ability to actually query how much ice has fallen so far. And this is going to be very spot on because we were communicating with some of our partners with the National Weather Service, got some reports of 1/10 of an inch measured in Canton. And that is also what First Alert radar is actually estimating. So right on par with the money. And that is starting to extend across a large chunk of our area. Not everybody has seen freezing rain yet, but I do expect more of us to pick up on that as we head through the next couple of hours. I'm actually also able to take a look at the road conditions, and what we saw is that it's pretty much treacherous for everybody across the region. You can see that wintry mix across a large chunk of metro Atlanta. The snow now has completely lifted out of North Georgia, and everybody is either getting wintry mix or just rain well to the south of the city of Atlanta. And this is going to continue as we head through the next couple of hours. The ball game is all about temperatures, and those numbers have been near freezing all day, if not well below. And we're hovering near 32 here in Atlanta, getting some rain in places like LaGrange and Thomaston because you're at 34 degrees. It's only going to get colder from here on out. So we expect more of this mix to continue as we head closer to the 6 o'clock hour, and that will linger through the evening. I'll time out when things finally dry out and break down why tomorrow is the First Alert weather day coming up in my First Alert full forecast.
And this storm is playing out exactly how you forecasted. We got the snow, but now the big story is those road conditions.
They are treacherous. Atlanta News First Connor Hines live along Beaufort Highway in DeKalb County. Connor, tell us, what are you seeing out there? It looks like we're having some technical issues with Connor's live shot. We'll try to fix that and adjust it, but Connor has been reporting earlier today that the conditions on Beaufort Highway making it very difficult for people to get home from work. If you could see from that shot, I don't know if we could take a shot while we talk over this the video here. The roadways where he was, it already looked like it was starting to ice over. Again, we'll get back to Connor here shortly.
It seems like, we've seen some video, earlier today, it seemed like people were off the roads. It seems like in some of these latest live pictures that more people may be trying to venture out somewhat, a little more than what we saw earlier. Hope it's not the case because we're talking about those road conditions as Patrick was just laying out.
Well, Atlanta's mayor has already said tonight, stay off the roads. The governor has issued a declaration of emergency because of the concerns of the ice on the roads.
Now let's head to South Fulton. The police department there is being strategic to make sure they can do their jobs well today.
It has meant some serious pre-planning for the winter storm. Reporter Doug Reardon out in South Fulton at Flat Shoals and Old National Highway. This is one of the busier intersections typically, Doug, but it looks like a lot of folks have taken heed to staying off the roads.
And really, that's what we've seen here. But Chief Keith Meadows, we talked to him earlier today, and he said he wasn't really worried about what's going on earlier in the day. It's more what we're kind of seeing now. It's this rain that's falling that we know is going to make the roads incredibly, exponentially slicker later. So we're at the corner of Old National Highway and Flat Shoals. As you said, this is kind of the center of the city. It's one of the busier intersections. And the chief told us that they've only seen about a dozen accidents today, and that for them is good. They've only been minor. But he said what was really the big thing for them was pre-planning. They started about 5 days ago getting their plans and their ideas together for how they could make this go smooth for everyone, because they learned a lot from that 2014 storm where they really didn't do that. South Fulton, of course, was still very much in its infancy then, but he's been with APD for years, and he said, look, we don't see this all that often, so we didn't feel a need to make a plan. That was different this time. He said that officers were pre-staging at the beginning of their shifts around areas where they're really working more than usual, or around intersections like this where accidents might be occurring. And we know, and he told us, that they are also having a lot of communication and coordination with both the governor's office and their partners around the region.
We have been working with the governor's office. We've been working with our neighboring police departments in an effort to make sure that in the event that something major happens in surrounding cities, that we have a higher degree of mutual aid.
And so his message was, if drivers couldn't avoid being out earlier today, he really wants people to be off the roads later once this all freezes. But he also said, look, if you need their help, do not hesitate to call them. If you're in that vulnerable population, people who are housing insecure or elderly, or you have a medical emergency, they are fully staffed. They are ready to help you out. So don't think that they are going to be too busy or ignore those calls as they would on any other day. They are ready to get out there and help people who need it. We're in South Fulton. Doug Reardon, Atlanta News First.
Doug, thank you, and stay safe out there. State officials have been warning you to stay off the roads if possible due to the dangerous conditions. Harry Clements Jr. in Grove Park in northwest Atlanta sent us this video. It shows cars sliding, one of them hitting a stalled car. Watch this on the left side of your screen. You can actually hear the impact. Then a few moments later on that same exact street, watch on the right side of your screen, another car, it rolls backwards, and this is not intentional. This is a reminder to drive safe if you have to step outside.
We've been checking all across our area. We now want to go to Atlanta News First reporter Joshua Skinner, who's live on Brownsbridge Road. This is in Gainesville in Hall County. So how's it looking where you are, Joshua?
Going great, except for that honk that just scared the dickens out of me. No, Blair, you were talking about it seems like more and more people might be trying to chance the road. We're kind of starting to see that here right through the middle of Brownsbridge Road here in Gainesville. This is the heart of Gainesville. It goes right through the middle of it. And, you know, the roads right now, actually about the best we've seen them all day, but as the carpenter said, you know, we've only just begun. Anyway, so like you can start to see some of this ice up here that's forming on signs. We're starting to see ice that is forming with us on the ground. Some of this stuff is kind of becoming a major issue. Just stuff like this. It kind of breaks apart in your hand when you move, but it is ice, and if you're walking on it, especially in parking lots, you will slip and fall. I know that one from experience, but if you look down the road here, you can see there is some traffic moving about, not as much as would normally be here, kind of as you would get towards the rush hour time of day here in Gainesville, but there's some water, there's some ice forming, cars are moving at pretty much the speed limit. We have seen non-stop trucks driving through, clearing all of the ice and snow off. You can see a emergency vehicle down there just turned its sirens on, is moving this way. We have seen maybe total throughout our drive all the way up I-85 up here into Hall County, we may have seen 2 total accidents. So thus far, it's been a really best case scenario. We're hoping that continues as everything starts to get really serious moving into tonight. Live in Gainesville, Joshua Skinner, Atlanta News First.
And Joshua, what we've noticed is that the more you see the elevation with the light posts and the street corners, that's where we're starting to see the freezing. So this could impact overpasses and bridges too.
No, absolutely. When we were driving on I-85, we noticed that the people who are on those bridges moving very, very slowly, and much fewer cars on those bridges. People not willing to chance that like they would maybe just on the highway or just general roads like this one. And we also noticed through some of the residential areas here in Gainesville that fewer people were driving through those, especially the hilly areas. People were going about trying to avoid those so their cars wouldn't slide back down those hills, guys.
Stay safe out there, Joshua. Freezing rain and ice, as Joshua has shown us, the biggest threat at this hour.
And right now, our weather team is tracking all those conditions.
First Alert Weather Day, we are concerned about the ice potential as we head through the next couple of hours. We'll time out how this moves in. Coming up in our First Alert full forecast.
And stay warm will be challenged for many tonight. Atlanta News First investigates the proper ways to heat your home so you stay warm and safe.
Now here's a look at what's coming up in prime time on Atlanta News First. You can catch breaking news, the day's big headlines, and Atlanta's most accurate forecast on Atlanta News First at 7 and 11. We are monitoring conditions south of Atlanta, where things are beginning to take a turn there.
Yeah, let's go to Atlanta News First reporter Brittany Ford, who's in Henry County off of Jonesboro Road. Brittany, tell us, what are you seeing there right now?
Well, Sean, I can tell you in the last 30 to 45 minutes, we've seen that freezing rain really significantly grow. I don't know if you can see it through the camera here, but this is what emergency management crews are worried about. This slush you see right here that is going to turn into rock hard ice, making it more difficult for their crews who are out there trying to keep the roads safe. And you can take a look at some video here. County officials have had at least 6 crews out salting and sanding and plowing the roads all day long. We're here off Jonesboro Road in McDonough, one of their main focuses, as it's one of the main arteries throughout the county. Now, officials tell us they've fully staffed public works crews, fire, 911, EMS, and the sheriff's office to respond to local emergencies. They say those response efforts are changing with the weather.
We're always monitoring the weather. It's going to fluctuate. We already know this. You don't know what's out there on the road. It may look passable, but it may not be once you approach it at a high speed too. So.
And I will say people have been heeding the warning. They've been staying off the road. Several businesses are closed. You can see really the strip mall here is a complete ghost town. And again, emergency and management officials are hoping that it'll stay that way, that people will stay off the road, businesses stay closed, especially as these road conditions significantly get more dangerous. Reporting live in McDonough, Brittany Ford, Atlanta News First.
Thank you, Brittany.
We have some brand new ice that it's forming. It's a brand new video, I should say, that shows ice forming in North Fulton County. And the real concern here is that when there is accumulation of ice, even at this small amount of levels, it doesn't take much to weigh down tree limbs, also power lines. So we have the potential threat of power outages tonight, also tree limbs falling, which may bring down those downed power lines. Serious concern that our First Alert weather team is watching closely as the temperatures continue to diminish across the metro, and the focus is turning to freezing rain and ice as we head into the evening hours. Let's talk to First Alert meteorologist Patrick Pete. Patrick, you've been tracking the threats from this freezing rain.
Yeah, we say freezing rain, we say ice. It's the same thing. Essentially what happens is you have a snowflake that starts at the top of the atmosphere. It melts a little bit as it comes down, and then it refreezes on contact. That warm nose that we've been talking about is a thing. We're seeing that unfold. It was something that we were concerned about. We got worried about it yesterday.
And you warned us about it.
We've been talking about it. We've been talking about the potential for ice for several days. That's why that winter storm watch was issued. Now we're at a winter storm warning for all of the areas that you see highlighted here through 7 o'clock tomorrow morning. The potential for there to be disruptive ice developing across a large chunk of metro Atlanta, but also a large chunk of North Georgia is still in the cards as we head through the next couple of hours. We've already seen evidence of that. We've already confirmed at least of 1/10 of an inch of accumulation of just ice across some parts of our area. So this is continuing to unfold. Our main concern is going to be dangerous travel. The roads were already rough. Now they're going to get rougher with this coating of ice on top of them. But also, this could also weigh down some of these tree branches, which could lead to some of those tree limbs falling. They could break. They could fall onto your cars, onto people, also onto power lines and knock them down, disrupt power, which means a lot of folks could be without energy for at least an extended period of time. So all concerns as we head through the next couple of hours. Here is that system, and it is slowly just trickling towards the east. We've seen the snowfall. That was the nice part of it. Now we're dealing with a large chunk of our area seeing this pink. This pink now extended from Conyers into Social Circle, McDonough. That's going to be freezing rain stretching all the way to Union City, Peachtree City, and even along the I-20 corridor from Atlanta through Douglasville into Temple and Fruithurst and out into portions of East Alabama. The collection is increasing across the area, and this story is not done. Temperatures near freezing across a large chunk of our region. We're at 32 in Atlanta, 31 Ellijay Canton, a little bit warmer down in LaGrange and Upson County and down in Thomaston. That's why those numbers, you're seeing rainfall. You're not seeing any of that wintry mix anymore. We'll continue to monitor this over the next couple of hours because everybody trends colder, so the wintry mix is still a possibility across all of our area through the next few hours. We're going to be tracking this through 8 o'clock. It will not be as organized, as not as widespread as it is right now, but we're going to be tracking this energy through the evening. We don't really see things dry out until we get closer to midnight. But the First Alert Weather Day continues into tomorrow. Temperatures falling into the 20s through the overnight. That's a hard freeze. That means that the slushy mist that you see, the rain that is starting to fall in some places, even if you're outside of our area that has that winter storm warning, it's all going to refreeze through the overnight. So everybody is going to have a tough time getting around tomorrow. Not to mention, winds are going to be elevated. We're going to see 20, 25, 30 miles per hour gusts. You know how 30 miles per hour gust sometimes knocks down a few trees. Add a little bit of weight, the weight of ice to the equation. It is going to increase the potential for downed trees. That is why Saturday is a first alert weather day. We're cold Sunday. We get a little bit of melting Sunday into Monday. Monday looks like a good melting day, but temperatures turn colder as we head into Wednesday morning.
All right. Thank you, Patrick. We want to go back to Beaufort Highway in DeKalb County. That is where we find Atlanta News First Connor Hines.
Yeah, Sean, the story out here along Beaufort Highway in DeKalb County continues to be this sideways freezing rain coming down, but also travelers going perhaps home after a day's work in the city. I'm facing northbound towards Doraville 285 area. All these cars you see coming past me, maybe a lot of people trying to make their way home. You look at the road conditions, it's some of the best conditions road-wise that we've seen all day, but of course, look can be deceiving and ice continuing to form already around us. In fact, we've got an umbrella over our camera here. Icicles continuing to form on the umbrella. So looks can certainly be deceiving, and it continues to get colder and icier out here along Beaufort Highway. We're live in DeKalb County. Connor Hines, Atlanta News First.
Connor, thank you. I'm Tracy Hutchins. Let's fast forward to 5. Power outages could skyrocket as ice begins to form. We are live at 5 inside the Georgia Power Storm Center with how crews plan to respond to your neighborhood. More than 1,000 flights canceled in Atlanta. A mess at Hartsfield-Jackson Atlanta International with a lot of passengers still stranded.
If you're watching us from home tonight, hopefully you are staying warm.
But if your heat isn't working or if your power goes out, there really are some things you need to know about and keep in mind when trying to heat your home. Let's bring in Atlanta News First investigative reporter Anastasia Amos, who's live in Midtown. And I know, Anastasia, you've been looking into the safety concerns and what people really need to know here tonight.
That's right. We are starting to see some of those smaller power outages around North Georgia. Nothing significant as of yet, but some safety reminders that people should keep in mind as they're trying to stay warm tonight. If you're using a fireplace, wood stove, space heater, be sure you're also ventilating your home so that you don't build up any toxic gases inside. Now, if you have a gas furnace located outside, make sure it's not blocked by any snow. And if you have any upstairs gas furnace, which those vent out of the roof, you may need to turn off the upstairs unit until the snow melts off of your roof. If you have central heat and experience a power outage, here are some things you can do. Close off any extra rooms to avoid wasting that heat. Stuff towels or rags in cracks under the doors. Close blinds and curtains. Keep as much heat inside as possible. And this may sound silly, but be sure to eat and drink water. Food actually provides your body energy for producing its own heat. And cold air can be pretty dry, so avoid caffeine and alcoholic drinks so that you stay hydrated. And wear layers and loose-fitting warm clothing so that you don't sweat and risk getting the chills. I know this can be very complicated, but a few other reminders. If you're going to have a generator to keep your heat source powered, make sure it's not inside. And do not open your stove to heat your home. That produces carbon monoxide, which can be deadly. Reporting live here in Atlanta, I'm Anastasia Olmos, Atlanta News First investigates.
That is all so important. Well, Atlanta leaders are really urging you also to stay off the roads tonight.
Winter weather creating dangerous travel conditions on roads across the city.
Makeshift sleds and snowball fights. So Winter Wonderland in Piedmont Park. We are live showing you all the action live at 5.